You don't have to be a rocket scientist. You could just read the Taliban is classified, and if you don't know, the Taliban's in charge of Afghanistan. They're classified as a specially designated global terrorist organization by OFAC. So post-2021, so this is last year, 2024, we spent $697 million of the taxpayers' dollars in Afghanistan, including $534,719,000 in change from USAID in Afghanistan. Afghanistan is ruled by folks named Terrorism. Haqqani. The Haqqani network mean anything to anybody in the room? How about Abdullah bin Laden? Who gets some of that money? Does that name ring a bell to anybody in the room? Your money, $697 million annually, plus the shipments of cash funds madrasas, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, ISIS Khorasan, terrorist training camps. That's what it's funding.
You now recognize Representative Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. USAID was created through executive order in 1961 by President Kennedy, long having lost and strayed from its mission, lost its direction. Even the Clinton administration tried unsuccessfully to form it. And we spend, I don't know, somewhere between $40 and $50 billion annually on this organization. And with the things that you hear, well, many of us, probably most of us in this room, agree with projecting America's power for the good of all the world around the globe. Quite honestly, if our enemies were asked to design a foreign aid program that would actively undermine the United States of America at maximum cost to the taxpayer, they would be hard-pressed to create a scheme more effective than USAID. That's shocking to say, but I just, it's, look, let's just go to a couple things here. We left Afghanistan, and I'll characterize it as left in August of 2021. August of 2021. So the Taliban's in charge. Taliban threatens the lives of the NGO personnel distributing USAID. They claim credit for USAID distribution. They interfere with the distribution of USAID aid. They tax the beneficiary of the aid. They tax the delivery service. They steal the food commodities. They divert the funds. They extort citizens for protection for USAID aid. They create sham procurement schemes, and they threaten the lives of those who oppose those schemes. Now, that all occurred before August of 2021, when we were there. Now, you don't have to be a rocket scientist. You could just read the Taliban is classified, and if you don't know, the Taliban's in charge of Afghanistan. They're classified as a specially designated global terrorist organization by OFAC. So post-2021, so this is last year, 2024, we spent $697 million of the taxpayers' dollars in Afghanistan, including $534,719,000 in change from USAID in Afghanistan. I don't know what we think we're going to change in Afghanistan. We lost 22,000, lost or wounded 22,500 Americans in Afghanistan over the course of our term there in the war, spending over $2 trillion. We're just going to keep on spending because somehow we think it's going to get better. And if you're wondering who's in charge of Afghanistan getting the money, and that money I just mentioned, the $697 million is on top of, and is in addition to the weekly to every 10-day shipments in cash of $40 to $80 million. Afghanistan is ruled by folks named Terrorism. Haqqani. The Haqqani network mean anything to anybody in the room? How about Abdullah bin Laden? Who gets some of that money? Does that name ring a bell to anybody in the room? Because your money, $697 million annually, plus the shipments of cash funds madrasas, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, ISIS Khorasan, terrorist training camps. That's what it's funding. If you think that the program under Operation Enduring Sentinel, entitled Women's Scholarship Endowment, which receives $60 million annually, or the Young Women Lead, which gets about $5 million annually, is going to women who, by the way, if you read the Inspector General's report, is telling you that the Taliban does not allow women to speak in public. Yet somehow you're believing, and American people are supposed to believe, that this money is going for the betterment of the women in Afghanistan. It is not. You are funding terrorism, and it's coming through USAID. And it's not just Afghanistan, because Pakistan's right next door. USAID spent $840 million in the last 20 years on Pakistan's education-related program. It includes $136 million to build 120 schools, of which there is zero evidence that any of them were built. Why would there be any evidence? The Inspector General can't get in to see them. But you know what? We doubled down and spent $20 million from USAID to create educational television programs for children unable to attend the physical school. Yeah, they can't attend it because it doesn't exist. You paid for it. Somebody else got the money. You are paying for terrorism. This has got to end. I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. In addition, we don't even have an embassy in Afghanistan. Chair now recognizes the representative from California, Mr. Barra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start off by, I know a lot of USAID workers, former workers, alumni are watching this hearing. I want to thank them for their work. They're patriotic Americans. They're out there, they're doing God's work, helping save lives and everything else. And I'm sorry that you guys are caught up in this. So I want to appreciate this on behalf of the United States of America. You guys are patriotic Americans. I've visited with a lot of these folks. I travel a lot, gone into refugee camps, and I'm seeing what they do in terms of life-saving stuff. And again, it's super important work that they do. It represents the best American values, and it is really sad to see these folks get thrown under the bus. When we talk about stronger, better, more prosperous, I think we're all in favor of that. We're all in favor of working together. Mr. Chairman, Congressman Yoho's my classmate, and he may have been more conservative than you when he got to Congress. Ted, you and I traveled, I think, your first trip abroad. We went out and saw some of these USAID projects.
Is in attendance today. First and foremost, let me give due reverence to.
Hello. Today I want to speak directly to you, the people of Nigeria. Nigeria is a great nation, and you can be proud of the progress you've made. Together you've won your independence, emerged from military rule, and strengthened democratic institutions. You've strived to overcome divisions and turn Nigeria's diversity into a source of strength. You've worked hard to improve the lives of your families and to build the largest economy in Africa. Now you have a historic opportunity to help write the next chapter of Nigeria's progress by voting in the upcoming elections. For elections to be credible, they must be free, fair, and peaceful. All Nigerians must be able to cast their votes without intimidation or fear. So I call on all leaders and candidates to make it clear to their supporters that violence has no place in democratic elections, and that they will not incite, support, or engage in any kind of violence before, during, or after the votes are counted. I call on all Nigerians to peacefully express your views and to reject the voices of those who call for violence. And when elections are free and fair, it is the responsibility of all citizens to help keep the peace, no matter who wins. Successful elections and democratic progress will help Nigeria meet the urgent challenges you face today. Boko Haram, a brutal terrorist group that kills innocent men, women, and children, must be stopped. Hundreds of kidnapped children deserve to be returned to their families. Nigerians who have been forced to flee deserve to return to their homes. Boko Haram wants to destroy Nigeria and all that you have built. By casting your ballot, you can help secure your nation's progress. I'm told that there's a saying in your country, to keep Nigeria one is a task that must be done. Today, I urge all Nigerians, from all religions, all ethnic groups, and all regions, to come together and keep Nigeria one. And in this task of advancing the security, prosperity, and human rights of all Nigerians, you will continue to have a friend and partner in the United States of America.
Well, I appreciate very much the opportunity to meet once again with President Jonathan and his delegation. Obviously, Nigeria is one of the most powerful and fastest growing countries in the world. I think that's testified by the fact that President Jonathan's going to have the opportunity to ring the bell at the New York Stock Exchange. I think it signifies how important Nigeria is becoming in the global economy. We have a very strong relationship between the United States and Nigeria. It's not just based on government-to-government relations, but also people-to-people relations. And we have an outstanding Nigerian-American community here in the United States that is making incredible contributions in every field every single day. President Jonathan has committed to building on the democratic process that we've seen in Nigeria in the past. The last election that brought President Jonathan a hallmark on the continent and in Nigeria in terms of free and fair elections. And I know that he is committed to making sure that the elections in 2015 move in that same fashion. We're going to be able to have an opportunity to talk about the issues of energy and power. Nigeria is a major energy producer, but it's also an important energy consumer. And as many of you know, who were on the trip that I took to Africa just recently, we are really focused on how we can help to bring electricity and power generation throughout Africa, not just in big cities, but also in the rural areas. Nigeria is a potential partner in that process. We want to develop the human capital throughout the continent and in Nigeria. And that's why I'm excited about the Young African Leaders Initiative that is going to allow us to have young African leaders from across the continent, including Nigeria, here in the United States, where they can interact with top leaders here, our universities, our businesses, and that will further strengthen the ties between our two countries. And we're going to have an opportunity to discuss some significant challenges on the security front in Nigeria. In the northern regions of Nigeria, we've seen the emergence of one of the most vicious terrorist organizations in the world, Boko Haram. It presents an extraordinary security challenge for the people of Nigeria, and we want to be cooperative in that process of building capacity inside Nigeria to deal with that terrorist threat, but doing so in a way that is consistent with human rights, because we strongly believe that the best way to undermine the agenda of those who would do violence is to make sure that governments are responsive to the needs of people and following rule of law. On that topic, let me just make one last point. I've had the opportunity to speak with President Kenyatta directly about the terrible tragedy that's happened in Nairobi. And we are providing all the cooperation that we can as we deal with the situation that has captivated the world. I want to express personally my condolences to not only President Kenyatta, who lost some family members in the attack, but to the Kenyan people. We stand with them against this terrible outrage that's occurred. We will provide them with whatever law enforcement support that is necessary, and we are confident that Kenya, which has been a pillar of stability in Eastern Africa, will rebuild. But this, I think, scores the degree to which all of us, as an international community, have to stand against the kind of senseless violence that these kinds of groups represent. And the United States will continue to work with the entire continent of Africa and around the world to make sure that we are dismantling these networks of destruction. With that, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Since after we're meeting for the first time after the elections, even though I sent a letter, I would like to formally congratulate you for the electoral victory. And thank you for inviting me and my team to intervene with you today before the UN General Assembly discussions tomorrow. Nigeria and US have been natural allies, and the relations have been very strong, and it's beyond the interests of Nigeria and the United States of America alone. Well, in terms of Nigeria and the United States of America, Nigeria, of course, is the second largest economy in Africa, the most populated African state, about 20%.
Uzo. Uzo, you did it. Oh, hold on. Sure, you don't fat finish.
That one I go fast.
It was Trump no they do well. Eh?
You never see me tell you say Trump they do well. I may not like him, but I wouldn't tell you he's not doing well. He's a politician, so
Tinubu is doing well to you too now because you get rest of mind for us. That's why you fat. Your people for Nigeria are doing well.
so that they walk, you look the sky. I'm not gonna make money here, my people they suffer now. No be so like this.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling they make money, my people they suffer.
Tinubu and Trump are doing well for you.
Yes, I claim them. They are doing well for me. I won't deny it. As far as every day they wake up, drive out, go to work, come back, chop better food, drink beer, still sleep, wake up, So I can't complain, That's the most important thing. You wake up in the morning, you go out, you come back safe, You eat, you drink when they drink beer, you drink my beer. If na spirit enter, I go drink my spirit. Like as body take be, So can't complain. So how are you? Been a long time though, love you.
Forget me now.
You say?
So you forget me now.
Don't forget, they come this area again. You don't run from us now. They bring light for this area,
That one city too big. No like big cities. Like I'm a village man.
But they see the expand they go. He just only come part of the city. The expansion over here, my brother.
They pour in like say I will let that place there exist. Mr. James,
Naija boys they enter the market, like the real estate market. They don't, my brother. So what these guys they do? What Naija guys they do onto real estate here? But you're gonna say no be here. Boy, certain Naija young boys. See the money they pump in. You ask yourself, well, Naija will they try you? It's sorry for the gods. They try. Oh boy, not be young boys. Not be young boys. Where I don't feel where they don't finish TSU like 3-4 years ago, man. The way they enter the real estate now, Nigeria they carry last. As development they go, they follow the development Airbnb they don't swap house. I think they swap shoe.
Now the
Buy
money
rupiah,
the
sell.
money we the team for Nigeria and then they invest.
I said
So
Nigeria boy when I know where they enter TSC. One of them, my house is day.
the same thing with the talk now. So if I be politician for Nigeria, I want invest for here, now me go carry anchor. No be person I go use.
You're not even understanding me. You don't even understand what I mean. Where I'm coming from. You understand what I'm coming from. I'm telling you that Nigeria boys will be say where you know their house, where they start from. All right, know their pay rate. How they take the swap house here. You understand where I'm coming from. They will buy these houses. They will buy these houses from all those old houses.
Houston.
Very sell Houston. Now you know as they be now. Very sell them. Go Richmond, buy a new one. Sell them. Go back to the Tranch area. Buy old house for 30,000-40,000. Renovate them. Put that for 150. Sell them. Oh, those guys they try. I love it. Ah! Why? They try. So what's up? What's going on?
Just the follow now for back. Mr. James, good
No
morning.
follow. So
Good evening.
good evening, Mr. James.
Good evening.
So matter arising. They say they don't kidnap girls again yesterday, so now make me
Matter.
Is that
I say make I refresh our memory. Say we don't see them before, and we know the results. So
brother? Is that a fresh thing? It was a fresh news, but not like it's not expected. You know that.
yeah,
It's not a fresh news. It's not a fresh news. It's expected.
they don't even know how many times.
The line is not clear.
My line?
The line is not clear.
Who, from me or from Mr. James? Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Okay, I hear you. I'm hearing you clear, loud and clear. Over.
Yeah, I hear Mr. James too. I don't know why.
Yeah, I hear them too. We're not from inside. Loud and clear. Over.
So they don't even know how many they don't carry safe for Niger State this morning. Some they say now 50, some they say so everybody just record numbers. But we don't see them before. So what did they want? The last time they carry girls, we know say na regime change, then they want. They won't change government. So what they want this time? Daniel, bring back our guests. The story is not new.
It's not a new story.
So now this one, I went good luck first win the election. You can't go thank Oga.
What are the one they call they kidnap in Kwara State? There is something. So it's not about the school
Yeah,
only.
that one 2 days ago, Abi.
3 days ago, though. Every day kidnap they go on. If no be two, if no be three. But the numbers are scaring. So my point, not that kidnapping doesn't go on.
Oh,
At
say,
least
this one a Catholic school. So
I know.
it go with Christian genocide. You don't see it like that.
But this one will make a lot. I know that this one will make a lot of I know, quite all right. So I know. Catholics for here, they get leg.
And politics side, now Catholic would be the donate to Catholic school well. And I've been nursing school. So they go jam everything together. Campaign don't start now.
So they want use kidnapping, take wrong campaign.
They not one before. That make me they show you Obama and good luck.
Yeah, we want not to remove the good Lord. To remove good Lord Jonathan, they have to tag him for something that will make people to hate him. We know that was all right.
I don't be
But
the same system that they do so.
good luck, Jonathan, not with Tinubu, my brother. You're talking with Tinubu, not good luck, Jonathan. Here,
Oh, okay.
who you are dealing with is a different species entirely. It's a different species entirely that we are dealing with. The game will not be the same thing. The way Nigeria will play Angola, that's not the same way they will play Brazil. The game is not the same thing, man. You are dealing with Tinubu, not good luck, Jonathan. You are dealing with Jagaban. You know what Jagaban is?
You
It's
are
a
saying
different
that
species.
you're saying that they no go success take them out. Is that what you are saying? Like they did good luck.
It's a set. The only way to take Tinubu out, either military coup or impeach. Military coup, that's the only way. Election is already done. Who? Okay, am I just ask you which party is going to 2012, and if you get 2 million votes in Nigeria, which party is that? Is it PDP or is it Labour Party? Which party will get 2 million votes in coming 2007?
How they
They
take
mention
come
one
all
party.
good? How they take come all good luck? They join all of them together now in the name
Eh,
of
eh,
party,
who
right?
want
But this one,
now?
this time around, they no go do it in the name of party. They go do it in the name of movement.
Who want lead the movement? Who party person want stay run?
Obi is moving. Obi is moving already now. Obi
Which
not
will be?
moving.
Now leave the story for the girls. So listen, yeah, I'm telling you this over here. Leave Obi. If Obi,
Okay, network don't kick you out. Mr. James. Mr. James, can you hear me? Something is going on that I don't understand. If you say they no go succeed because last time they succeed because they merged political party together, and this time around there's no political party. Well, there's what they call color revolution. Color revolution is combination of not even political party, but mostly social security, social whatever organization, not those they are NGOs. With the movement, take it back, revolution now, obedience, bad governance. There's a lot of movement that are taking shape on the ground. So now to just bring them together now.
take me in back, Obi. Over here. Take me in
Yeah,
back. Can you hear me?
yeah, there you know.
So, what you mean that? Remember, during on 2011, all right, that way they took out Jonathan. The build up started like 8 years before 2011. The build up started coming. All right. So who is going to beat this up? As I said,
It's already built. I don't know why even they start
you can who is building it? Building na sure. I be
No,
that will
that
be one build them.
now okay. So those ones now. No say during good luck time now political party come together, PDP, whatever they form APC. This time around, they go join the obedient movement, the bad government movement, the NSAS movement, the take all of those movements where they happen for everywhere. They go bring them together under
As
one person.
we are still saying the same thing. All right.
Okay.
Why Tinubu succeeded why he succeeded? Because he had the might. He had the clergymen. He had them. He had the clergymen who have crowd. He had the mind, and this thing had been rolling. But as it is, for example, he had to pull. Tinubu had to pull Rochas Okorocha, pull Amechi, pull all these guys. We're able to defeat Good Jonathan. All right. Most
Yeah.
of these guys that Tinubu pull, they're out of politics. They're not more. They're out of politics. They're not like Rochas Okorocha. Do you even hear about him? Someone like Amechi, the other people are just like Amechi is looking for a little relevant. He didn't get it. Now he has gone to that. For example, let me tell you the truth. The truth will be said is this. Come 2027, leave it for Tinubu. Nobody is taking out. My people in Lagos are not going palm to vote. Let him finish his 8 years. In Southeast, Obino cannot even get 10,000 votes. My family will vote for him. Now family will vote for him. Only in family can go vote for Southeast. Nobody's ready. We are for,
With this Christian genocide movement.
who are the Christian who don't like Christian now like Christian genocide movement be this. All these people, the 80% that people that abroad, Nigeria people, they don't even care what they are saying. We are all lying shouting this genocide, all right? For people on ground, like let me tell you, the people on ground, Lagos, Isatis, all this is they are not even concerned. They are just moving their normal life every day. They're all fed on using their normal life. This Christian genocide is the top people, is the
Metro don't kick you out. Blessed. Mr. James said you should reach out to Dr. Dameji, the book that they promised to send to you. Send it through Dr. Dameji, so reach out to him. Mr. James, can you hear me? I know you did the background, but I said that I think you are frozen. Uzo. They go shock you. You are joking.
nah, nobody go shock me. It never go shock me. You know, say me, I grew up for Nigeria now. All right, I grew up
They
for
say
both. Nobody go shock me. I'll tell you what's in the ground.
Obino go get 1 million votes. What are you talking about? Southeast alone go give him 1 million votes.
I say you know if you get 10,000 for Satis, I not talk anything. I know if you take 10,000 for Satis. You know if you get 10,000 for Satis. Believe me, you will come here, we'll talk. You know if you take 10,000 for Satis. He know if you get 10,000 for Satis.
Why?
Sure. Everybody's fed up with the election system. Remember last 2023?
So
You know what it takes?
You are saying they don't go vote.
But nobody's voting. No. People go vote a few. Everybody will sit at home. Offense Sarah. Is that offense Sarah? When they take convicts, now they can't. No offense Sarah day. Now you day now. Now you know an offense Sarah that day. Just go buy better chicken with bunga fish. Cook with offense Sarah with make better and the yam. Stay your house, they chop. My brother for Lagos, I make sure say about crate of beer. Make they just sit down for house there. They drink, they chop. No go anywhere. Make people finishing 8 years. Make everybody enjoy. You know, last year all of us was like. I tell you, no offense that day, no offense that day. You never know anything be offense that day. Only people man go tell you be offense that day. If you come out, they go kill you. You better stay for house. The chop offense that. If you vote, the election no count.
What of
Mm-hmm.
what of if Buhari? Sorry, if Tinubu pardon Nnamdi Kanu?
It's not pardon him or not pardon him. People have already see the handwriting. Pardon not pardon will not change anything. It will not, if I not pardon him, will not change. It will not change anything. It's a political move. It's not going to change anything. You know that now the card will follow. They are against Nigeria election. So pardon him will not going to change anything. All right. He will not change. He will change anything, my brother.
What of if PDP give Obi ticket? You don't. I'm interested to see how you go respond to that. To say Obi no go get 1 million votes, that's you know understand what did they happen. This Christian genocide a movement. People never understand. It's a movement that is not going to die. As far as I'm concerned, there's plenty kidnapping to go around, or schools to go around to keep reinforcing that sentiment. This Saint Mary kidnapping are part of those reinforcing events. Uzo, I say, what of if PDP give Obi ticket? No, they hear you. You are glad you're far from your phone.
I said, if they like, make the whole party get together, give Obi tickets, leave and with Tinubu. People they're voting for Tinubu.
Yeah, but that no go still bring Southeast out to vote to participate.
I tell you, if they like, make he talk will be if they give the Obi ticket because na Igbo person, people go vote. It's not that they will vote against them. Now, if they say he must vote, they will vote against them 2027. You see my point? They will against 2027. Yes. So I don't tell you, how the voting is now. Nobody is ready.
Anyway, we come back. So bring back our girls or bring out our students, whatever. Very soon, one slogan will take shape with all everything that is going on. So that's why I should refresh our memory, right? For all this thing to be happening, easily, the means yes, at this point, to be saying that the government is in, we are cheating ourselves. To be, we should just go straight to the specifics. The individuals who are in the various positions are compromised from banking system where this money trying to get them move around to the religious leaders. Everybody is compromised.
So,
Who's
okay,
up?
ma ask you now, in Satis now, who's the regional leader in Satis?
You say?
Like, who is a regional leader in Satis right now? Who is that person if you call? Who?
Oh, that question that's wrong one. Where Mbaka? Where
I
Father
mean,
Mbaka?
who is a, wait, I ask you a question. Who is the political
Yes.
leader in Satis? Political leader in Satis.
Yes.
We don't have a political leader in Satis.
Obi now, the person now Obi.
Who so Obi not be Igbo man candidate. Obi is not an Igbo because he's an Igbo. He's not an Igbo candidate. I said,
Now story.
not the story. Now, if I'm because now from Southeast, Obi is never an Igbo candidate. Obi tell you, Obi is a Nigeria. He's a Nigeria candidate, not an Igbo candidate.
Everybody get it constituency where they come from. By the way the Southeast, even by the way the Southeast voted, participated, it tells you everything. So you don't need to speak out now saying Igbo candidate. And I think that one of the problems with that. In 2025, they hide your identity, even when it's obvious. But blessed, you are leaning towards Uzo's thoughts. You guys will be shocked. We go shock una.
Obi is a national candidate. He's not an Igbo candidate.
For real. Every candidate.
So not call him say God na Igbo. Everybody can go vote for him. We voted 2023 because no, you know why we voted 2023? We voted 2023 because we feel that okay, Obi is a better candidate to rule Nigeria. Not the best thing that can come out from Nigeria. Not the best that can come out from everywhere. It's a bad candidate for
It's not better again. It's not good again.
No, that's why he voted. And with what INEC did, give us hope that something we can't. That's the two things. But INEC give everybody hope that this election must count. All right. So everybody come out to vote. End of the day, everything was.
Uzo. So if you say Southeast no go come out like the way they come out 2023, but what about the other region? Other people go come out.
No, I'm talking about South. Everybody come out and come vote now. But I don't tell you, say it's only because we'll be from Southeast. People will come vote for them this time around. No, it's not going to happen.
I know. I never understand how would they play this game. This Christian genocide initiative, in a big one, na big one. I don't know how.
They can't result when Tinubu go for Lagos State. You're going to ask yourself where the result come from. The can numbers where Tinubu go for Lagos State. You go surprise. You go surprise. You be surprised. Can number. The number go just carry.
You know, go get past waiting Lagos State go produce now. So even if you get 100% of Lagos, that's still not.
Yeah, I said to compare to last. No, I said to compare to last election. The kind number we go pull from the places he lost the election. It's better Igbo dominated areas. The kind number you pull up from that place. Can't go vote from that area. You guys will be surprised. If you like, put two Obi. Will be put two of them. They no fit nothing. Then, my guy, not deceive yourself. You let me kidnap 1 million Nigeria people. It won't change any election in Nigeria. Obi is not Jonathan. Obi is a different species. If they kidnap 10 million, doesn't change anything. It won't change from that. Was the case. So don't even go there because the kidnapping is due to remove Tinubu. Who want to replace him? We want to replace him,
Obi
remove him.
Obi go replace am. Obi go replace am. Is that one replace am? Blessing, you guys should pay attention. Give me the next 6 months. Make una see how this game go change. It go shock una. Una go see movement wey una never see before. The movement where they don dey suppress, right? For the past 2 years, they suppress am during the tax debate. They suppress am during bad government, and then they suppress that movement, right? It will come to a point whereby they can't anymore because they will be so focused on their own strategy that containment strategy no will work again. You will see a movement. And nobody should write Obi out yet. He say he no go get number. He go get them. He'll be more than what he had before with what is happening. So this argument of a genus Christian Muslim narrative will continue.
So who movement is that? That's suppressing.
You say?
He meant the Christian genocide. I'm going to continue.
It will continue now. Not be St. Mary now you will hear. So
Yes,
St.
now.
Mary kidnapping reinforce those who are on the side of Christian genocide argument.
Now,
Right?
no Martin, I bet. You know, you can't move Tinubu with that. It take a lot to take him out. It take a lot. You can't take off that move Tinubu. No way. Take a lot. Tinubu no be Jonathan though. Might I tell you? Tinubu no be Jonathan. Tinubu another a different person. No be Jonathan. Tinubu no be Jonathan though. Tinubu is rugged in playing politics. He can kill. He can butcher everybody to be in power. Jonathan will now. That's what. Do you know that? Do you think that if Tinubu was Jonathan 2015, Jonathan could have to cohabit of if okay, let's swap Jonathan and Tinubu. Let me ask you: he swapped Jonathan and Tinubu for 2015. Do you think that APC could have won the election 2015? Swap two of them together.
No,
Swap.
the situation different.
Now, I tell you, that is something what I tell you. Say the reason different. Who is leading the group have to play a role. All right, you have to play a role.
Oh, they just need Obi right now is a face for the South, just like the way Tinubu was. Why Buhari was at the other end of the face of the APC going to 2020, 2014, 15. So we have Obi now on the eastern side. Now another face you will see for South, for North, and that's going to be Pantami. I did talk now, people know the. People are not taking me serious. When the Obi or the Obi machine and Pantami machine come together, voila, deal. Hey. Because this is serious. This movement against Tinubu is taking shape.
Okay, you have Obi, who is you know what Obi won that election 2015, make a major weight like that. You have Obi, who is who is in his team right now.
Now they tell you now, Obi is that the Obi don't stand out. Like the way Buhari stand, you know, say Buhari stand out. Like the way Obi they stand out.
Then who call me one political mind where they in team right now? When we say this guy carry 1 million votes. Obi team now.
No, hold on now. Just hold on. That's why I thought say you are looking at it from professional politician angle, like the way they do it before. I understand. Say that road no day now. That's why you have to look it from a different angle. They are going to focus on harvesting votes. You understand? So they're not going to go through political party mergers. They just they pay because if you know everybody is angry. not necessarily not necessarily on Tinubu, but with the whole system, right?
Yep.
So
Yep.
don't look at it from politicians, big weight, way good day, obese side. Look at individuals, right? Many people will come out. Many people will come out. Eh? Let me pick. Let me pick.
Can I blow your mind?
Go
Can I
ahead.
blow your mind? You know you are supporting your governor, Abi?
Yes.
Not because of
Yes.
not because he's a good person. No reason why you're goes back. Not why you're a good person. You are trying to make a statement. You're making.
But yes, at the state level. Now, if you remember, when you get to federal level, it is the change, right? Just like those people for federal, they no vote for their candidate for state. You are going to see individual people like Dele Farotimi will lead more people to vote than any professional politician as it is right now in Nigeria. So they are going to be leading towards individuals who are not traditionally politicians as we know them. I hear you.
You hear me? Okay.
Yes.
So you support him, try to make a statement in state level, and I tell you, people will support Tinubu to make a statement in federal level. Not God is a good person. They support him. We see play. Go to, they will support you to make a statement. Go to major market in Lagos. Go to Alaba International. Go to Computer Village. Go to Trefe. Go to anywhere. Ask 100 Igbo person who would you vote for. They say they vote for Tinubu. Not to vote for Tinubu, a good person. Let everybody face the pain. They will tell you when we want them. Tinubu is not the best candidate. They say, "Oh my, when I go now, we'll vote for him. Let him go
you know
down."
where I go. You know where I go. Kind of agree with where you they go. Where you they talk to. Now, when the government, when Tinubu government failed to make Nigeria seize a come, this thing now waiting Obama do 2014, right? That this is against the sovereignty of Nigeria. Not necessarily just whether they talk now. It is not about Christian genocide. It's about so. If they win with that side of the argument, okay, I see where they go. But if these Christian genocides keep going, they don't go Congress, they don't do everywhere now. What you are going to see, they are going to lead to towards individual to harvest votes. Like that pastor from Benue State now, that man will lead more people to vote than any politician in Benue State. Right? You can argue that, say that people like that, they know many. But that's what you are going to be seeing. People like VDM will lead people to link young people to vote to the polling unit than any young politician out there as it is currently. So there are pocket of things, that pocket of movement that you are not seeing. They will find a way to bring them together and give Tinubu run for his money.
Which man? The pastor came to the remedy show the other day. My brother. You don't know who you are dealing with. My brother.
No, I know. I'm not saying the Tinubu government they go to sleep. No, I know. I'm just saying they have for the first time they have a threat, and the threat is not coming from PDP, ADC, Labour. It's not even coming from Obi and all that. It is coming from a narrative that almost everybody can relate to.
If people in IDP can vote, people in IDP can vote. The IDP and Benue, all if they vote, Tinubu is out. You know that. The kind of
so there's a way.
So now when he will only do that if there's a voting booth in that ID camp.
No, okay, Uzo, I like that. Uzo, I like that. Right? But I think don't be to even have voting machine for that the IDPA camp. They won't do, if you remember, leading to 2023, they get this big debate for National Assembly about IREF, where internet could reach everywhere. So the people like Undume, Ali Ndume, now leads the minority opinion, saying that my people, internet no dey there. They no go fit vote, they transmit their vote directly. So therefore, there should be a room for manual voting and result transmission. But of course, they lost the argument. Those who want RF everywhere, internet everywhere, won. But Yakubu later came out and said both process will be used and recognized officially. And now waiting people don't take into consideration with that. So, and I think very soon that conversation will continue again. Why they should transmit all the results everywhere. And there are going to be some people that say that it's not going to be possible, especially now with kidnapping and everything, don't they? You know. So if they lost that argument again, wait till they talk, so it will happen, even if they have a RAF machine for voting IDP camp or not. So the most important thing, you are beginning to see that there is a way to actually kick Tinubu out. And what that way no did before until this Christian genocide narrative starts. So, and as far as I see, it's going to keep growing. Right now, they don't collect St. Mary's school children. Right? Yeah, it's not a big deal in the sense that because they don't kidnap people almost every day before. But this is targeted at a religious school at the same time where massacre literally took place in a church. So they are indirectly giving those who are on the side of Christian genocide ammunition to keep going. So that propaganda it will enter on a next level as time goes on. The government will scale up their misinformation and disinformation. They will scale up their censoring of people and all that and whatnot, while the opposition will be coming hard the way we've never seen before. The opposition this time, as I said, no be OB, no be PDP, no be Labour Party. It's the Christian genocide narrative, to which every Nigerian can relate to because of our religious fanaticism.
So, okay, as I said, all right,
Yeah.
whether I like it or not, all right, even Others can tell you there's no network on his own village, Ibere. Others can tell you there's no network. So they want to manually, whether I like it or not. If they can take a voting booth, people need to vote. Tinubu is out.
Yeah, but if they do the voting manually, yes, I agree.
Good.
No,
I remember,
I think
as what I was saying, IDP also. If you still go to IDP,
what me and you are able to establish is that there is a way. At this point, there is a route to take Tinubu out if you know they careful.
that's the way to take him out. But the way that is 30%. It's 30%. Remember that
if it be 50%,
yeah, the way at 30%.
No, if you be 50%, even if it be 45%, me and you know they talk like this, right? Because the chances this slim, but it's a possibility. Just that more work, more kidnapping, more killing, more bombing. They have to carry out. They keep going from both sides at this point. Because at the end of the day, if the government of the day sees that its chances are really threatening, instead they're not going to kidnap, they're going to assassinate people. And this one is not new. This is not new. So in the 60s, they were able to use assassination to change regime because the country is not this polarized in terms of religion. But at this point, everybody is kind of hooked in that religious sentiment, either you're a Muslim or you're a Christian. So, and
can I tell you this?
go ahead.
You know who fit take Tinubu out successfully? It's wicked. That only man that
How?
can fight it. My brother, it's not the how. So that's why Tinubu can never ever, ever, ever like condemn Wike for anything. You know what that guy can do, my brother.
Wike is doing
Nigeria,
good now. He's doing is
yeah, I'm
behind
not telling you
the
now.
behind
He's
the
doing the whole plan. He's doing the whole plan of you know. He didn't. He work. The script is well written and he's doing it. So that's what you can say about that. Is the
no,
script is
he's
well written
doing
and he's
but he's doing well. But with all this kidnapping and this thing, there's something that maybe something is missing. There's something where he never agreed to or they see the bargain. That's the only way. Because
with kidnapping. They can't move to with kidnapping issue, man. If they like, may they carry the whole. If they like, may I go church on Sunday. May they say pray for Nigeria, pray for Christian in Nigeria. They don't fit that one. They don't fit that one. Move to because that's what is going on now. Every day, they're probably killing and killing in Nigeria. Everybody, are your family okay? Hope your family are okay. She try. Sometimes say, shame say one day they call your side.
well, we are at a very interesting time. So we could listen to when Jonathan first win election.
African government in Nigeria. So it's the
He
largest
went to he said, "Thank
establishment of
you."
the United States of America and the continent of Africa. So it's a key country and we sharing that relationship between America and Nigeria. And just like America is, of course, it's a strong country in terms of global peace and security. It's the biggest economy. Nigeria today big as the African second largest economy, but in terms of peace and security, in fact, it's the number one country to stabilize West Africa and the rest of Africa. So the relationship between these two countries is very, very dear, not just to America and Nigeria, but to
Obvious,
West Africa and the rest of
obvious.
Mhm.
Africa. And I always say
You do know
that
that
for you to fix the world,
people
you have
cry
to
more than
fix.
people cry more than the bereaved too
For you to
much.
fix Africa, you have to fix Nigeria. And if you don't fix
Nigerian
Nigeria,
people cry more than they bereaved too much. All right, we live in this country. You know how things are going. Nobody cares. The same thing I tell you that happened in Nigeria. Nobody, even when the government is even on the government is shut down, nobody cares. Nobody complain. They say the government workers are into food stamp. Nobody cares. It's
Right.
political move. You know my point. But you see Nigerians, they care. I say that he consigned them. Yeah, nobody cares. Not even me and everybody there here.
No be no be their fault. That is the now the dangerous side of the media that they always talk about with that. Because literally everything we see, hear, and talk about, it is being manipulated by the owners of all this platform, which takes me to the argument last weekend of content creators having more influence than the people that owns the platform. That's the most slowest point I've ever heard in recent time. So everything they feed the Nigerian space with those local things. That's why we they aggravated on all those things. Because you can only angry, you can only analyze, you can only give an opinion of what is literally being fed to your consciousness on daily basis. That's why again the present Cardi B. So even if you want to take attention away from the fire and fury of the politics, you want to go, let me just relax my mind with the musician of the team, them too, they put them for your face. So they don't stigmatize the population. That's why I talk say the easiest way to take Bola Tinubu out is the West capitalizing on their machinery on ground already, which is all the civil society and all this movement rather than parties. Those are.
The civil society that everybody find their pocket where they go chop. Now they play. No play.
Now they
No
talk
there.
now they talk
They
say
find
they go use them.
where they go chop.
When I say they go use them, they go give them what they want and money. So instead of
Mm-hmm.
using political party, you use those people. But I think people understand that too because you know how to not true and they use money.
He don't use them now, so everybody find money for their pocket. Now they take they play. This all this people don't land they shout. They say they care for Nigeria. They don't care. Give them 1 million now they go do Nigeria when they go put 500,000 for pockets. You know,
Everybody also.
everybody hustle, my brother. Everybody hustle. Everybody hustle. No big joke. Forget this way to go. Everybody hustle. That's why they blame you sometimes. Only you know the hustle. Only you know the things that happen. It is everybody hustle. They follow the traffic.
You know, no
Only you
say to go into that line of hustleness. Now work, you know, like work.
now, what do you call them? No be hustle, you call them. Hustle na sit down
It's
one place.
like you go see
Oh, but
red. They go
you
see
go
make you
cross the
talk say
line.
na white. You go see red, they go say make you talk say na white, and you have to find a way to make sure say it does is now. I mean, I just it's hard. I love to me, time is life. Time is not money. That for me is life. So what I do with my time, make I enjoy it, it's better than money is good, but man, those people, once you don't start that route, you are not coming back. So I know that I will live long. I believe I will live up to over more than 80 years. I will go 100 thereabout with still my mind still intact, still very rational. So why don't just work towards that and just do things the way I like to do it without necessarily waking up and say, okay, I have to follow this guideline, I have to follow this talking point. Because that's what, especially in the line of content creator, you want they're on that payroll of these big corporation, NGOs or individuals. Every morning you wake up, instead of make you do the things the way you want, the way your body carry and your spirit, the way you like, I know, you have to literally force yourself into what they want, which is pretty much like going to work. Mr. James.
Yes, hello.
Okay, yeah, you are clear. You are clear now.
I was having internet problems.
Not as much. So I said, let me just use today to refresh our memory that it's like we've seen this play before. But this time around, I don't know what they want. With the kidnapping of the girls in St. Mary school in I think Niger State.
No, what I suspect is that the Islamic fundamentalists, they want to prove to America that we are not afraid of you.
That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, we are not afraid of you. If you want to fight, come and fight. We did it in Afghanistan, we will do it again. That is how I see it.
So we are an interesting thing. Who is going to win?
I know I can't. Well, one thing is certain. You can't fight the Americans because it will only take them time. And
Right.
in the course of slugging it out with you over time, they will reduce the whole country to rubble. They will reduce the country to ashes. Then when they are satisfied, they pack their bag and baggages and go away. So just what they did in Vietnam, in Korea, in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in what's it called, Libya, Syria, anywhere they go, they leave a trail of colossal destruction. So this is why people should be extremely careful while dealing with the Americans.
So we are caught in the middle of power tussle that has nothing to do with our own
No, I don't think we are caught in the middle. We walked into it. Not that we are trapped. We just walk into it deliberately because the signs have been very clear from the word go that we're on the wrong path, but we refuse to listen to ourselves. So this is why we're in this situation today.
Because I agree, but I put it that way because we cannot close our eye to the fact that within the Nigerian power mongers, some people mission idea is very clear to them and they are carrying out as fast as they could, which is the Islamic State that you refer to. So that's why I say we are cut off. I don't think the other side of the conversation have their priority well cut out for them. Because the Islamic movement started even before the independence. They argue that they were not ready before that delay our independence. So, I don't think they've lost that focus of what they want or how far they are ready to go to get it. I don't know if I'm.
Yeah, I see the point. But one thing they should have very clear in mind is this. I do not know of anywhere America went to war and they were resoundingly defeated. When they are tired of wreaking irreparable havoc on the country, they now pack up and go away. This is what they do. Look at Somalia. When the US peacekeepers were disgraced, killed and disgraced, the Americans did not declare war on Somalia, but they knew what they did behind the scene, and down to this very day, Somalia did not know peace. So this is what I'm saying. Nigeria will never be the same again. Take it or leave it. Even if we get out of this problem, we will never be the same again. That's just it.
Now, if you looking at it from that angle, again, still between the Christians fundamentalists and the Muslim fundamentalists. Why I said the Muslim fundamentalists know exactly what they want and they've never take their eye off it, which is to dominate the space that they are. Why to me, the Christian fundamentalists now, whether we like it or not, if Biafra have their own freedom today, it will be a Christian state. That is at the core. Instead of them trying to drift to say, okay, we want to leave, why don't they have the same view like that of the Muslim fundamentalists that, okay, I think we can own this country. I think we can dominate this country rather than trying to seek for peace and go away, which the other side never allowed them to do anyway, which is the civil war of 1967. So then the 1967 civil war was one part wanted to leave. This time around is one part wanted to dominate. I don't know if it makes sense.
The 1967 civil war was declared out of necessity. When they organized the coup in January 15, 1966, they never had the thought, or at least they didn't make it known that they had it. They never had the thought of breaking away from the country. Probably they were out to dominate. Probably, yeah. I'm not sure. They were out to dominate. That was the intention of the coup. But as time goes on, things did not go the way they planned it, and the outcome was a civil war they did not actually adequately prepare for. They prepared, but the preparation was not adequate. Now, this showdown we are confronted with today, I see it as a showdown between the Americans and Islamic fundamentalists. The Americans cannot afford to lose Nigeria to the Islamists, because if they do that, They are losing the whole of West Africa. Their interest in the whole of West Africa, Liberia, Ghana, Sierra Leone, Gambia, Ivory Coast, the whole of West Africa is gone to the fundamentalists. The Americans cannot afford it because they still have business interests here and there. Apart from Nigeria, they have business interests in Ghana. In Liberia, they have a lot
No,
of interest.
they control Ghana. Yeah.
Good. They have a lot of interest in Ghana, in Liberia, their foster child, which they will cherish to protect, although not at all costs. So the Americans will not give them the chance to turn the role of Nigeria into, Islamic, republic. Because one thing with the Americans is this: they are not only thinking of today; they are thinking of 50, 100 years from now. If they
Yes.
lose Nigeria, what will be the impact on the United States in 100 years' time? These are things they are trying to foresee. They must have foreseen it, but they won't make it known to anybody. So when they are, when they are pursuing certain policies, it might look strange to you and me, but their national interest is well cut out. They know exactly what they're in for. And
Yes,
I was
but the
told
same
that
thing with the not to cut you, but it's the same thing the Islamic states do. Their plan for the whole region. As
look
at
at
today,
look.
as at
Sorry,
today, they are in terms of population, they are the most populated region in West Africa. They dominate Niger. They dominate
no.
pretty much. They are very strong in
The
Cameroon.
Islamic fundamentalists, they have a very serious problem. No government anywhere in the world has been able to come out, chest out to say, we support them. The way the Americans, the British, or whatever it is, we support any country. Even Saudi Arabia, Iran, and all,
Yeah,
they are not able to come out openly. And mention one state,
because
mention one state
yes,
that the Islamic fundamentalists have been able to conquer and set up a responsible government.
no, I see your point. I agree with what you are saying, and that is due to the fact that out of the three factors that actually make you powerful is economic and military. Then before the ideology. So in this area, the Christian state led by the United States is leading. Is more powerful in terms of military, and they are economically more superior. So they can afford to come out physically at any time, at any point, and say this is what they want, and they dime the consequences, or anybody is going to challenge them. Now, the Islamic world are not there yet. They are just busy trying to populate the world, right? That will give them at least a little leverage, which is what they are doing in the West African space in terms of their leveraging on the population. They are pretty much in every government except Ghana. Ghana is pretty much 100% run by America, from their airports to their governments to their military. Right? In Nigeria, you can't say it like that. They run our economy as it is. They haven't been able to run the state ideologically. It's still being 50-50. Militarily, I think the Islamic State is leading in Nigeria. If you if you compare with what is going on, right? I think the Nigerian military is weak. That is because they are in control, if you ask me. They run Niger 100%. They run Mali, Burkina Faso. They are there. Cameroon, they are the main opposition to the government. So they also have their plan cut out across. It's just that they cannot speak out, as you rightly pointed out, because they don't have the military chest to back anything they say out. Because if America, if you challenge them or if you confront them, they will test you militarily. So they are not a fan of going back and forth with you for too long.
Is it true that the Americans are building the largest consulate or embassy in Lagos?
Yes, that's
Yes.
in
If they are,
yes, okay. Go ahead.
if they are building such a gigantic project in Lagos, it means they have a long-term plan.
No, no. I mean, what they are planning is not now. They just want to. They know to contain China is not going to be minimum 15 years.
Look,
That means they are directly
the,
confrontation for the next 15 years.
the Americans have already seized Nigeria from Britain. They've taken Nigeria over from Britain.
Yes,
And
that was they started
good,
in before 60s and they finished in
good,
79.
good. And whatever plan they have in mind for taking Nigeria from Britain is a long-term plan, which they are not ready to give up because of Islamic fundamentalists. And if they
Yeah,
surrender,
that's what
Nigeria,
Second World War.
yeah,
That's what Second World War is about. Oh, sorry.
if they surrender Nigeria and other West African states to the fundamentalists, their grip on Africa will be very shaky. You see, what the fundamentalists want is a country that they are firmly in control of, 100%, which they have not been able to achieve anywhere. This is one problem the fundamentalists are facing. So I doubt if they will succeed in the long run in overrunning Nigeria. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting because yeah, Second World War was about taking over the British Empire. That was what at the core of the Second World War. So since they emerged victory, they just started taking them one at a time from India to everywhere, and they are still on it. So the I don't know if because it's I think the next 80 years, America are moving into the next world is going to they will not care how you govern yourself. That's why I am giving the Islamic State a huge chance of declaring Nigeria as an Islamic state. Because
No,
let me finish this. What the Americans are working on, the war that is currently going on is a war that will usher them to control you from either Silicon Valley without them necessarily even care who you elect to be your president or not. So if they link all our finance into one system from the village, all the money you are collecting, if it's going through their system, they don't really care who govern you, how you govern yourself. If they can have the control or direct access to your natural resources without any competition out there, they don't care how you govern yourself. So that's where they are going to. It's called technocracy.
no, look,
So they don't care if everybody is a Muslim. They don't really care. In as far as they are a country, just like Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is a good example.
look, they care. You know why? Look at
Yeah.
10/11. Is this September 11? Level
Mhm.
11. Good. The aim of the terrorists is to destroy America, just like the Palestinians saying that they want to destroy Israel, come what may, that Israel should not exist. The Islamists, they want to destroy America. And the more bases they have in different countries, the more they'll be able to achieve their goal. This is the reason why the Americans, they are ready to go after the Al Qaeda boys in Kuwait, in Qatar, wherever they are. They send drones, taking them off. They don't want to give them the chance to congregate in an area where they will be able to be plotting and carrying out their plot. That September 11 took them unawares. If they had told Americans that on a particular day, terrorists on the soil of America can hijack 4 aeroplanes at the same time and commit such irreparable havoc, nobody will believe. This is because they
Ah,
had they had the chance to operate in certain places. When it happened, immediately they went to Afghanistan because that's where Osama bin Laden was based. They reduced Afghanistan, they bombed them back to Stone Age before they pulled out eventually. So they cannot take that risk again of allowing the Islamists to go and settle somewhere where they'll be plotting and carrying out deadly attack on Western countries. The Americans
Yes,
cannot
but
take.
Mr. James, you need to factor in the level of advancement in their weaponry now. You see the way they invaded, you see the way they carried out attack on Iran. It was very swift. That is the next form of warfare. They don't need to even have a base in your domain.
Look, let me
No,
tell you.
let me finish this.
Let me quickly interrupt. The Americans are ready to fight any war, send war and things like that a million times. What the Islamists are looking for is only one success story, and that is all. Only one success story. If they can explode a nuclear device in the United States, wipe them only one success story, no matter what it takes. What's the difference between America and Islamists?
Mr. James, what I'm trying to say is to bomb Nigeria, they don't need to have troop or fly plane to Nigeria. They can operate their drone from Germany. From Germany, drone will come and do whatever they want to do and go back within seconds. That's the nature of the war we're heading to. So they don't need, that's why they don't necessarily have to be in our face. They don't, as I said, they don't care how you govern yourself. The way it is, they will operate the bombing of Abuja all the way from France without thought, because very soon you will hear the news. They are trying to merge the AFRICOM with NATO. They don't even have to have a direct military base looking at Africa anymore. So the nature of warfare has changed. Let me not say it's changing, has changed drastically. As I said, a clear example you need to take from is what they did to Iran a couple of months ago. So they don't actually, you just have to, it's an evolution. In fact, you have to come that way. When the British were colonizing us, they have to be on ground, because that is pretty much you can transfer the wealth direct to their place. By the time the Americans take over in the 60s, they decide to go into what they call soft power, USAID. They use their company, their corporation, their NGOs, their personnel to transfer their wealth. So the next phase of transferring wealth, they don't have to be here. As I said, it's all about data. They don't have to be with us physically. And if they want to attack us, the logistic doesn't have to be that much. So it's yes.
Okay. My son will be 7 years. All right. Do you know what he says Christmas gift will be? Huh? You know what I want to do for the Christmas gift?
What?
Say that he had to register here and no right drum. You say I should go and find where he's going to like to write drum. So he can kill the bad people.
They can kill the black people.
All right. He can kill the bad people. He want to learn to fly drone so he can kill the bad people. Yeah. You understand my point? Guys, it's not about now come on, go alive. Now drum me want come on. We want to know how everything is. Do you know I think I was listening to one US senator. I don't know which last week. They moved the International Space Center, I think, to which state? The guy was saying whoever control the sky, control the military might. Who control the sky, control the military might. So that's why they moved their destiny to whose state is that? Arizona here. They moved their destiny to.
Yes.
Forgot it. He said, he said whoever control the sky, control the power. All right, they're not sending anybody.
Yeah, because
anybody.
The British dominated the land. They came and dominated the sea. Now the sea domination make them win Second World War. So then now here who control the air?
Who control the air, control everything. That's what the guy said. That's why they moved their space center to Arizona here. So leave that story.
There's a lot of things. There's a lot of Mr. James. If they can't change this that America is going through, they are not just saying it. You know, it's not that we are just arguing. In the next couple of years, 4 or 5 years, you will see the kind of changes that will hit everybody. The way we live, the way we do things will be changed 100%. So people that one is under the radar. America don't necessarily blow their trumpets when it comes to that. They rather amplify their enemy's strength so they can keep getting money from the people. So they will tell you Chinese are coming to destroy us. They are saying that for a reason. So I think because the Trump administration have set up a committee just to focus on that domination, bring the private guys, so the kind of innovation, development, factory building that is going on has never been seen before in this part of the world. Like it's going on like like it's just crazy. It's just crazy. So the world will be, you will see the superiority. Everybody will start showing that superiority in the next couple of years.
Do you know why I laugh? Wait, do you know why I laugh? For Trump to come out to tell you Nigeria is a country of particular concern. Trump is the one that will tell you that you can't tell your enemy that you are coming to kill him. You kill the enemy. All right? All right? You understand my point?
Yeah.
So leave that in. If America coming for Nigeria, now broadcast you go hear them. Say the terrorists have taken out overnight. Now the money broker like those morning brokers. Now normal thing. Now money brokers you go hear them. No be.
They know what they want.
So they are not coming to. Now morning broadcast you go just hear breaking news. ISWAP leader West Africa. Look at that. I'll be taken out. They give you evidence, give you photo, give you everything. That's how it is. They are not ready to like. If your care is not taken, Nigeria no get a space. Drum don't release the Nigeria. They take cameras, photos, videos of all these guys' movements. It isn't a human being. They don't date there. They session there. They take video, pictures of all over Nigeria. They know what they do every day. Drum don't date there already. Their work. If you mistake enter a drum room here, you will say, what are they doing? Their work is just taking pictures and video. Nothing. They are not there to do anything. No picture and video they are taking. Every move, everything they take pictures and video, both night vision and everything. In the night, daytime, they're taking video. They can do it a month. You know, remember, if they want to, they know that they have so many groups, like 5 groups. They can't do one and leave one. They have to take all at once. You understand my point? They are taken. Remember, if they are raiding here, remember how America raid here. You don't want to raid a syndicate, anything. You have 5 members in 5 states. They will take all of you in the same hour, the same minute, the same seconds. They won't do Texas, leave Arizona alone. They will the same time. They will going to take all of you at the same time as they are taking somebody in somebody called Ike in Atlanta, somebody called so in Texas. So they're already taking the same seconds. Not like they take Ike, you call so run. No, as they are busting your room, they are busting all of you at the same time. So that's just what's holding them. If my name is correct, they want to get all these people in a way that when they go out, they take all of them at the same time, in the same minute and everything, So let's leave that story. If they want to come after Nigeria, Nigeria will not even see it coming. They won't even announce it. It's simple. It's simple. They will not announce it. So let's leave that story of attacking Nigeria. What do you want to attack? If they want to attack Nigeria will suffer for 5 minutes. Nigeria will suffer for 5 minutes. Now that to Kano fighters, I go help. Ovie, you hear me? Now that they are Tukano fighter, that Tukano fighter they say give Nigeria, they maintain them, get contract. Now that thing go take up by himself, take in hand they bomb Nigeria. No with them, no with them program them. My brother, program and everything go start by himself. Simple as ABCD. Take in hand they do it in Nigeria by themselves. So they're not coming to do anything, just to make sure that okay, look at how it is. You know, you are telling America, if you remember, if they send 50s Americans, 5 could be Nigerians. Notice all the Americans are white or white. If you are 50 guys, I'll show you that 20 could be white, Hispanic could be 10, black could be 10. You said that 10 were the black, 5 would be Nigerians. It's no be talker. So it's not about this or that. 5 could be Nigeria. And I tell you, in next 10, 15 years, Nigeria is going to control the command. Most guys now, younger boys, they're going to the military, like, see, they're going to like heavily in Navy, in the Air Force, and all the other places. I know a few of my uncles, all their kids, they are all there, doing good, you know, doing good, studying, warfare and everything, you know. So no, that's how it is. So when people they talk, and they love them. And they love them because they don't know who they are dealing with. They don't know who they are dealing with. They know who they are dealing with. They will not underestimate terrorists with they don't program even a little kids here, like my kids, they've all been programmed about, like, they don't program. We all know the fact that kids are programmed to see Trump as a bad person. It's a program. You're some, if you ask my kids now, who is Trump? He tell you he's a bully. He said this to this. How do you know? Who told you? It's a program. They already programmed their mindset. See Trump even before the election that he's a bully. Why is he a bully? They can't tell you, but they already been programmed. All right. Just like when we are growing young, we watch some movies. We are programmed to see that, okay, Muslim this thing war between we watch Rambo, watch this. All these are program movies. You see those countries as a bad people. All right. You just like it's not a program. When they program it, right now they program the Islamic State. Even a kid that is born 34 years old is already planning how to kill the bad people. And who are the bad people? He will tell you who the bad person is. So you already have a program. In next generation, it remains there. Just like what we do, just the way Nigeria is. If the program say you're a bad person, this region is bad. If you are growing up, they may not do anything. Just like people will come to the Igbo person, do the Igbo person. It's a program stuff. It's not that the Igbo man have don't do anything to you, but you are a program to see that this person is bad. So you see that a bad person, but you cannot tell me what that person did that make me a bad person. So it's a program. So nothing can change it. In time to come, leave that story. Leave that story. Who control the sky, control the world. Control the sky, control the world. And who control the world now? It's America. I don't see them giving it out soon. I don't see them giving it out soon. I don't see them letting go very soon. I don't see them go soon. It's going to take time. Because these guys are more advanced, 50 years behind the world. Not that they're even in 2026. You know, people don't understand. They won't tell you they are 50 years behind what other people are doing right now. They are behind what you are thinking that they have. Who police the police? Nobody police the police. Police is the honor. So they are 50 years behind. If you watch most of the guys, it's a secret, but most of the guys that know what it is, their technology is military technologies is 50 years behind what the world are seeing. 50 years beyond what the world are seeing. So, but they won't come out. Who monitor them? Who tell them what to do? Who tell them what not to do? They do whatever they want to do. They are 50 years behind what the world are seeing. So that's why they are very proud. You know, they're very proud of it. So, brother, Nigeria, we are there. So, which way forward? That's what we're talking about. No, for me, I got everything to lose. My family are still there. I won't join those that because I won't be those that join those that will say America. Guy, this country gave you everything in life. You're there talking rubbish. Your kids are here. You're going to school, doing everything. Are you still there talking? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I won't join those that will come here and they condemning what's make no sense. This is where I get my daily bread. This is where half of my almost everybody in my family survive. My kids are here doing good. You know, you expect, yes, now my brother, you don't know how this work, man. Some people don't know how it works. That's why when I see them talking, I just keep on laughing. I just keep on laughing. I laugh because they don't understand how things work, is running here. The Nigerians are pulling, as I said earlier on, they are pulling a very big shots here in terms of real estate. Nigerians are heavily. That's when you talk about it. They will even send you. There's no, see, they will even send you. They are giving a very big shot here. They are doing good, like in a way that forget this Hausa Igbo, Yoruba, some people that come online that makes that thing up. That's I always say it. I play soccer here, my soccer team. If you come here, we play soccer. Even though it's not even on my leg. If you come that place, you see at least not less than 500 Nigeria guys of different way of life. Everybody play soccer together. There's nothing like if you come to our field where we play soccer, we have about like I would say 10, 15 field posts. Come there on Saturday. Shayo Day. Come there on Saturday, you will say what is going on here. Everybody enjoy their life. Monday, everybody go to work, living their life. Everybody pull off with their cars, play soccer, go, enjoy, chat, laugh, worry. Call everybody names. Everybody go. So that's how it is. But some people will come and try to stay in a comfort zone, try to dictate how things are being done. When some people are pulling the shot here, man. When some people are pulling the shot here, you know. They are pulling the shots, they are pulling the plug. Nobody, they are making money from streaming. Think I have arrived, or from content creating. Think I've arrived, but I never arrived. That money they make, now money for one shot of anything for here. Over now as they go, that money they are making, they're making you to feel like you have arrived. But when I swear they buy anything for that's a bottle of anything. Now they make noise. Somebody will close that, take and buy a photo of nice. Now you make them close mouth. They shall say have arrived. Arrive where? God will help us. God will help us. God will help us. Judgment yesterday have been done. I won't because of judgment have been done. I can't say okay. Pull a plug that so person. Yeah, I know. Yeah, things are not right, but we have to fix it. We have to face it. Has to face it. Even a little baby will see that something is wrong. Because okay, are you listening to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you watch that this is yesterday, it was like during the Easter time. During the Easter time, all right. When we go Station of the Cross, I know you have gone Easter Station of the Cross. There's a particular person of the Bible. Saying John, other John is very a long version. That is the sentence, part of Salet, chief priest, something for that, and the whole guy. What I thought was, I just when I was in there, I saw like he looked like this guy just reading First John. He will see the narrate. He just narrate. What the guy was trying to do is to narrate how Nnamdi Kanu was addressing the people. I said, George, I'm asking Nnamdi Kanu. Is that what you want to say? Then he will narrate. Then he will change his voice. Just like and Jesus said, "Are you the Son of God?" The guy said, "No, I am." Somebody, I was like, like a narrator. What is narrating? That one I said, "No, I'm not more watching this thing." It become a joke. You become a joke. You make the case a joke because as me you went direct, give your judgment. So go ahead and give your judgment. You know, not dribble this, do that, do that. At the end of the day, you see that everybody's a fool. You go online now. Yeah, people may not like Nnamdi Kanu, but you go online. You take a survey online. See everybody's angry. Go see a survey online. Everybody's angry about the whole thing. Some people don't like him, but they become angry because of the whole thing. And you will not like person, but because of the whole thing, they become angry. Even those that don't support him, because of the whole thing, they are all angry because the whole thing was done. You see that there is a my wife like asking me in the morning. I wake up around 4. Trashing me. I was like, who is that reading? Is it don't he go to school? I was like, I can't even tell you that. He said, oh, John, that person didn't he go to school? Look at the way he just reading the whole thing and pronouncing the word. Didn't he go? Even my son that is 7 years can read better than that. Just when you are trying to please people, he just mess yourself up. You know, he trying to please people, he mess yourself up. So end of the day, I said, it doesn't change anything. It doesn't bring back, it doesn't make that peace in Nigeria. Or if you sentence him to death or life imprisonment, it doesn't change that, okay, that peace in Nigeria. It doesn't change that Nigeria is better without him. You know, people are still dying and being kidnapped after as they are sentencing him. They are also kidnapping people. So what is the extent? You know, they are also kidnapping as they are sentencing him to life in prison as kidnapping people. And nobody is talking about it. Somebody has said this just this was a more of a distraction. So, and also it's like I see that as like all their mind was like by now the searches have been boiling. But that just the whole thing. I will tell you the truth. Everybody was like, by now the searches is on fire. Everybody will be running. They won't see that. They won't see it coming. Their mind like, okay, by now the searches is will be boiling. Now when you boil like that, they will what would they take United States? Not only Christian that is killing, even in searches, everybody is all over the place. That was the whole. Everybody saw that. Everybody saw that happening on the wall. Their mind was that by now the status will be boiling. Everybody will be like, if that will be boiling, people will start dying and that's not the case here. That's not nobody ready. Everyone saw that already. Because the drama is already played. People saw that coming. So nobody's ready to dance to their tones, you know. Nobody's ready to dance to the tone, you know. So they will tell you that not only the north part, even the south is they are all kidnappers, they are terrorists all over the place. So it's not only the north. It's not only Muslims killing Christians, that Christians are killing Christians, especially in southeast. You know, that's what they will tell you. Then the whole topic will change. The whole scenario of Christian genocide will start changing. But it doesn't play like that. You are making a judgment. You want to drag people's head together. You bring the British people into the scene, the American into the scene, the Fulani people into the scene, the Yoruba people into the scene, the Igbo elite into the scene. You know, when you bring them in, so that the French German, all these guys said on broadcast, so that everybody will be angry. You know, is that how to make a judgment? Just narrate a story that somebody have written for you. I didn't even practice. You know, at least you practice that overnight. You know, at least pretend as if you don't write it. Practice overnight, pretend as if you don't write it. Now, yeah, you know, that he pretend he has to study the script very well. Pretend as if you don't write it. No, but he didn't. He just came and started reading like a elementary school kid that is even read better. And that what make everybody now, both the IPOB battalion and everybody is been to okay, why J this guy, you know. That's how it is. That's how it is. And those that are saying the Igbo it is true. I don't know if they have even visited the Igbo. I tell people, the truth is that most people have not even visited the statistics. You understand my point? Most people have not visited the statistics. They just run on narrative of what they had. They now visit the statistics. They visit statistics from Father will tell you from Onitsha to Port Harcourt. You will ask yourself, is it here people are saying that people are dying, that are destroyed? Is it the city? They will tell you, is it the city that people are dying? All this, yeah, there's something going on, but it's not the way people think. You know, if you are coming from the north, for example, you are You are coming from all the way from the north through Benue. Immediately you enter Enugu, the breeze, the whole thing will change. You see that you are coming from here to here. Everything will change. You are coming from the south, from southwest. Immediately you cross on the chart, you enter Asaba. You will see another type of breeze. Yeah, we all know this narrative of what is going on. You know, you see another development. Yeah, we are saying we are marginalized. We don't see federal government presence in our community. Yeah, it's truth. Everybody I tell you, if I show you this December now, okay, they listen.
Yeah.
If I tell you this December now, the amount of money for us to grade our road, fees gutter, do everything, my kindred, my village is doing. You understand what I'm saying? If you see if you see if you see the quote that the grade and everything give to us for the rest and everything are going to pour for people to pass and let it be motorable. Who is doing that? It's from our own pockets. Government is not doing nothing. Shishi, nothing. You know, everything you see is from our own pocket. It's not for the government. Nobody is supporting anybody. So we all know that. You know, we all know that, and we'll be doing that. You know, we'll be doing that. Both the school, you reach an extent that the school in my place, we are paying the teachers from here. Then you reach an extent we pay the teacher from here. You have we pay the teachers, we employ the teacher from the federal government. If we in this school, they don't pay them, we have to continue to start pay the teachers. You reach that extent. We pay the teacher by ourselves, people so that the children can be teach. You know, we pay the teacher by ourselves. So children can go to school. We are sitting at home. The chairs in the school, my wife, I know how many you have donated. It is not cheap, you know. So that's how every Saturday lives. My community meetings every year they donate chairs to the schools to the schools in my school in my place. We pay teachers, the men pay teachers, the women make sure that the books everything is being replaced every year. The library is being replaced. The chairs are doing good. The teachers are well taken care of so they can teach people. So that's why you see in cities the children there come out like no matter how it is, how bad it is, they always come out in flying color. Because in my place, I believe that the only way to succeed is by going to school. That's just it. If you are in my like where I come from, if you are 21, you start eating mommy, thank you. They will chase you away from the house. You eat in the morning, say ma thank you. In the afternoon, pa thank you. They will look at you like, God, you're not serious. Oh. Age of 21, you're still eating mama thank you. You met her in school. You know, I made her in the market, learning how to survive their life. You are still here telling mommy, ma thank you, pa thank you. For my place, it doesn't work that way. You know, you don't go to school. Everyone will go to school. You sit at home. But they will come looking for you in the morning. They will call you. My uncle will come back and ask you why are you at home? Why are you not in school? So that's the extent that we help ourselves to grow. It's not more talk. You know, that's how we help ourselves to grow. So when people come here and start talking all those that have free education and this one, I look at them like, oh, it doesn't work that way, man. In fact, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. You know, we live with we survive by community efforts. We don't survive by the government. Well, all of us are like survive by community efforts. That's how we survive. You know, we survive by community efforts. So most of the 80% mostly survive with community efforts. Brothers, sisters, people around you, you know, so help support. That help most of us survive. You know, so we don't need anything for government present. But all the thing we are asking for, let everybody give us a free and fair. Like we don't want you to come and build airport. They give the license. I tell you, you don't give the license. You know, do what? Just open it up, open the country up. Everybody a level playground. If you level playground, then let's see how it goes. Just level playground. I don't want you to give us 1 billion or 2 billion. Just a level playground. Open the bucket, the level playground. You know, so let everybody hustle. Make everybody hustle for their own. That's how I believe. Everybody hustle. Not because I say my name is Chiboza. I cannot. I'm paying tax every day in the market. I'm paying tax. Then the tax money is there. When it's time to it's time to give back to the community. You give people that doesn't even pay tax. You're using the local government money. Half of the money that comes from the local government are from the tax generated from the marketplace every day. Then when you're about to give a free healthcare, if your name is not so name, you can't get any benefit. But the money is coming from same person that you say they can't get the benefit. Every day, yeah, every day I'm delivering 5,000 every day from each local government collector, from this tax to this tax to this tax. Every year I'm putting money together. I'm paying tax of 100,000. Then when I have issues, I want to take from the local government, because my name is that I'm not qualified, but I'm qualified to pay the tax. Then when we say this is not one Nigeria, someone will tell you that you are wrong. It doesn't run that way. It doesn't run that way. You don't know, people tell me you are wrong. When you say, and someone will tell me, so why are you, because you don't complain. I should not complain. No, that's sometimes that will make me mad. If you don't complain, you mean I should not complain. Allow me to complain my own complaint. If no complain, you close your mouth. They don't tell me I should not only me that's having the problem, but because nobody's complaining, I should not complain. That they make me know, like, okay, you're offending me because they beat you, you didn't cry, and it pain you, you didn't cry. Yeah, what you're expecting? If I've been beaten, I should also not cry. I enjoy it because everybody's been beaten, not only me. No, I will tell you that your mind, this thing is beating me, it's paining me. I can't endure anymore. Then if you want to enjoy, you can enjoy your own. For me, it's paining me, man. I will cry. So that's the only thing that I know. I know, you know. If you talk, you go die. If not, you go die. So better talk. Oh. If you keep on talking, if everybody keep on talking, shouting, Nigeria, they'll start facing Nigeria. The people come online and talk, shut up. Come online and make all the intellectual discussion. Read all the whole map. Ask them to go back now. They can't. Uh, okay, not that easy. Not that easy.
Easy. If it is in a
Not that
setup.
easy, man. Easy in a setup. Who say easy in a setup, man? Na serious setup. Who say easy? Na serious setup. Now who don't know rule? Who don't know who know who don't know where then start? You not gonna know you not gonna know where I go from the beat 'em. Until the rain beat you, understand? Say easy no be here. Easy no be here. People, you don't know what people are going through. People are going through stuff. When people talk, you that don't even know anything. When this Plateau State issue come out, I between thought, yeah, I remember. Man, I used to go to Shandan years back. Like, enjoy. If I go to Shandan, all right, local government that time, Plateau State. Anytime I go to Plateau State, at least once in a month, all right, I go to Plateau State. At least food. Man, I go buy a food good, fish, yam, load for the Yonsha Grove, send and go Abuja, go Lagos to my people. Station down there, enjoy my life, come back. Well, this one now, one day, that day, I just came to Jos. Anyway, no Jos, no hand. I just came to Jos that day. Boy, because the hotel where I be staying, the guy I work for, he owns the hotel. It's like a presidential studio. He is a customer officer, so he owns the hotel. So yeah, I always stay the hotel, then I come. So and the guy no day, the guy go China, go buy stuff. I enter that morning, sleep, I enter night. Well, as I wake up like this, now smoke everywhere. Wouldn't they happen? Everywhere they blow, everywhere they blow, everywhere they burst. Well, I said everywhere they burst. Then when this thing started, everywhere they burst. That's a between that. I know you have started little by little, but you have not gone in a full force. It was between the time I think 2000 and that was is it 2005, 2006? Between 2005, 2005, that time. Wetin happen? They say for town. They want the Amy, they want me to give them 1 pound, maybe they put inside their Amy there. Those ones they say they are not Muslim, they are not Hausa, so they are Christians. They don't want that. Oh boy, they say they kill them all. Oh boy, the youth verse, the youth verse, they revenge with knife, cutlass, every other place. Now military second, even the military. I saw this in my local eye. Now military second, they hold the youth back, they arrest them when they were dying in just time that period. Before this entire Shanda local government, even that my other time, in mother-in-law was killed, butchered. They brought all of them run, come out from yeah. You know, it's small shit. It was massive. It was massive. Now that they see a peaceful state, they turn into a blood barrel because you want to take over want to take over part of their town. They tell you no, then you cause mayhem. You know, it cause mayhem. Start charging them anyhow. No, no. But and the worst thing be say they sent defense headquarters from Abuja to Jos that time. They got, the President Hotel now, the general, the lieutenant, and all those big orga, and the hotel in day. They just sit down inside room. They find woman. It was totally shut down because the city was on shutdown. Was on coffee, like coffee like this, overnight coffee, shut down. Those are no care. What did they do after now? They had to go take the woman for West of Mind. You know they call West of Mind for Jones. Michelle, you know him. If you be guys, anybody where they go Jones, they use the West of Mind. Ovie, you hear that talk?
Yeah, there.
If you they go Jones, you know the West of Mind. If they go Jones, you know the West of Mind for Jones. That mean never you know be guy. If you be guy in a 24 hours small place, they close everything there that place. Food, drink, woman, they food that place. 24 hours. They're gonna waste of me. Because their mind go waste. You don't gonna say they this word again. Those idiots they find where the one go waste of mind, go carry woman. When just they born. I thought they love and they don't get money. The one of course say that time Nigeria never advanced in technology or all this NTM, this that everybody carry cash mostly. You go carry cash, must go come, they share money. Now they don't even come to drink beer. Now me, maybe say because I carry money enter just that day. I carry money and take work enter just. Now me come in they buy beer for them, they drink. Can I pay me pass? To buy fuel, they don't see money. It takes 3 days for them to get money. Then you see, them allowed. Oh, no, they get bullets. They these are healers with carry what they call as APG for the front. Not what they get. Bullet how they get. They don't get money. They don't get, they don't get only bullet at least they get. And they know they come on. Now they go to hotel there. The hotel they talk, they go drive when they go drive in, when they go drive out. Talk. In the evening, they will just go patrol, start they shoot radically on the air. They go shoot for D joints, move D joint, shoot, go here, go shoot, come back on there, come they drink beer. People with the checkpoint. Now I tell you, they say they be general. People with the checkpoint carry load to 3 court block motor. They collect money. Boy, I see that. I'm like, what? People are dying. Go inside the town, inside the village, inside the little town, 10 minutes away from where you are. People are dying there. You are here in beer, scaring. Why they are shooting gun? Why do they shoot gun? So that people look approach their area where they. So they will scare them away so that the military in this area, not to go and save people that are dying. They're just shooting to scare people away. Lock the gate of the hotel, carry 2 army in another place, block road. Those ones all sit down, they talk stories, nothing. But it's a pity Nigeria have got the state that they have gone. But nothing anybody can do about it. Nobody can do about it. It's already decay. That is not it's already on its way of it's already collapsed. Now we are not what we talk about now is numbers. This guy carried it for come for here. Now we talk about numbers. It's not about people are dying. We talk about how many people die. That is now how many people die. Now we talk now how many people kidnap. Nobody say that they kidnap. Now how many people they kidnap. Now we talk about now nobody they kidnap. How many people or how many people die. Now who they talk now? We're not talking about if it's going on, it's not going on. Now how many people now numbers now who they run now? Now numbers, how many people die? Now who they run? If they don't kill Christians, yeah, it's normal thing to kill. Now numbers that they talk, nobody even say they're killing. So what will you call that? Yeah, people are dying here. You know it that in this where we are, people are if you yeah, I'll tell people that people are dying here. All right, people are dying. People are shooting people. All right, but they have taken most of the where we did now. Everybody they mad. Everybody no get they no get conscience for here. Everybody do as they like. But then at the end of the day, the government have done a lot. Especially this Trump administration have done a lot. In terms of school shooting, everything, they've done a lot. They hear people's complain. They've done a lot. Do bad in administrator. People won't take that one. And nobody will tell you that. If a helicopter passed my head, I will call my school, my children. I say, everything okay? That was all right. A helicopter wave above the air. What's going on? Is there where he started? Started look news. If there's any school shooting anywhere. You understand my point? So, but recently, you have nothing like that. Yeah, if you open news in the morning, you will see here 2 die here, 4 die here, 3 die here, 7 die here. But at the end of the day, those people that all of them will be captured one time. I give them 24 hours. All those people, if you like, cover your face from head to toe. They're taking you down. The next, even not one person, even that hit and run, they are taking you down for in next 6 hours. If you like, cover your face, hit and run, they will take you down. That's how country operates. We don't tell that we didn't tell that here is more secure. But what is that when you do something, you can be held accountable for it. It doesn't matter who you are. I remember my first year here. I was like I will use it like I will use it in like I would say it's for the general police in Nigeria. The department for the department here. The guy, he drive himself with this their Ford. Is he didn't see that as that's a homeless guy crossing the road. He hit the guy. All right. Then they drive himself for them saying can escort. They he's going to work that morning. He had to pedestrian crossing. He didn't he didn't see it. He hit the guy. The guy know that nothing. Oh boy, police come that place. Boys come. Men come. Give them tickets. Can I go defensive driving? They sent the Oga go defensive driving one time. It was on the news. I was like, Jesus. They carry the Oga go defensive driving. Go for 8-hour class. When they go teach how to drive. That's your ticket. Can I go defensive driving? It was on the news. That country that work. Just like it's a general police for Nigeria. You cannot go make you go learn how to drive. He's a good move motor. the guy go to do driving, give him tickets about 300 or something dollars. He go pay, he go court, go pay, then go for defensive driving. So he has to go defensive driving, carry the certificate when he don't acquire, carry go court, go go show them say you don't do you don't do maybe they discharge in case or anything entire record. I was like, man, if nothing at all, that one there was like I just can't imagine if it's the general police or ordinary DPO, a station DPO, that can't happen. I just put two of them side by side. I was like, Jesus, this is it. You don't know where we are. We know how we live our life here. Whether good or bad, we all know how we live our life here. And if anybody tells you that all the 7 count charge when they take claim Nnamdi Kanu that yesterday, all of us almost guilty of terrorism, if that's the case. Both online. Not be online with a day. Not be online with a day. If they arrest anybody, he cannot go court in a terrorism with that too. Because all of us have always everybody have said it. Everybody have used the language anyhow. Even yesterday, people are using the same language. You are also the one condemning him. They are also the one using the same language who's they condemn him for. So everybody in Nigeria will be charged for terrorism. Then if they use that law, start convicting people, Nigeria will be a better place. If the way they treat Nana the Kanu, they start treating people like that. You see my point? Nigeria will be a better place. Import something without following the due process. Now terrorism. Then nobody will be importing anything. Everybody will just keep. If you import something, if you go to Nigeria, you declare your asset. So what do you carry? You carry 500,000. You say you carry 100,000. If they catch you, say you carry 500,000. Now terrorism be that. That what that means. It's a terrorist. It's a terrorist offense. Is against the custom law and the terrorism be that. If you know most of the team cancer they brave everybody in Nigeria, even adapt everyone committing it there every day. But it doesn't matter. So I advise the federal government that you start using all those laws, you know, they start using it, then Nigeria will be a better place. If everybody will be go accountable for whatever they say. Only comment you make, you're accountable to it, then everyone understand Nigeria, they will fix Nigeria. And I'll tell you the truth, if they start holding people accountable, the way they hold not accountable for what he said, you know, with mouth. If they start holding people accountable like that, then Nigeria will change. If someone like Enso Lomo, that one should be a 2-count terrorist charge. By now, not 24 imprisonment for a day. If you follow the whole thing now, because that's the same thing now the Kanu said that what Enso Lomo did. You know, you say you know the same thing. Also, a man should have 21 years imprisonment. Life imprisonment, I mean, not imprisonment. But the same thing that the council said, that was the thing he said. You know, but was he arrested or anything? No. Most people in Nigeria, almost everybody, well, everybody will be in jail for terrorism. Life sentence for everybody because everybody is doing the same thing. But it doesn't count. So if they start implementing using Nandi case, not the Kanu case, start judging people. Now guys they enter jail. Oh. Now life sentence, bro. People Nigeria go change. Oh. That's just it. They use now at least they do refer to people's case. What happened? So yeah. They bring the con case. They tell you in case of Nandi Kanu and federal government of Nigeria, this is ruling by James Amotosho. You know, for bringing, he's already example. They start using it against everyone in Nigeria. Now everybody will change you. You know, come online. They plan how and want to take power people anyhow. That one there, now terrorism with that also. It's a according to him, he says it's an art. You know, he think about it, attack it, so now terrorism is that. So nobody will come online. They tell you I want to kill everybody for that place. Make only you there. So when you say it's a terrorism, so it's a terrorist offense. So if they start using the case of Nnamdi for everybody in Nigeria, Nigeria will be a better place. But everyone will mind their word. You know, inserting nobody will be inserting against each other because when you insert, it's a terrorist act, liable for life imprisonment. Then everybody will mind their words. Both Igbo, Hausa, Tula, and everybody will mind their word. But he will not jail him for inserting, but somebody else do tomorrow, you let him go free. So he should be an example to everybody. You know, if for inserting anything, it's out of terrorism, so liable or life imprisonment. Court, you know, you have the right to appeal. You know, to my point, that should be it. So Nigeria will be a better place. You know, Nigeria will be a better place. Nigeria will be a better place. So, but you don't just jail this guy for, you know, for something you feel that he said. He cannot prove it. He can never prove it. I'll say this: no, when Nanika started, nobody like my uncle. Them they don't like him. They are like my uncle for the world. They don't like him. But when they start seeing things happening, they begin to say, "Okay, which way forward? How are we going to survive? How are we going to survive?" And he was the only alternative. The only alternative. Roger Costa was here. No, time, you know, the thing was the guy came here. They sit this guy down. Uncle, they sit this guy down. Talk to them. Like the guy raised money for them. Tell them how to so things go better in Imo State. The guy entered there and do his own way. You don't even pick my uncle call anymore. Nothing happened again. then, then all this is happening. People are dying. Everybody find a leg. Everybody find way out. You know, my village group, my village people don't form to take counter insurgencies. Fulani people. No, everything I will contribute money here to buy torchlight and buy cutlass. Again, people will carry gun because you remember now. Some people easily forgotten. Easily forgotten. Southeast between 2015 before now the cannot start. Now the rape, cut in here, the cut in hand. He was all over the social media. Some of them are still brutal. We see. We won't forget easily that what was happening that time. They go to farm, they rape the women, they cut their hair, cut they come out their head, come out their hand, butcher them. If you talk, no farm, nobody go farm anymore. You know, people start crying. I tell you, say one Fulani guy near my house. Yeah, in brother, they do. I know everything cause their problem. When they do sword fight, one kill one, the other one. Oh boy, all my village people run though. Before they break, all of them don't pack. Go to the second village. No say na them, no na them how, na them by themselves. You go village fit because they don't say go bring in brothers, in brothers then come. You are coming with our brothers. Everybody run no fear of. But then all those things come to pass. Well, when now the former final security group, everything was like that time. If you see any people don't understand when this ESM form, all right, everybody was happy. Everybody was happy. Everybody was happy. That time, if you see anybody with Nama, they are going, say they are going out. And now the Kali is coming. All of them on the run. They run come up for Igbo State. Come on about everybody. Piam, they go back to Benue, all those places. You will see them with Nama. They don't move. They follow the power line. They are gone. You won't see them again. Everything start coming down. People, we are so happy. But the power is there. They're not happy about it because as insecurity they multiply, they're making money. So when you think they calm down, they're not happy. They're not happy. So yeah, they're not happy. As things are becoming normal, they're not happy. So they have to do what? Counter. They tell you that ECM means it's a security network. He said it was their idea. That was the oldest governor. It was the idea to form ECM. They formed their own. So you don't know difference between this and this. They're all Eastern, which they come get their own Ebubako security network. It's ECM. So you wouldn't know the difference between the two of them. So that's the whole genesis of the whole thing. Now they started all those rubbish, doing things. This good luck, all right. I was in Southeast when they kicked good luck. I was 15 minutes away from where the scene. All right, I was not far from it, but I have to run. I have to take off. I have to take off because I know what is coming. That period they shot my cousin brother from far. Like they armed this guy. The guy carried a young boy with 3 children. Nothing. He was just going his own. Young people young guys were being killed like goats all over the street. They don't send you if you are outside. I tell you if you youth. Now my people tell me so they make a leave. Young people are being handled, kill like a goat. They shot this guy from far. They aim him with those armed vehicle. The big ones, they shot him, could move his brain. So, all this thing happened, but everybody keep quiet. Nobody was talking. They come with the Operation Python dance. They dance. I know here Python they dance. Python dance, they tire. We forget so easily what we universities have gone through. Even between 2015 and 2020. People forget easily. People forget very easily what we went through. It was a hell. And when I was with my wife, I know what I saw. how I was stopped. Why I they almost it was not it was not a good story, you know. It was not a good story. That's what we talk. People tell you, why are you talking? Why are you talking? It wasn't a good story. My brother, not gonna be easy. Not easy. Not with the not with the I say we know day. Beep, pam pam pam. Hey, hey, baby,
So somebody dey ask you wetin someone ekpa do.
so what?
Somebody dey ask you say wetin someone ekpa do for feeling wey make feel like jail am.
I'll come over here.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
Warning. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
So,
Saturday,
okay.
15 November, Year of our Lord 2025. I've got up now. Elizabeth has gotten up for me. I think she's got up on Getter. I just approved. It's a story from Reuters about Scott Bessent giving an interview, I believe it is, and talking about the Treasury Department made a lot of money on this swap deal they did in Argentina. The concept, and we'll get into more of this next week, of moral hazard is something that, because you're going to get this on AI and all of it, moral hazard, this concept, we'll drill down more of it next week. I think it's more than a philosophical. It's also kind of a practical financial decision. We'll get into that. Ben Harnwood, you'll look at this article. Poso's on a train. They're heading up. Benny Johnson and Posobiec are going to go to this UFC fight tonight. They're taking 3,000 Charlie Kirk, the Turning Point USA, those magnificent Freedom T-shirts up there to share. So it's going to be quite an event. I'm sure we're going to get tons of footage. We're going to get Poso in a moment. He's on, I think, the Acela, heading to New York City from the Washington, D.C. area.
Of command, the Middle East, even the Indo-Pacific.
Of that pivot, why called the Monroe Doctrine 2.0. You've got a magnificent book on biohacking. You got a great hazard, this concept. We'll drill down more of it next week. I think it's more than a philosophical. It's also kind of a practical financial decision. We'll get into that. Ben Harnwood, you'll look at this article. Poso's on a train. They're heading up. Benny Johnson and Posobiec are going to go to this UFC fight tonight. They're taking 3,000 Charlie Kirk, the Turning Point USA, those magnificent Freedom T-shirts up there to share. So it's going to be quite an event. I'm sure we're going to get tons of footage. We're going to get Poso in a moment. He's on, I think, the Acela, heading to New York City from the Washington, D.C. area. We'll get to him in a moment. Brandon Weichert. Brandon, your books, you've got a magnificent book on biohacking. You got a great book on the mullahs in Iran and the whole Persian situation, space. I tell people, if you want a practical book on a topic of geopolitics, I think you're one of the best writers out there, because you don't put a lot of flourish to it. You just get right to the facts and you lay it out. I wanted to get you on this morning because I know you've been very interested. We've been talking now for months that you're very interested and focused on what I would call the Monroe Doctrine 2.0, or President Trump's historic pivot to hemispheric defense.
Yes.
Now, walk me through the architecture of that pivot.
why it's important to the America First and MAGA movement, and then we're going to drill down on the details about Venezuela, because I know you've got not concerns, but I think you've got a very practical way of looking at that. We got Bradley Thayer's got a little different take on it, but we're going to get some different opinions this morning. Brandon Weichert, the floor is yours, sir.
Well, thank you, Steve, as always, for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. The repositioning of the U.S. grand strategy, this is something that Trump is masterminding with his team, including Hegseth and Bridge Colby, who's one of the bright stars, in my opinion, which is why they're trying to take Bridge out. But they have basically, since this summer, been working on a new national security strategy that would reorient our forces away from focusing on European area of command, the Middle East, even the Indo-PACOM area, to prioritizing Western hemispheric defense. The administration has been talking about actually getting rid of AFRICOM. There was one conversation that happened over the summer about that, and merging it with EUCOM, which is European Command, and then deprioritizing CENTCOM so that we can send those resources to Northern and Southern Command. Those are the areas. And the reason is because the post-Cold War unipolar era of America running the world has been over for a while now. It's just we didn't get the memo. And so Trump has recognized this, and he's reprioritizing our base. That is our hemisphere, the way that Russia's prioritizing their hemisphere, the way that the Chinese are prioritizing their hemisphere, because the world is now tripolar. It is three powers that are competing with many other powers rising behind it. And if you don't secure your own home front, that includes Latin America, South America, and the polar regions, you don't have security at all. And right now, the Chinese are crawling all over South America. You talked about Argentina. I had on my show last night, National Security Talk on Rumble, Dr. Elizabeth Buchanan, who is the leading, she's a good friend, she's the leading expert on the polar regions. She's down in Australia, and she was talking about how the Chinese in Antarctica have basically taken over Antarctica, and they're building an archipelago of islands into Argentina. Argentina's ports have been conquered by the Chinese. They're civilian ports. We let it happen over the last decade, and they basically have been encroaching on our hemisphere through not only traditional means, but also from the South Pole. People don't think about this. So bailing out My Lai, while I'm a higher tax bracket, I don't like giving anybody money, but ultimately this was a smart move because we're bailing out Argentina and we're making sure a Marxist doesn't take over there, the kind of Marxists who've been taking over Latin America.
Hang on, as long as we get a situation on the soybeans and the beef in the ports that the CCP is out, that is, I'm hearing that's going on, but that's got, when you say strategic, that's got to happen. While you're on that topic, this is the guys in Canada. What President Trump's argument to Canada is, and they just kind of blew it off, but when he talks about defense, what he's making the point on the Arctic is that Canada is kind of like Ukraine, right? The Chinese and the Russians are up there, and they see the undefended northern territories of Canada. They're going to take a bite. The Canadians got to understand something.
They already are.
They're going to intrude in your territory, and they're going to dare you to do anything about it, and you're going to turn to Big Brother. Go ahead.
We're getting Alberta is the linchpin. So when Trump says Canada is going to be the 51st state, he's speaking, you know, he's vamping, he's having a little fun. But what he's really saying, because I know a lot of the guys in charge of the Albertan separatist movement or their prosperity movement, Alberta, they've already met twice now with the State Department. The Albertans are ready to vote in the next 6 months. They're getting out of the Canadian Union. They're going to become an independent state, independent country. We're going to recognize them, and that's going to put them on the pathway to becoming the 51st state. And here's why that's important. Alberta has a bevy of untapped rare earth minerals. They have the world's largest geothermal energy sources. They have some of the world's largest natural gas and oil deposits. So when Trump says Canada is becoming the 51st state, he's really talking about Alberta, and that's important because that's a gateway to the Arctic. Greenland is another gateway to the Arctic. So when we talk about hemispheric defense, we're not just talking about Latin America. We're talking about the polar regions too, Steve, and how they all link together.
How, give me your thoughts on, right now we have our most sophisticated carrier with its, with not a full strike force, but enough to get your attention, plus an amphibious ready group with, I think, 3,000 fleet Marines and 1,000 sailors off of Venezuela. And so far we shot up some speedboats with drugs coming up, and we've taken them out. But the briefings on Capitol Hill are much deeper than this, right? They're edging up right to the War Powers Act and make sure that there's not going to be any hangups. As you see it right now, strategically, what is going on with President Trump and his thinking on Venezuela?
Well, it's very interesting. You know, President Trump is the deal maker in chief, and everywhere you look, he's cutting deals. He was offered a deal going into Labor Day weekend. I know because I know one of the men who was the intermediary for the negotiations. He was offered a deal that.
Mr. Chris, Happy New Year. Yeah, long time. So you said Class A designated, greetings, my friends. Is it Class A as a terrorist? Or what are you designating me? Or I've been okay, let me continue. Terrorism in Nigeria has become a significant issue in recent years, deeply rooted in various social, political, and economic factors. Yes, that's how the world has been running for a minute. You know, you cannot separate the politics of things and from economy, and that's why those who think America are coming to save the Christians because of their faith. I don't understand how that works, because every other place in the world, they all go hand in hand. And if you want to even go a little bit deeper, you started by saying that the ancient methodology, from that to religious might, I mean, religious belief, you classify it. Be religious, organized religions, from ancient methodologies to organized religions to political ideology and economic ideology. You know, the structure has not been has been running on this for, I think, since recorded history, right? From the ancient methodology, you believe in various gods and what have you, to the organized religions, who all are just the center of grabbing power, political. But the latest one, which the word that they are battling for, you know, that Nigeria is not exempted, is the age of singularity. All right, we are still battling to feed ourselves. That's why we never understand that. That's where all these things is actually. All this war, economic war, religious war, yeah, whatever that you want to praise it, is centered on that the new religion. Some people will call it what will be the grammar they using classifying the age of singularity? Transhumanism, right? We went from ancient methodology to organized religions to political ideology to economic ideology. Now we are getting to that transhumanism. We for Nigeria, we know we are far from that, because this is originating from at the heights of the top echelons of intellectuals, especially those who are AI researcher, AI believer, and all that, which are pretty much the guys who are running the world now, right? From Silicon Valley to Singapore to Beijing, you know, of today. They're all working towards one goal, where you match human with machine, which is pretty much the new religion, if you ask me. So, as I said, maybe not because it's coming from the top echelons of people they classify very, very smart. So, yes, okay, Mr. Chris, maybe I don't to I don't to go into deep, but we live in a global village. So just because our leaders prioritize their greed over competition with other civilization. That doesn't mean we are not affected directly. So which again, if you narrow it down, which is what you are saying, which is what you were pointed out, Mr. Chris, that terrorism in Nigeria has become a significant issue in recent years, deeply rooted in various socio-economic and political factors. But even the political factor is gradually, fading away, because at the beginning of the American colony, when American took over from British, I'm talking about Nigeria in specific, from late 60s to early 70s, in the need to establish an political structure, political ideology is very important. So that's why they I don't know, force our leaders to towards their own political ideology, which is pretty much democracy, and not just democracy as it's been practiced by the British, which is pretty much centered around the three pillars: the states, the royal, and the church. So the Americans say no, we are taking it take the power to the people in the name of representative, where the representative democracy. So they will force us to adopt that system, which is narrowed down to presidential system of democracy, in order for them to have a total grip of how they get access to our resources. But that idea, that political way, a political force that they use in, creating or adopting colonies is gradually fading off. So we are the economy aspect of it for sure, which can never be. It is still very far away from fading out, because that is at the center of the new transhumanism ideology. You need the economy to power the new world, which is where we also Nigeria comes into play, because we are contributed one way or the other to the basics, which is the natural resources. And again, we're also a market, because at the end of it all, you need people to consume whatever it is that is amount of. So we are also contributing to that aspect of the whole thing in a way that is unprecedented in terms of the way our population they increase. Mr. Chris continued by saying, one of the critical underlying cause is the role of compromised elites who, motivated by personal gains, have often failed to address the grievances of the people. Yes, the community, yes. And I've been on that. My supplier is always taking me to the right places. Last month, I started talking, specifically about what is an elite, who is an elite, and the process in which they are being captured. I think I defined elite as individual group of people who have the capacity to persuade others economically, militarily, via force, and soft persuasive in terms of opinion and narrative shapers in the intellectual class, right? And I talked about the easiest way in which they have been compromised is that this super state, superpower, and corporation build financial ties with this our elite, which is the compromise that Mr. Chris pointed out. Once you build financial interests with that, they build with our leaders, and their families, that's the easy way for them to compromise you to get whatever they want. So we are just coming off that, and then the consequences of that is now they feel them physically. So they will look back, they say, that guy with the smoking bull, so actually this is what he's talking about. This why hell yeah. Anyway, Ovie, kudos to you. Your platform truly reminds the finest. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. The depth and quality of the insight shares set it apart from the rest. I don't know how to feel on that one. I won't bust my head. It's refreshing to see such a strong commitment to providing well-researched and thought-provoking content. Keep up the great words. Thank you, and I think the fact that you understand me and where I am headed with my content make it all worth it. So, thank you.
Basically, Maduro said, if you give me a boatload of money and an exit visa to my country of choice, I will leave and give you exclusive access to the rare earth mineral deposits, the natural gas, the oil of Venezuela. Just don't kill me. Trump said, no. He said, I'm not going to take that deal. I'm going to put a force off your coast. I think Trump is trying to take Maduro out, and I think this has to do with the 2020 election. I talked to a guy named Ralph Pizzullo who has a book called The Stolen Election out, and he is convinced that Trump believes that Smartmatic was a Venezuelan company and that they rigged the 2020 election. So this very well could be Trump a revenge play. He wants to also assert our dominance in the region, but he's going to take out Maduro for what he thinks was the great 2020 steal.
Hang on, you used a very interesting term, and it's the first time I've heard it regarding hemispheric defense. You used the term dominance. Walk me through that. President Trump, full spectrum energy dominance is the basis of the turnaround of the American economy.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
When President Trump is looking at this, and this is why Bridge Colby, who says, hey, we've got to compete in East Asia. We have to make sure that we stop the CC.
Bridge Colby, I was recommending his book last week? I've been 2 weeks ago. The Strategy of Denial. How this current administration, how America is forming alliance against to counter the growth of the Chinese people, right? The Chinese Communist Party. And I was talking about, if you want to understand how the alliance is being formed, they actually go state, country by country. Those who will join the alliance because of their own interest, because of their proximity to Chinese, and those who will join because what they are going to gain from the American, which is, again, because they are in their environment and they need their help, which is like Japan, South Korea, Australia. They need them, India. So India, well, America don't really need their per se that they have to entice them. I mean, India is pretty much the other way around. India need America because it will help them to contain China. The growth of China put them at adversary of the country because of their neighbor every goddamn time. So that book I recommend. It's called Strategy of Denial by Bridge Colby. The guy father too was former the CIA director or something like that. So these are real. They are among the American planners they always talk about. These are not elected officials, right? Strategy of Denial, American defense in an age of great power conflicts. Bridge Colby.
CP threat. We got to use the Central Pacific as our pivot, but he's a hemisphere guy. Politico, I don't know if my team has it. Politico has a story that they're coming for the scalp. The neocons are coming for the scalp of Bridge Colby. They think
that's because they want to put Tom Cotton
weak.
in the Secretary of Defense's position.
They want to
this
put
is all
Tom
about
Cotton.
Getting Cotton in. Yeah.
They have two great. Our Secretary of the Army Dan Driscoll and Bridge Colby think like the War Room and think like the America First movement. We got to be strong. In fact, we got to be super strong.
Now, I will play this to actually let those people know where they say, oh, they are not coming for resources. Which kind of resources get? And that's because they don't understand how the world works, right? Now, they went from Argentina to Venezuela. They never talk about religion or even their system of government, even though Venezuela's system of government is pretty much at the center of it all. That's why they want it gone. But they're giving Argentina $20 billion in order for them to kick the Chinese businesses out of Argentina, pretty much, like the soybeans, porks, and all that, right? Now, and they try explaining every time when they say they need your resources, not necessarily because now they need them for themselves. No, they might need it for their allies. Germany know they get gas again from Russia. It only makes sense they link them to Nigerian gas. So goes to France, who has been pushed away from the sub-Saharan region pretty much. It only makes sense that they put everything they can to make sure Bola Tinubu, who is pretty much closer to them, becomes the president. That's one aspect of them wanting your resources for their allies. Two, just to deny their competitor, to starve their competitor to death, for so to speak. Because Russia is actually doing well today, still in war with Ukraine, because the patronage from Chinese that still make their energy industry still going as expected, because disconnecting Europe from them, that would have started them to death, but they got hooked to China. I see that. So starving China, which is pretty much going against China economically via the Belt Road Initiative. So they are not, the war that is going on against China is not because China is a threat to dethrone them as world number one. No, they are very far from that. China has never reached that level that they will be dreaming of. But it is a dream, for they don't even want to allow you dream, not to talk of implementing, realizing your dream. What they are exactly trying to do is to counter China, to contain China, because and the states, in the hierarchy of state, for you to, there's a level to it. You get your economic political freedom first, then the economic freedom follows, which is what we are fighting right now. If you pay attention to even the Buhari administration, they are making audacious move economical in terms of some policies that we don't agree with, and that is because they don't stigmatize us that anything that comes from IMF, World Bank is the way to go, right? But we've done our political freedom. We're in the process of getting our economic freedom, and that's what this confusion is all about, which is pretty much what Mr. Chris touched on. It's politically and economically. So we are fighting for economic freedom at this point. So once you get your economic freedom, which Chinese people have overcome in the 70s, and hence the progress of their miracle economic exploit within the last 40 years. So you get your economic freedom, then you're of course, which where to Nigeria they always argue from, the military strengths. You need the military to protect not your political structure now, but your economic, which is largely based on your resources, whatever that is, depends on the country from country. So you protect it. Once you protect that, of course, you don't want to remain at that level. You'll be crushed with no time. So you expand to dominate your region, that is the stage Chinese people are in, to dominate the Southeast and by extension the global South. So the war against them by the American is pretty much to contain them to achieving that regional dominance. So they are going them via the One Belt Road Initiative. Anywhere their businesses, they cut them, they block them. So not necessarily for their own direct consumption of benefits, but again, just what Mr. James said earlier on, this is about 50 years, 100 years from now.
But we're not interventionists unless there's some emergency that has to be intervened. Right. Colby and Driscoll are coming up with strategies to that. The neocons are going crazy. Yep. They want to insert Tom Cotton into.
But they want in Venezuela, not just access to the resources, because Maduro is able to build a cabal around himself that over time they took control of their oil 100%. They're pretty much in the process of nationalizing it. That's why they call the guy dictator. Yeah, he was a military guy, and that's another advantage that he has. So he was able to build a consensus within the military, within the country, and they build down every day. So, and that is a threat. It's a threat because if they allow Venezuela to succeed like that, before you know, other countries will dream out. Cuba will say they won't be like that. The Mexico's now they won't be like that and all that, and that's not acceptable by them.
Cotton or a Lindsey Graham type person that's, you know, all wars all the time everywhere, particularly on the Eurasian landmass. They want to double and triple down in Ukraine and in the Middle East. They want to take down. They want to be in Tehran. They want to. They want to be in Kiev, right? Fighting the Russians, fighting the mullahs, all of it, and they're bound and determined to turf Bridge Colby out. So walk me through your assessment. When President Trump, this term, focus on the term dominance. When he looks at hemispheric defense. This is Trumpian. He's looking for dominance in the Western Hemisphere, sir.
No, it's 100% correct. If you listen to what he's been saying since he was elected, whether it's about Canada, Greenland, or the Panama Canal, and in the case of Venezuela and in Colombia, this is also about getting our people in a position where we can basically put the squeeze on Panama so we can finally get the Panamanians to agree to give us back the canal so we can kick the Chinese out because the Chinese have basically taken over the canal zone. And so when we talk about dominance, what we're really talking about is controlling the choke points in our hemisphere, Panama Canal being the big one, but we also want to control the Caribbean Sea Basin. We also, like I said, want to have access to the South Pole through Argentina. We want to rebuff China's advances through that region. And we want to control the Greenland access as well. So what we're talking about is a hemispheric defense, hemispheric dominance strategy where we control the major arteries of the region, of the entire hemisphere, north to south and everything in between. And so Trump is focusing so far on these big arteries that we can control and go from there. Because if we don't build the foundation in our own hemisphere, there's no competing with China. Look, China has already taken the first island chain, basically. They're already meddling in the second island chain. Like I said, I talked to Dr. Buchanan last night.
Hang on, man. The heads of the anti-man. You're in the anti-hangover. So before we get to the island chains.
Okay, sorry.
Some people are going to say, hey, look, I love the way you started about the Islamic problem in Texas and in New York City. You had me there, but now you got and I would love to stop the cartels and the fentanyl coming through the southern border. But you're when you say America first, the vision you're laying out is much broader than that. It goes literally from the Antarctic in Argentina and that horrific sea pass that you get from the Atlantic to the Pacific, still the most horrible in the world, all the way up to the Arctic Circle in Canada. You got the Pacific, the big the pivot in the Pacific. You're biting off a lot that doesn't feel America first. Give me the argument why your argument, and many in the Trump administration say, no, you're wrong. This is America first.
To be clear, I am very concerned about military action as well in Venezuela. But I will tell you, I'm not advocating for military. I'm advocating for using economic and diplomatic power to get the locals to start playing ball with us rather than China and Russia and Iran. That is the key. And we're so far doing that. The Argentina model is a great model. What we're doing also, the Panamanians are quietly negotiating with us again. So it's working. It's working.
Brother, hang on for 1 second, will you?
Yeah, I'm here.
We're going to birchgold.com. Now,
Bob Alinsky, Tanya Tech, and we are going to be handing out 3,000 of the Charlie Kirk Freedom shirts to the attendees in day one of this war. And we see what's going on down there in Pakrovsk. They want to turn Pakrovsk into a mass grave because Alinsky is trying to do everything
President Trump's doing with
Pakrovsk into a mass grave because Alinsky is trying to do everything he can to wag the dog and draw attention away from this massive scandal. But it's all been scandals.
Unbelievable. Jack, we'll see you at 5:30 today. We'll have you up on Getter, all of our platforms, Rumble, all of it. Thank you, sir. Jack Posobiec. Thayer, give me your counter. I don't want to talk about the first island chain now. That's a topic for a different day, and we got to go more in depth. But you have, I think, a little different take on what President Trump's doing with the Carrier Strike Force and the Amphibious Ready Group off of Latin America, sir.
Well, Steve, great to join you this morning. I think what the Forward Group is doing is signaling, of course, to Venezuela, as Brandon has mentioned and Jack mentioned, of course, that's very important to signal to Maduro that this could escalate in a way that's not favorable to his interests. But I see what President Trump is doing is really adding his own corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, Steve. Monroe Doctrine said, of course, we're not going to allow Europeans to interfere in the Western Hemisphere. Roosevelt added a corollary in 1904 where he said the U.S. might use military force to keep the Europeans out. What President Trump is doing is adding his own corollary to Monroe, where he's saying he's not going to tolerate foreign powers, whether they're based in the Western Hemisphere or they're using the Western Hemisphere to hurt the American homeland. So it's really a Monroe Doctrine, which is externally faced, but it's also internally directed. Because to my mind, what President Trump is doing is laboring so hard to restore the American spirit, right? To restore.
Yeah, I don't ever forget. You don't think, I mean, 3-4 months ago now, I think it's pretty much when Trump took office, like, 6-7 months ago, when this doctor who based in Germany, Emmanuel something, I can't remember the full name, when everybody, Dr. Imagine 19 Minutes Africa, when everybody they talk about, Trump is leading the downfall of the American empire, he in particular cited Gorbachev of former USSR that led pretty much, to use his words, supervise the decline of the falling of the USSR. And I remember telling him, exactly what this man they talk now. This is just this weekend on Saturday with this program. I told him that long ago that to understand what Trump administration is about, you have to understand the fifth and 25th president of the United States of America. Fifth was James Monroe, who approached the Congress in 1823, that we have come of age to be in charge of this, the whole Americas, from Brazil to Canada to Mexico, Peru, you name it, which is what they call atmosphere defense. And that approach was to let the European powers, the empires, those the British, the French, whatever, that, hey, your time is up. I need you out of this vicinity. If we see any of them at 2 level again, we take it as a national security threat. And then that's in the same vein, they sell off Haiti they had to bought Haiti off of the French and part of Louisiana, then Alaska from the Russian people. So I say, until you understand that part, then the tariff part, you have to understand the 25th, which is McKinley. Right? Was eventually shot and killed. And that's anger from the tariff, that's a different story. But I said, until you understand these two, then you understand what the times we are in and what the Trump administration was doing. I remember he came back again, I think about a month ago. I still have the latest development, what America is doing. He said, you these Americans will not too like to talk a super story. It's happening. They laugh as Trump is just a distraction. It's a distraction in chief. It's the product of the moment and of his time, people will say. So that's Monroe points too. They are telling the Chinese, this is our territory. What the fuck do you think you are doing? So Maduro, who think he can fuck around with the resources and sell it to their enemy, that's what he's getting. That's why they call this. This is what it's about.
For American identity, which is so important, under threat, obviously, from political Islam or under threat from drugs. For example, whether those are the opioids and the synthetic opioids coming from China or other narcotics.
Now, the legitimate reason that they are, putting before us they are saying it's because now their drugs they come from to America. I laugh because, but hey, and again, that's how you understand how propaganda works. Propaganda is inch on real events, right? So they say that drugs, and they bomb any boat they see on the international sea, and between them, but it's not enough. They are going with full war, like as if say na third world war. It is third world war. So, but they're tasting that drugs. That make they go there, go fight war. So when they're tasting that Christian that they can't save for Nigeria, those who are having that argument, that is the concurrent example which is currently unfolding. So because in our drugs then they fight, they have to relocate the whole war machine to a country that if they ever send New York police go, they stand a chance of winning.
Coming from Latin America.
Do you think the Venezuela has a component that's the Chinese Communist Party? I mean, there are people that come forward and say, "Hey, why do you say that?" Give me a minute on that.
Absolutely, because of the presence that the CCP has in Venezuela, and not only Venezuela, but there. So. The CCP wants to use, of course, the Venezuelans against us, right? They want to use Venezuela as a base to hurt us.
Is this part of? Hang on. Is this part of cleaning out the entire Caribbean of a major infusion of the People's Liberation Navy and what they've got in the Bahamas with these phony embassies that are really military installations? Is this part of that?
Certainly, and Cuba too. We can't forget Cuba and the base that has received some attention, of course, the way the CCP is using Cuba
but hang on. Hang on. Is this just Marco and the guys in South Florida love them, the Venezuelans, the Cubans? They believe in the heart of hearts that the march to Havana, you got to go through Caracas. Is this what we're doing, or is it really to clear out the Chinese Communist Party and other outside actors in this region?
No, I see it differently. I see Trump is adding muscle to the Monroe Doctrine, right? What Trump is saying is you're not going to hurt the American people using bases in the Western Hemisphere or using countries in the Western Hemisphere targeting and damaging the American people. We're not going to tolerate that. Whether that's China, the Chinese Communist Party, or whether it's other actors, essentially narco terrorists, or Cuba. President Trump has that vision of hemispheric defense, which is absolutely essential. But what hemispheric defense is, to my mind, is a major contribution to the restoration of the American spirit, which is what President Trump is after, right? What he's giving the American people and why so many people voted for him.
Thayer, we're jammed. We got to bounce. I want to have you back on Monday and Tuesday. What are your coordinates? You're putting up great writing all the time. Where do folks go?
Sure. Yeah, Steve, Brad Thayer at X or Bradley Thayer and Getter and Truth. Thanks very much. A very important discussion.
Very important. We're going to continue it, because something's going to happen, so we got to continue it. People got to understand what's going on. We got the best thinkers around to do that. My Patriot Supply, I love these guys. They created this whole space of preparation, getting ready. They now got just for the War Room, the Black Friday Survival Special. You order a 4-week emergency food supply, you get 106 survival gear. My Patriot Supply at Operation Southern Spear, that is what this battle group off the coast of Venezuela is, South America, equals destroy narco terrorists killing Americans. At POTUS, Trump means business and the world knows it. Peace through strength. The Secretary of War, Brandon Reichert, I know you got to bounce. Give me a minute summary on your thinking this morning, sir.
The overarching theme here is for America First to work, you've got to hold your hemisphere. We're living in a tripolar world. It's the United States, Russia, and China are the prime players. Those two guys are dealing in their hemispheres and they're securing it. We have not done the same for ours. So what Trump is trying to do is he's trying to secure all the major flows in the North and South American area and the polar region. If we lose these regions, Steve, we don't have America first. We have basically, we're surrounded and isolated, and we become what the Soviet Union was in the Cold War, contained and isolated by our enemies. We do not want that to happen. Trump's stopping it.
Brandon Weichert, social media, where do people go get your writings, your thinking, until you join us back on Monday or Tuesday, sir?
Well, right now I'm promoting my new show on Rumble, National Security Talk, NatSec Talk on Rumble, and also @WeTheBrandon is my Twitter, and you can get my books wherever they're sold. And also, I'm a senior national security editor at the National Interest, which is nationalinterest.org.
Are we going kinetic in Latin? Are we going kinetic in Venezuela in the next 72 hours, sir?
I think in the next 72 hours, we will be going kinetic in Venezuela, yes.
Boom. Yeah. Folks, that is a bombshell right there. You believe in the next 72 hours we're going to go kinetic
72 to 96
Venezuela.
Hours. They were waiting on the carrier. The carrier's there. I spoke to some people affiliated with the carrier. Everybody's jazzed and ready to roll on the carrier. They believe they're going in. I believe that they're going in.
Sir, thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
You're up all weekend. We'll see you back here Monday morning. Brandon Weichert. Dave Bratt, thoughts?
Yeah, I think President Trump has always had it right. He has a very simple formula called America First that will stop the border invasions, stop the endless wars, stop Biden inflation, do what's good for the working class. He's been spot on with that. That attracted all the young people. I think the establishment Republicans are getting real nervous right now.
Hang on. I got that. But if you go kinetic in Venezuela, are you starting if you go kinetic, or the way you go kinetic, are you starting a 20-year civil war down there, sir?
Yeah, that's a little risky. That's the fault of our CIA and State Department, who should have solved this 2 years back. But going on, just look at Ron Paul, right? He attracted young people with a very simple, consistent message. Trump's got to stick with that consistent message. The establishment people are getting nervous. They're going to offer, Chinese students in here, all sorts of visas to the corporate class. He's got to stick to his guns. On Argentina, there's no problem with the moral hazard thing. Trump's a genius at deal making. Just tie any risk to the currency swaps. It's a currency swap. It's not. We're not bailing them out with huge debt dollars. Just tie that to the rare.
That was on Saturday. Fast forward to today. Let's see the progress of events in Venezuela.
So the world's largest and most advanced aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald Ford, is now moving in the waters of the Caribbean, intensifying the administration's maximum pressure campaign on drug cartels. The Maduro regime in Venezuela.
You want to fight drug cartel.
Trinidad, Tobago with the latest. Lucas.
My God.
Good morning, Brian. It's the largest buildup of U.S. forces in the Caribbean since the invasion of Grenada in '83 or the invasion of Panama in 1989. At the White House, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says President Trump continues to review military options for Venezuela, both against the drug cartels and the Maduro regime.
Now the president is very interested in taking additional measures against the drug cartels. He's been very clear about that. He's spoken about it, and this is a promise that he made to the American public. He has taken unprecedented action to do so.
Since early September, when combat operations began here in the Caribbean, over 20 suspected drug boats have been destroyed, killing over 80 people. Now this is a named op, Operation Southern Spear. The vanguard, as you mentioned, Brian, the USS Gerald Ford. She arrived this week in the Caribbean with 4 squadrons of F-18 Super Hornets aboard. Those are strike aircraft, as most of our audience already knows. Ford's 3 destroyer escorts are armed with dozens of Tomahawk cruise missiles ready to strike deep inside Venezuela. Also at sea, Marines aboard the amphibious assault ship Iwo Jima have been doing fast rope training. And here in Trinidad, Marines from warships offshore have been practicing seizing airfields like this on the island, located just 7 miles from Venezuela. And that training ends today, and those Marines will return to their ships and be placed on alert, ready to go ashore in Venezuela if ordered, Brian.
Wow, exciting stuff. Something's got to come to a head soon. It costs too much money to keep them around to not do anything. Lucas, thank you. Let's bring in Florida Congresswoman Maria Salazar. Congresswoman, your thoughts about where this is heading?
Oh, where this is heading is exactly what the president needs to do. And look, that's the product of socialism. 25 years ago, Venezuela was one of the most prosperous countries in the hemisphere, with the largest reserves of oil in the world. And look where they're at now because of socialist policies. So the president needs to go in. Maduro is a terrorist. He is on the list of the transnational criminal organization. He stole the elections. He was indicted in 2020 in a federal grand jury, and he's the head of one of the most important drug cartels in the world, the Sun Cartel. So it's time to take him out and bring democracy and freedom and no drugs in Venezuela.
I think the best scenario is when he talks to the president, which should be soon. The president could, and I just talked to him on radio, and you'll hear it later.
Right.
He's not going to tell me what he's going to say, but it's basically you should leave and go to Russia. The best thing to do is for you to leave, and while you can.
And that's correct. And we should negotiate his exit, and we should just let him go to whatever he wants to. It's just we need to negotiate when and where, but it's now. Because Maduro is a bad thug. He's a bad hombre.
Don't you think it's significant that the Colombia president, hardly a friend of ours, backs the idea of Maduro leaving power?
Of course, because they understand that Trump and that he is on the list of the bad hombres, and he needs to go because Petro in Colombia is just afraid that he's going to be next. And the message to the Colombians is that you need to do free and fair elections next November and keep the Constitution and freedom in Colombia. You know, that's it. Those are our friends, freedom-loving people.
So, Congresswoman, the question is, what kind of progress are we making, the CIA making, in letting the military know your future is not with him? Because that's what he's got. He took the guns away from the people so they could be as brave as they want, but they don't want to be suicidal. So how do you do that? What do you hear that's happening on the ground?
Well, I know, and I'm in touch and in contact with Maria Corina Machado, who is the legitimate president of Venezuela, and they are ready within 100 days after they're liberated. They know what they need to do. I mean, Venezuela had a very strong democracy before these thugs took power. That was only 25 years ago. They have the largest reserves of oil in the world. They are more than willing to negotiate and to be working with the oil companies, the American oil companies. So it's not going to be difficult. 80% of the Venezuelans voted against Maduro. Not only that, they have risen many times, general strikes for years. So the Venezuelans are ready to be liberated and not to be a hub for drugs coming into the United States.
Do you believe?
And I salute President Trump. I'm the chairman of the Western Hemisphere Subcommittee with the House Foreign Affairs Committee. I know that area very well, and they are going to be clapping. Venezuela will be the most loyal friend of the United States for the next 100 years when President Trump finishes this job.
The biggest fear is Libya. They got rid of Gaddafi, but there was nobody to step in. So that's the question. How organized can you be on the transition if it happens? And we all hope it happens.
They are very organized because the armed forces have been hijacked by Maduro, and they are with Maria Corina. I just told you, 80% of the Venezuelans, including the military, voted to kick this guy out. So they don't have any friends. They're just afraid of him.
Okay, so let's talk about the vote today. I guess the timing is perfect. Zohran Mamdani comes to the White House, an avowed socialist, proud.
So, if they don't have any friends, that means the people are not with him, the military are not with him. Why are they afraid? Afraid of what? What? But most importantly, you see the war. They are going in the name of drugs. They want to stop drug flowing into the country, Abby. That's a legitimate reason they are going to war. Look, they are not going to war with the country. They are going to war with the cartel. It's like they are coming to war in Nigeria because of Boko Haram. No, I mean because of Islamists, according to the jihadists, right? To defend Christians. So you see the story. And everything that every word they use in describing Maduro is corrupt, is a drug dealer. People did not vote for him. That's exactly how we describe Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He is a drug dealer. Nobody voted for him. He was rigged out. And guess what? So, the ground is very red. We have prepared the ground already. I can't come and die. She's so contradicting herself. Now you they see her like that to blessed. You they see contradiction. No, that's Fox right there. That's the story, and we are sticking to it. That's what it means. You are the one that is seeing it as contradicting. They are telling you, hey, this is the story, and we are sticking to it. Boy, we never know. We think people who don't understand how the world works, and then go they argue, and I will just laugh. You think we are special people? It's too late for Maduro. Maduro he has given up the resources. Say, come and take it. Just give me a safe land, place to go and hide with plenty of money. They say, nope. It's too late now, buddy. You got to go. That means even staying alive is a sacrilege. You got to go. Like they are telling the whole world. They are even giving you example. We did it in Libya. This one is not something that it's not conspiracy theory now on Igbo smokers. They say we did it in Libya. Look at where we are today. Nobody to step in. They don't give me. In Nigeria, there are a lot of people to step in. Even blessed self. You're flying down to it with Air Force One. Oh my word. Oh God. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. We'll go hear him when it starts. It will be so sweet and swift, according to Trump. It will be swift and sweet. That nigga say, fuck around and find out. Oh my word. I'm laughing also. We are here. It's a familiar territory. The familiar territory. They say, okay, well, let's see if this how the drum is being beaten in Piers Morgan. I'm not serious. Okay. If you just say CIA knock for your door, you think say that you are hiding. You think they don't know you are being. You are hiding. You are hiding under their hidden space. You think you are in a cave. No, you don't know that they are the one that built the cave. You see men in suits. According to Putin, men in suits will knock on your door and say, Your Majesty, your presence is highly needed. You need to save your people. They are not forcing you. I give you a miserable position. Your people need you. Before you say no, you look at your phone. You flooded with meme. Nigeria got a new leader. Okay, that time you know that I am a serious somebody. I'm not casting you. Okay, I'm just saying that the fact that me and you are communicating, we are not using our the means of our communicating is built by them. The fact that you even have a social security number gave you up. Anyway, don't be scared. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. So let's go to let's see what our friends, our new friends, Nigerian new friends. You know, our new friends now is our favorites, our number one friends that we just made now is Piers Morgan is our new friend. Let's listen to the latest one.
They want regime change in Venezuela, but I don't understand why the United States would have to wage their war for them.
And I'm most interested in chasing the money and the organizations down that are building apartments in Medellin and buying apartment buildings in Miami.
Why are migrants coming to our shores? It's because of the coup program that virtual ambassador and coup manager Jimmy Story oversaw, which brought Venezuela's economy to its knees by 2020, reversing all the gains they had made when Hugo Chavez slashed extreme poverty by 50%.
Well, apparently I forgot to wear my tinfoil hat for the panel today.
At least 80 people have been killed in 21 separate US strikes on Venezuelan boats, the most recent of which came only this weekend. The White House says they're trafficking drugs to the United States, although we only have their word for that. And whatever the purpose of the strikes, it's very clear that something big is happening. The US has sent the world's biggest aircraft carrier to the Caribbean Sea, where it joins a whole fleet of warships in the biggest military build-up there for almost 40 years. Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro has urged Trump to change course and channel John Lennon instead.
Peace, peace, peace. Hacer todo por la paz. Como decía John Lennon, ¿no?
You will speak English by
¿Cómo era la canción de John Lennon? Imagine us people.
Blessed, it's too late. It's too late. You go like Piers Morgan by force. Half of the countries are in love. You are there. You are saying you don't love Piers Morgan. You're on your own. No, it's too late. It's just like Maduro who is singing peace, peace. He's speaking English by force. Now, so very soon, your leaders will start speaking. They will start speaking. They will start speaking Monday, Pablo English. Yeah. when push comes to shove, all this grammar that they are speaking, you don't go clear again. They will talk to the people. They will begin speaking Monday, Pablo language. Like Maduro, peace, 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 peace. It's too late. They see one machine in your street. You are looking for peace. Are you going to pay them back to move those things back? They are not just coming for you. They are coming from anybody that mess around in that region. So, they are shouting peace, peace, peace. That's why our leaders go soon begin speaking tongues. That is in these people now people who won't come save Christian. I won't go destroy another people. Make it make sense. No, man. I got to leave and come back when you play the guy finish. Ooh, I know they play. I am playing it to make us understand how the media works. Because what you are going to hear is them blaming themselves, which is fucking crazy. The Democrat will say, no, the poverty, whatever they are seeing in Venezuela is because of Democrat regime that came and do so. It is not about what we are going to do or what we are doing. No, it's who did it, who caused it, who did not. So, blessed, it's too late. Go back empty. You know how many months they deployed it in? It is not a Maduro war now, it's Chinese war they are fighting too, because they are tying it into China too.
What many of Trump's supporters can't imagine is how attacking Venezuela can possibly be reconciled with America first. And critics on both sides worry about the long precedent of US presidents using war as a distraction. So is the US really heading for war? Well, joining me to discuss all this is Mike Baker, the former CIA operative, host of the President's Daily Brief, Ambassador James Story, the former US ambassador to Venezuela, Ryan Grimm, the Drop Site co-founder and co-host of Breaking Points, and Max Blumenthal, the editor of The Grey Zone. Welcome to all of you. Mike Baker, I want to start with a clip of Donald Trump talking on Air Force One on Sunday night.
On Venezuela, sir, you've had a lot of meetings on Venezuela. I know you can't tell us what your next steps will be, but can you say, have you made up your mind on what you'd like to do as far as action for
I sort of have made up my mind.
You have.
I can't tell you what it would be, but I sort of made up my mind.
What do you say to some of your supporters who might not be excited about another foreign campaign?
We'll see what happens. I mean, I can't tell you what it is, but we've made a lot of progress with Venezuela in terms of stopping drugs from pouring.
Well, to go with that, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio issued a statement on Sunday announcing that the US intends to consider the group Cartel de los Sols a foreign terrorist organization from November 24. The US alleges the group is led by the Venezuelan president Maduro. So, Mike Baker, what do you make of this? What is happening here, both in the attacks on these boats, which the administration says are all drug smuggling, and also the wider build-up of the military, which is pointing to an altogether more serious military engagement with Venezuela?
Yeah, it's there's a lot of elements here. There's a lot of moving parts, but I think what we're seeing is a couple of things happening at the same time. One, obviously, they've stepped up their counter-narcotics operations. I can't speak to the legality of all of this, the legal issues that surround knocking these vessels out of the water and killing over 80 people. I was, from an operational perspective, you can talk about the credibility of the intel. From my perspective, I don't have insight on that, so it's speculation. But I would like to see, I can tell you, I would like to see a little bit more transparency to the degree that you can from the administration to say these have been the targets. This is why we are going after them specifically, rather than just some blanket statement saying they're narco traffickers, they were on a narco trafficking route, whatever it may be. So they need to. I think that's a real problem for them. But the buildup that's out there, if you're just looking at a counter narcotics operation, it doesn't make any sense. It's outsized, right? So having a carrier strike group out there, along with all the other support assets and vessels that are there, that doesn't make sense from just a pure counter-narcotics operational perspective. So I would look at that then and say, well, there's another track here, which is the effort to influence Maduro to move out of the way. And, again, it's speculation as to whether they intend to get, involved in a kinetic effort on the ground inside Venezuela to actually affect regime change, or whether they're saying, look, we think we can exert enough pressure to create change internally. Maduro either deciding to step down, I don't think that's going to happen, or his closest advisors or the senior military telling him that's going to have to happen.
Okay, Ryan Grimm, you posted Cartel de los Sols is the most obvious CIA made-up name for a cartel ever. No cartel names itself like that. This is a Langley creation, so finding a leader shouldn't be hard. Explain what you mean.
So the CIA is based in Langley, so that's what I mean. If I was being a little obscure there, if they want to find out, who's responsible for creating this cartel, just pull out your Waze or your GPS and find your way out to CIA headquarters. I think Max could probably tell you more about the specific details of how this cartel came about, but it was effectively this bizarre creation where you've got the Defense Department, the CIA involved in some counter. They're trying to basically overthrow a government, and they need some narco terrorists for whatever play they're using, and so they kind of fabricate this cartel of the sun and call it cartel of the sun. It's what are you even doing? No, this is not even serious. Give us at least something that is plausible that we can cling to. What happened to the days where You're like, okay, maybe Saddam Hussein at one point did have weapons of mass destruction. He didn't then, but at least like it's plausible. Like there's so little respect for the American people now that when they're trying to march them into war, they don't even give them something that they can even pretend to believe.
So what do you think they really want to do here?
Well, I think the Rubio wing, and I think we need to distinguish between President Trump and Rubio in this case. Rubio has been boxed out of Ukraine, has been boxed out of Gaza. So he's got his little Caribbean sandbox here. And what he is doing is playing out the fantasies of the Cuban right over the last couple of decades. And they want regime change in Venezuela. And they think that that'll have the knock-on effect of creating regime change back in Cuba. That's fine if like the Cuban right wants to do that. But I don't understand why the United States would have to wage their war for them. The same kind of pressure was applied to President Obama when it came to Libya. And unfortunately for us, for Libya, for the region, Obama capitulated to that. And we now have this disastrous situation that the entire world is living with. I think Trump is aware that this kind of attempt to just decapitate a regime is likely to lead to another Libya situation. And so far, I think Trump actually deserves credit for standing up to this war hawk wing. And in fact, if he does stand them down and resist a war, I'd almost say you would give him credit for stopping a war, because to have a hawkish element, this committed to regime change and to be able to stop that, even as president, is not that simple.
Ambassador Story, I don't think politically that Trump is in a great place right now with his base because of the Epstein scandal, because of the Israel-Hamas war, to go and try and affect regime change in a place like Venezuela. I just think, never mind the sort of military operational side or even the ethics of it, just from a purely political perspective, it would seem to me to be an entirely self-harming act, wouldn't it?
Yes, and I think Trump understands.
Sorry, that was actually, sorry, Ryan, that was for Ambassador Story.
Well, I'd be delighted if you wanted to answer the part on the Epstein files. To be honest with you, I'd rather say that I'd like to go back to why. What's the casus belli here? What do we actually know to be the case? And this isn't an invention that the Cartel de los Soles exists. You can talk to Cleaver Alcala, who's in jail. You can talk to Pollo Carvajal, who's in jail. You can talk to the nephews of Celia Flores, who's married to Maduro, who were in jail. This is a criminal group masquerading as a government, and regime change already took place. It took place in July of last year when there was a vote overwhelmingly against Maduro by the Venezuelan people themselves. So does the president, what is the president's intentions? Certainly, our first panelist today said that this is much more than counter-narcotics. That's correct. There's pressure on the Maduro regime, on the dictatorship. It's additional pressure that which the Venezuelan people gave when they voted overwhelmingly to get him out of office last year. Now, where we go from here, what's the next step? That remains to be seen, but the president certainly has a number of options at his disposal.
But you don't believe it's purely a war on drugs?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I ran counter-narcotics in Colombia for 2 years. I ran counter-narcotics in the Western Hemisphere for 3. I can tell you that these are the types of resources in military hardware that are frankly a little heavy-handed when it comes to counter-narcotics. Generally speaking, we use white hulls. Those are Coast Guard vessels. We judicialize the cases. And frankly, the kind of unilateral action we're taking in the region will have knock-on effects, negative knock-on effects, undermining intelligence sharing across the region with our partners. Out of Key West, Florida, we have Joint Interagency Task Force South, and that has 20 liaison officers from the region as well as from the UK, France, and the Netherlands. The intel sharing will dry up. And I'm most interested in chasing the money and the organizations down that are building apartments in Medellin and buying apartment buildings in Miami. And I think that going that judicialized route gives us more intelligence, helps us shore up our regional relationships, and is a better approach.
The FAA has now restricted the airspace over Venezuela and the Caribbean Sea to increase military operations. And this morning, officials in Colombia denied a recent report alleging Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro would soon be leaving office. CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie D'Agata joins us live from Puerto Rico this morning. So, Charlie, what are you hearing this morning? This is a lot of interesting news.
Yeah, a lot of developments. I got to set the scene here. We're in a place called Aguadilla, which is on Puerto Rico's west coast. And this is a rare opportunity to see those drones behind me. These are the MQ-9 Reaper drones. Now, these are drones that are thought to be responsible for the boat strikes that we've seen. More than 24, more than 80 people have been killed because they're capable of launching those strikes. So we haven't seen them take off today. There are 3 back there now. Thought to be a little bit more than that. But yesterday we saw one of them take off, 2 of them take off. One of them was actually armed with Hellfire missiles. Again, certainly capable of launching these drone strikes, but they also provide another asset here with this huge buildup of military firepower in this region, now 15,000 and counting. We're actually expecting to see more U.S. troops arrive over the next couple of days, hundreds of them we've been told. But these drones can provide surveillance for those troops because they can loiter, as the U.S. military calls it, for 24 hours at a time. So they provide surveillance, they provide arms if necessary, and they can strike. So that's what we're seeing here in Aguadilla. Again, more troops are expected, and we're having a state of this increased U.S. military buildup and presence in this region.
Remarkable. Charlie, thank you, my friend. Be well.
Well, as we've been reporting, President Trump has signed off on a 28-point plan to bring war in Ukraine to an end. Amid the White House's latest push for peace, CBS News senior foreign correspondent Holly Williams traveled aboard a NATO warship in Europe, where America's allies are preparing for a possible conflict with Russia.
The Italian military gave us a ride in one of their helicopters, dropping us off on board a British aircraft carrier, HMS Prince of Wales. This is the NATO alliance in action. A military exercise bringing the US together with its allies, practicing long-range strikes and fighter jet missions. It's crucial because of ongoing Russian aggression, including incursions into NATO airspace with drones and fighter jets.
I see those activities as intended to stress the alliance.
General Alexis Grinkovich is NATO's supreme allied commander in Europe and an American 4-star general. He recently warned that NATO needs to be ready for the possibility of 2 conflicts with Russia and China by 2027.
Ouch.
Is war with Russia and or China
Ouch.
inevitable?
Ouch.
Absolutely
Ouch.
not. Absolutely not. Our main goal is to deter that conflict from ever happening.
And is NATO ready?
We're ready today. We'll be more ready tomorrow and even more ready the day after that.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine has dragged it into a military quagmire, thought to have killed hundreds of thousands of Russian soldiers. General Grinkovich told us NATO's watching closely.
They've shown that they're willing to take tremendous risk and incur losses to meet their national objectives. Therefore, the alliance needs to be ready to deal with an actor that has that kind of mindset.
General Grinkovich told us the US and NATO.
The tiny Caribbean nation of
So they are going in full force. Over the years, they were saying it's just Russia against Ukraine. Now that those times are over. So, excuse me, America is going in the name of NATO, right? Simultaneously, at the same time, where they are also going into Venezuela. So, which next? Boko Haram, Nigeria. Next, I guess.
of Trinidad and Tobago sits just 7 miles from Venezuela at its closest point. And right here is the Dragon gas field, which Trinidad has sought to develop in collaboration with Venezuela to meet its energy needs. But now tensions are running high between the neighbors as President Trump ramps up the pressure on Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro.
He has not been good to the United States.
Over the past month, U.S. Marines have been training in Trinidad, leading many to wonder if the U.S. military could use Trinidad and Tobago as a staging ground for a wider conflict. So here's how this small island nation came to play a significant role in the U.S.'s Caribbean campaign and what its support for Washington could mean for the future. While other Caribbean nations have spoken out against the U.S. campaign in the region, Trinidad's prime minister has supported Washington's moves. A few weeks after the U.S. began carrying out strikes on alleged drug boats, Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar and Secretary of State Marco Rubio met to discuss regional security and counter-narcotics cooperation. According to a readout of the meeting, Rubio also expressed support for Trinidad's Dragon gas proposal and steps to ensure it will not provide significant benefit to the Maduro regime. That's the gas field that Trinidad shares with Venezuela, and most of the gas is on Venezuela's side. A few days after that meeting, the U.S. granted Trinidad an OFAC license, allowing it to engage with Venezuela on the gas deal without being affected by U.S. sanctions. And around that very same time, open source researchers began posting about strategic U.S. aircraft near the country. They also posted satellite imagery revealing a U.S. special operations ship off Trinidad's coast. By late October, the buildup was even more public. Trinidad welcomed a U.S. warship at its port and launched joint defense drills with these elite U.S. forces from the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit. The moves have infuriated the Maduro regime.
Esa señora está permitiendo que Trinidad y Tobago sea utilizado como un portaaviones contra Venezuela.
Venezuelan officials have lashed out against Trinidad's prime minister, declaring her persona non grata and criticizing her for allowing the country to be used as a, quote, aircraft carrier against Venezuela. In November, the U.S. Marines returned for more training. Now, central to all of this is a status of forces agreement that the U.S. has with Trinidad and Tobago that was strengthened at the end of last year. It allows U.S. troops to operate in the country under certain rules. In the past, cooperation has typically focused on disaster response and humanitarian efforts. But this prime minister, who was elected on a law and order platform, has taken things to a new level. That's because in recent years, Trinidad and Tobago's murder rate has skyrocketed. Last year was the country's deadliest year on record, and the violence was closely related to gang activity.
I can tell you one thing, we stopped all drugs virtually from coming in by sea.
That helps explain why, even amid news reports of bodies washing ashore on Trinidad beaches and citizens being killed in U.S. airstrikes, the government has supported Trump's campaign, saying the operations are ultimately aimed at allowing the region to be a true zone of peace where all citizens can in reality live and work in a safe environment. The rising tensions have sparked fear in the country, where fishermen are scared to go out on the water and citizens fear retribution from their neighbor. Trinidad is already paying a price. In October, the Maduro regime suspended energy cooperation with the country.
Suspendido todo.
While Trinidad's government hasn't said whether it supports a possible U.S. effort to seek regime change in Venezuela, analysts say it's clear that the country's waters, airspace, and land could play a key role in whatever comes next.
I see an old playbook colliding with a new reality. In Washington, there is a persistent illusion that regime change is a kind of standardized operation, something you can copy and paste from Panama in 1989 to Baghdad in 2003 to Tripoli in 2011. You sanction the country, demonize the leadership, recognize a friendly rival as the legitimate president, cultivate exiles and local oligarchs, and, if necessary, back the operation with mercenaries or direct force. Beneath the rhetoric of human rights and democracy, the underlying assumption is that the target is weak, isolated, and incapable of mounting serious resistance. That logic has shaped policy toward Caracas for years. The problem is that Venezuela does not fit the script. First, it is not Panama. It is a large country with complex terrain, a long history of politicized military planning, and a leadership that has spent 2 decades assuming that a confrontation with the United States was inevitable as early as the aftermath of the failed coup against Hugo Chavez in 2003. The Venezuelan leadership spoke openly about the coming clash with what they called the empire. They did not treat the brief putsch as an aberration. They treated it as a warning shot from a realist perspective that matters enormously, because it means the state had both motive and time to turn the country into a hard target. Second, the strategic environment around Venezuela is very different from what it was in the late Cold War. The reference to Panama is revealing of the mindset in Washington. There, the U.S. faced a small country with no serious external backing, limited air defense, and no expectation that a major power would intervene in Venezuela. By contrast, the United States is not looking at a defenseless outpost. It is looking at a state that has built deep security ties with Russia and Iran, has benefited from advanced air defenses and anti-ship capabilities, and sits inside a broader web of multipolar alignments. In practical terms, that means a U.S. military intervention would not be a simple punitive expedition against an isolated regime. It would be a high-risk campaign against a fortified position that can strike back. Third, there is the record of repeated failures. The coup attempt against Chavez in the early 2000s failed. The effort in 2019 to elevate Juan Guaido
cry in Nigeria as protests continue over the kidnapping of nearly 300 girls from a northern boarding school.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
And I'm Aaron Mate. Welcome to our listeners and viewers around the country and around the world. Well, bring back our girls. That has become the rallying cry in Nigeria as protests continue over the kidnapping of nearly 300 girls from a northern boarding school. On April 14th, Islamic militants stormed an all-girls secondary school and seized the students. On Monday, a video was released showing the leader of Boko Haram claiming responsibility.
Just because I took some little girls in Western education, everybody is making noise. Let me tell you, I took the girls. Girls go and get married. We are against Western education, and I say, stop Western education. I repeat, I took the girls, and I will sell them off. There is a market for selling girls.
Nearly 300 schoolgirls remain in captivity, while 53 have managed to escape. State officials report some of the girls have already been sold off as brides for as little as $12. Others were reportedly forced to marry their abductors and taken to neighboring Cameroon and Chad. The area in northeastern Nigeria where the girls were kidnapped has been under a state of emergency for nearly a year, and their school was reportedly the only one still open. Hundreds have taken to the streets, calling on Nigeria's government to intensify its search for the students.
What we are here to do is to let the government know that they should declare the identity of the kidnappers and release our daughters. This is not too much an assignment for Nigeria to do, and that is why we are here.
We want
security to be doubled up in our schools. We want these girls to be rescued with immediate effect. We want them back alive because they are tomorrow.
On Sunday, President Goodluck Jonathan vowed to win the girls' release, but hours later, police arrested 2 women who helped organize protests over the government's seeming inaction. The 2 had just met with First Lady Patience Jonathan, who accused them of fabricating the story of the abduction in order to embarrass her husband's government. The story is making international headlines just as Nigeria prepares to host the World Economic Forum on Africa.
For more, we're joined by 2 guests. In Lagos, Nigeria, Ijoma Uduma is with us. She is writer and former journalist who's attended recent protests in Lagos calling for more to be done to find and release the kidnapped girls. She's also part of the Stolen Dreams campaign to draw attention to Nigerian government corruption. Here in New York, we're joined by the Nigerian journalist Omoyele Sowore, publisher of the online news site SaharaReporters.com. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Let's go to Lagos first, to Ijoma Uduma. Tell us the latest news. Can you talk about the significance of this video that has been released by Boko Haram, and what exactly has happened?
The video being released, I guess, I don't know if it answers a lot of questions, because many people have been claiming that, like the First Lady said, that none of this has happened.
We're having a little trouble with the video stream to Nigeria, so let me take this question to Sowore. Omoyele Sowore with us, and it's really nice to see you again. I traveled to Nigeria years ago and worked with Sowore in the Niger Delta. Sowore, talk about what's happened here.
Well, maybe I should start with the update that as of this morning, they've carried out abductions of 8 more girls in a place called Warambe.
In addition to the 308 more girls were taken.
And they've taken over a township known as Gwoza, very close to Maiduguri. So what has happened here is that there are 2 things. The abduction did happen, but the Nigerian government do not want people to know that this abduction took place. And after the day after it took place, the army came out and said, you know, the girls have been rescued, only for the principal to say this was a big lie. And then for the first time, the Nigerian Army or Defense Forces did retract that story. So the girls, nobody knows their whereabouts. President Jonathan says he doesn't even know where the girls are located as the chief, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces in Nigeria. And then people within his cabinet do not believe that this is some kind of conspiracy against the president, and as a result, this should not be made a major issue. As a matter of fact, it will be almost 3 weeks now that the abduction had taken place. We're just getting to put pressure on him, or he's responding to pressure 2 weeks after. It is likely because of the World Economic Forum that is taking place. So nothing is known about the whereabouts of the girls, and there's just a lot of speculation as to where they are. What I know, and I can tell the public, is that Boko Haram has begun to create its own territory within 4 countries: Nigeria, Cameroon, Chad, and Niger. So whenever they do anything, they carry out their own little government within that turf. So when they said they are distributed in Niger, no, there's nothing like Niger, Chad, or Cameroon anymore. Boko Haram has its own country now.
Who are they? Who is Boko Haram?
Well, these are Islamist militants that became really deadly when the Nigerian government in 2009 went in, extrajudicially killed their leaders. And they never got justice, and it was known that this was like mass killing by the Nigerian government of a largely fanatic but peaceful group that had schools and preached, that they want pure Islam to reign in Nigeria. But it was not until the Nigerian police went and killed their leaders that Boko Haram became a big problem for Nigeria and Nigerians.
What does Boko Haram mean?
Boko Haram means Western education is a sin. They don't, but you'll be shocked that most of their leaders and operatives are actually graduates. So, speak fluent English very well, because we used to be able to talk to some of them, but now they've mostly gone on the ground and become more deadly.
And since they launched their uprising 5 years ago, what has the situation been like in the north? I mean, unfortunately, this is one of dozens of atrocities. We've had massacres. Back in February, there was a burning of a school for boys. Around 50 boys died.
Yes.
What has the situation been under this Boko Haram campaign?
Well, what we're seeing now is that they're increasingly becoming bolder. And like I said, they are creating territory, and they are becoming a regional problem in that region of 4 countries where you have Chad, Niger, Cameroon, and Nigeria. They are creating a territory there, and they are carrying out more deadly activities, not only in Nigeria, but even in Cameroon. In Cameroon yesterday, they broke into an army barracks in northern Cameroon and freed one of their 2 high-profile leaders from an army barrack. They become more audacious to the extent that when they go for attacks, they actually film the attacks and release the edited videos of the attacks. So that tells you that these guys are not joking. We may just wake up one day and find out that these guys have overrun parts of Nigeria, especially northern Nigeria. And they are coming closer and closer to the south. I mean, in the last 3 weeks, they've bombed a major bus station in Abuja twice. And there was a raid this morning of a primary school, which the police is saying is just armed robbery, but you never know.
It is late evening in April 2014. 276 schoolgirls are kidnapped at the government girls' secondary school, Chibok. In the following days and weeks, the Nigerian government scrambles to catch up with the Boko Haram terrorists. Kidnapped in the dead of the night from a small town in Borno, northeast Nigeria, 57 of the girls escaped while being carted through thick forests. 16 were eventually released following negotiations. A total of 107 girls have since been released at various times. Devastated parents cried for help, and the girls suffered inhuman conditions living in the Sambisa forest. It has now been 10 years since the Chibok girls' abduction. About 100 girls still remain unaccounted for, despite government's efforts. Esther Yakubu's daughter is one of the girls still in captivity. Even though the years of uncertainty and constant despair have taken a toll on her, she has been at the forefront of parents fighting for the release of the abducted Chibok schoolgirls.
After the adoption of the girls in 2015, I was relocated with my family to Abuja. So the first anniversary of the girls, I celebrated it in Abuja. So there's a girl named Amina Ali. She was the first girl that was rescued. And after her, another 21. So that 21, I didn't meet with them one-on-one really, but one of the parents called me on phone, so we chat with the girl on phone. She told me my baby is fine. She's supposed to be among them, but she was removed. So after then, they promised them, the fighters promised them that she will be released in the next batch. So I have that full hope in me that my baby will be released in the second batch. But unfortunately, it was not. Really, it was not easy. When the 82 were released, they are in DSS in Abuja. So I was in Abuja by then. So we have to go there with my husband. But the DSS did not allow us to enter because they said, the officials of the Chibok parents said, if I entered there and I didn't see my baby, I'm one of the terror of the parents. That's what they said. That's how they described me. So they did not allow us to enter, really. So I came back. I just keep on praying that maybe my baby will be among. But after then, she was not among, really. But I'm happy for the parents that their children are back. Because my own is only one. We have 82, at least. it keeps hope alive that the girls are alive.
Every day, she relieves the nightmare of her daughter's kidnapping. Her imagination runs wide, thinking of what her daughter may be going through in the hands of her abductors. Through the years, without any significant progress in the rescue efforts, she turned to her faith for solace. Prayer became her refuge and source of hope in the midst of unimaginable pain.
"10 years is not 10 days, not 10 weeks, not 10 months. I know one day my baby will be back. It's just a matter of time. With man, it's impossible, but with God, it's possible. I have hope in God that one day I will see my daughter, and I keep that hope alive. I will never give hope. For if man cannot do it, God will do it for me."
"10 years is a long time for a family to be in a limbo. The devastation of not knowing what has happened to their daughter is worsened by the silence. The anguish has taken a physical and mental toll on the family.
First of all, I don't have more problem, but my wife, she got problem. The problem that she get it is that by then she's not feeling well. She come and get high blood pressure. After that, he get anxieties that if she didn't show her daughter, this thing will not leave her because he's just thinking about what is just happening. So this thing has affected her seriously. After that, he come and fall because of the high blood pressure. So by then, his doctor said that we have to carry her to one hospital who is saying, Asokoro. But from that place, they said that they can't do it because they don't have the equipment or materials to do all these things. So they refer us to Abacha Barak. So by then, she get heart expansion. When the heart expand, she get problem. So when we went to that place, I think over at least 1 million we spent that place because of heart.
Back then was just only blood pressure, like no sleep, crying day and night. So there's this lack of rest. I developed this BP issue. Then after that, now we now relocate to Abuja. That's where the thing got worse. My BP now then rose to the standard that it did not come down easily. So I have this enlargement of heart. So that's where I got the problem of heart issue. So I was with
Nigerian Senate on Thursday organized what it calls Security Summit in 3 of the nation's 6 geological zones, including Southwest, North Central and Northwest. This comes as the federal government seeks to intensify its search for fresh solutions to mounting security challenges around the country in collaboration with sub-national units. Summit is being organized to assist in collating widespread ideas on how.
This is Arise News.
Make no mistake, these ongoing attacks are based on religion, and diverting attention from it denies what we have seen with our own eyes. Yeah, there may be other factors, but religion is driving this. Kill the infidel. We see it in other places, and we're seeing it now, sadly, in Nigeria, and it's been going on for many, many years. 13 years ago, in this room, 2012, I chaired a hearing focusing on the slaughter of Christians by Boko Haram, and the Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs, Johnny Carson, testified at that hearing and said, and I quote in part, that the phenomena of Boko Haram is one of discrediting the central government in power for failure to deliver services to the people. I asked him at the time, are you kidding? I respond by asking why Boko Haram abducts and rapes Christian girls and uses force and coercion, even death, to convert Christians to Islam. On a trip to an IDP camp in Jos, I met many survivors. One man who we had testify here, named Adama, who they took him out of his house. His wife was screaming, "Please don't hurt my husband." They put a AK-47 to his cheek and said, "You renounce your faith or we'll kill you." He said, "Well, I'm ready to meet my Lord." They asked him again. He repeated that, and they shot him. They blew his face very, very horribly. He survived. And when I met him, I invited him to come and testify. He did. And he said, "You've got to realize who Boko Haram is and stop this idea," this is my words, but his sentiment, of denial, of saying, it's nothing to see here. So I asked Johnny Carson further, why won't they designate Boko Haram, at least, if not a CPC country, as a foreign terrorist organization? And he said they don't believe it. They're not a foreign terrorist organization. I worked on that for 3 years, additional hearings. On the day I was marking up my bill, and it was called the Boko Haram Terrorist Designation Act of 2013, to put Congress on record demanding an FDO designation, that day, the administration declared Boko Haram a foreign terrorist organization. I was very happy with it, but we could have done that 3 years earlier, maybe had found out what their sources of weapons and funding and everything else might have been, thereby, again, mitigating some of the harm. For too long, the world has looked away, a culture of denial, as radical Fulani militants, Boko Haram and ISIS West Africa have waged a relentless campaign of terror, murder, and displacement across Nigeria, including the states of Plateau, Benue, and Kaduna. According to Open Doors, and I just want to say something about Open Doors, I've worked with Open Doors for 40 years. I knew the founder, Brother Andrew, an absolutely honest and committed man, and that organization to this day continues to speak truth to power all over the world, including in Nigeria. Well, they have said, Open Doors, more Christians are slaughtered in Nigeria than anywhere else in the world. I co-chair the China Commission. I just left a hearing that we're holding over on the Senate side on religious persecution there, against everyone, against the Falun Gong, against the Christians, against the Buddhists in Xinjiang, not the Buddhists, the Buddhists in Tibet, and the Muslims in Xinjiang. And while they kill many, they incarcerate and harass more than they slaughter. These groups in Nigeria are doing just that, slaughtering. Another group has said over 52,000 Christians in Nigeria have reportedly been targeted and killed by Islamist extremists, while approximately 34,000 moderate Muslims have been murdered as well since 2009. And, that is less focused upon. I raise it every time, and I hope we all will. They're killing those who don't conform to the radical Islamist view, and so they get killed too. I met with many imams on trips to Nigeria as well as here, and they say if we speak out, we'll be firebombed too. During a visit, there are 19,000 churches have also been attacked. More than 7,000 have been murdered in this year alone. During my visit to Jos in 2013, I visited many churches that have been firebombed in Jos, and I listened to the survivors and was moved almost to tears, and to tears with some, when they talked about the numbing loss and pain of losing loved ones. And the churches were decimated, each and every one of them, either by cars coming in and plowing everybody and destroying the physical, or by bombs, and of course always the ever-present AK-47. They pleaded with their own government and the world to end the cruelty and violence. And I've been raising it, as have many others ever since. About 5 million Christians have been displaced and forced into internally displaced persons camps within Nigeria and refugee camps at regional and sub-regional borders, according to an Inter-Society report. Open Doors reports, and again, I hope we can finally get beyond just saying nothing's to see here. While Christians used to be vulnerable only to Muslim-majority northern states, this violence continues to spread into the Middle Belt and even further south. The attacks are shockingly brutal. Many believers are killed, particularly men, while women are often kidnapped and targeted for what? Sexual violence, rape, and other abuse. More believers are killed for their faith in Nigeria than anywhere else in the world. These militants also destroy homes, churches, and livelihoods. And many people don't go to school anymore. One estimate is 10,000 schools have been closed due to this violence. The Nigerian government has a fundamental constitutional obligation to protect its own citizens. Yet the brutal reality is that the perpetrators of these crimes operate with impunity. The lack of accountability sends a chilling message that the lives of Christian farmers and their families are expendable. This failure has rightfully been called out by the President of the United States, President Trump, and Secretary of State Rubio. The United States must not stand by idly. I've introduced resolutions, and others have been introduced as well. HRES 82, I had done that previously on 82, asking that the Biden administration, we had an interesting conversation and debate on that resolution. It did pass 26 to 21. And part of the argument that was made by Mr. Meeks and my very distinguished colleague to my left is that it's the President and the Secretary of State that needs to make that call, not us. I think we can encourage something. That's what it did. But nevertheless, now they've made the call. And I think we need to, double down and try to stop this. HRES 860, which I've introduced, also calls on conditioning U.S. foreign assistance, and it must be tied to progress from the Nigerian government in preventing persecution, prosecuting perpetrators, and protecting all communities. Second, it would provide direct humanitarian assistance, especially the faith-based groups working on the ground in the Middle Belt. What we're hearing is that it's not getting through. People are hungry, so we need to make sure that they're helped. And third, we must impose targeted sanctions pursuant to the Global Magnitsky Act, using visa bans and access freezes against individuals and entities responsible for these gross human rights abuses. President Trump, as I conclude, said, Christianity is facing an existential threat in Nigeria. The United States cannot stand by while atrocities are happening in Nigeria. I yield to my good friend and colleague, Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of the witnesses who are going to be testifying today on conflict and religious persecution in Nigeria. I'm very much looking forward to the conversation we'll have with Ambassador Pratt and Deputy Assistant Secretary McGee, as this committee is long overdue to hold a hearing with Trump administration officials. The African continent continues to be both increasingly important and increasingly overlooked. The continent is the youngest in the world, and in Nigeria alone, 70% of the population is under 35, and 40% is under 15. So it represents the future generations who will continue to lead and solve the world's problems. Nigeria has a unique position as a bellwether, as Africa's largest economy, most populous nation, and a significant actor in the region and on the world stage. And meanwhile, Nigeria is facing its own challenges, like rising insecurity, shrinking freedom of expression, and a struggling economy. So let's talk about the very real conflict and violence happening in Nigeria. Nigeria is facing multiple different security challenges in various parts of the country, including violent extremist groups in the northeast, criminal banditry in the northwest, and across the country, farmer-herder conflict in the Middle Belt, and other intercommunal violence in central and northern regions. Several factors are driving these conflicts. Yes, ethnicity and religion play a role in some cases, but other dynamics like poor governance, resource competition, climate change, and population pressures are important drivers that need to be addressed. I appreciate the chairman's passion on this and his long work on Nigeria. I think it's a distortion to say that what we're trying to say is that there's nothing to see here. In fact, there is something to see here. There is very real conflict and violence that we need to address. I've been working on addressing conflict in Nigeria since 2013, 2014, when I was part of the counter Boko Haram strategy at the State Department. The violence impacting both Christian and Muslim communities is real, and the Nigerian government can and should do more to address it. I was horrified to learn of the killing of 2 people and the kidnapping of the pastor and a worshiper at a church in Kwara State. And this came only a few days after, as the chairman mentioned, criminal bandits kidnapped 25 girls in Kebbi State. But it is counterproductive to adopt oversimplistic narratives about the multiple complex overlapping security challenges and violence across the country. The victims in the Kebbi State kidnapping were all Muslim girls. So violence affects everyone, and false narratives perpetuate harmful stereotypes and motivate tensions and violence based on religious identity. Distorting what's happening into a solely religious narrative erases the real drivers of violence and makes it harder to implement effective solutions. And it can fuel violence against the very groups the Trump administration claims it wants to protect. That's why I'm alarmed by President Trump's rhetoric about this violence and threats to go into Nigeria, guns a-blazing, and to wipe out terrorists. We are already receiving reports of increased tension between Christian and Muslim populations following this rhetoric. President Trump's threat is reckless, and any unilateral military action in Nigeria would be illegal. Congress has not authorized force in Nigeria to protect Christians, and any action without Nigeria's consent violates international law. We also know that a military-first response won't actually address the violence and will do very little to protect Christian communities. As I said, I worked on Nigeria policy since I was at the State Department in 2014, so I know firsthand these security challenges are multifaceted, and they require a holistic approach. A military-led approach risks more civilian casualties and impunity, which will only fuel violent extremism more. So we need to use more tools from our foreign policy toolbox if we're serious about helping Nigeria protect its citizens. That means we need to leverage diplomacy and engage with Nigeria on how we can help support their response while pushing for important reforms within Nigeria's institutions. We also need to utilize foreign assistance to fund programs to help prevent violence and address conflict drivers. But the Trump administration so far has hobbled these tools. On the diplomatic front, while I'm glad to see Ambassador Pratt will be here representing the African Affairs Bureau, we still have yet to see even a nomination for an Assistant Secretary for Africa. And we don't have a Senior Director for Africa at the NSC either. There are several emergent conflicts in Africa, including in Nigeria, but also in Sudan, DRC, and across the Sahel and in Ethiopia that demand high-level, consistent, and substantive engagement. Occasional attention from the president, while most of the time welcome, won't be enough to see lasting results on all of these different crises. And on the development front, President Trump's dismantling of USAID and cuts of hundreds of millions of dollars worth foreign assistance in Nigeria is worsening the violence. For years, the United States has supported Nigerian institutions, civil society, faith-based leaders, and researchers to address the conflict, violence, and religious freedom challenges. These programs proactively prevented and directly addressed the violence this administration is now concerned about. For example, a recent article in DevEx highlighted a program that Secretary Rubio terminated, which has left a void in communities that suffer violence. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record a DevEx article titled "The Cuts That Bleed: What Happens When Peace Programs Go Dark." Thank you. This article focuses on a former program implemented by Search for Common Ground, a peace-building organization that provided critical early warning in communities in Yelwata, a region in Nigeria's Middle Belt, where conflict and violence have erupted between Muslim herders and Christian farmers. This early warning program was responsible for fewer violent incidences before Secretary Rubio terminated it. In June, this same community was left in a lurch without this extra early warning support when an attack happened in Makurdi. Nearly 200 people were killed, hundreds burned alive in their homes and market stalls torched, and almost 4,000 people fled. And this is just one example where the United States has abandoned communities with no explanation. I have another article, this time from the LA Times by former USAID Foreign Service Officer Daniel Morris, that details another program that was helping prevent violence, but was discontinued. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record an LA Times article titled "Trump Cuts Nigeria's Aid Back in March, Now He Wonders Why It's So Violent." Thank you. This article discusses a program called the Community Initiatives to Promote Peace that operated in northern Nigeria. It trained community elders, including religious and tribal leaders, in conflict resolution, and the results were impressive. After giving one group training and making another one a control group for 6 months, each group was asked if their communities experienced violence. Here's what the article says. Only 10% of people in communities that received negotiation training and dialogue meetings said yes, compared to 41% of people in communities that hadn't. The Nigerians in the treatment group reported feeling more secure, more likely to walk around their communities, and less likely to avoid certain areas than those in the control group. We don't always see these kinds of results. So the fact that we were and the administration eliminated this program is incredibly short-sighted and counterproductive given their apparent interest in this issue. So if we want the United States to help prevent and address conflict in Nigeria, we can't pull back and eliminate our tools like President Trump has done. I urge the administration to reverse these decisions, nominate people at senior levels to work on Africa issues, and commit to working on this seriously, not just through a few Truth Social posts. So I look forward to hearing the testimony of Ambassador Pratt and Deputy Assistant Secretary McGee on what the State Department is planning to do to address the violence in Nigeria and how it plans to partner with Nigeria on doing so. And lastly, while I'm glad we have our witnesses here to discuss Nigeria today, I would be remiss to not also raise Sudan, since this is our first time with the State Department witnesses in front of the subcommittee this Congress, and we still have not had a budget hearing. The situation in Sudan is horrific. And while I'm glad to see this war finally getting high-level attention from President Trump, I look forward to hearing from Ambassador Pratt about what the department's plan is to both make a deal that brings a lasting end to the war in Sudan and invest in a real peace process for the Sudanese people. Thank you. I yield back.
We will now receive a testimony from Bishop Anagbe. He is leaving for a major speech in Germany, and we'll miss his flight if we wait until thankfully our two very distinguished witnesses from state have agreed, because normally the protocol is they go first, and I do thank them for that. But I'd like to welcome Bishop Anagbe back. He gave very compelling testimony back in March, and we all appreciated that very much. But he is in Benue State. He was ordained a Catholic priest in August of 1994, and Pope Francis elevated him to bishop in 2014. So, Bishop Anagbe, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Congressmember Chris Smith. The Most Reverend Wilfred Chikwa Anagbe, Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Makurdi, Benue, Nigeria. Before the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, African Subcommittee, November 20, 2025. President Trump's redesignation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern, CPC, a serious, well-founded wake-up call. I am here this evening talking that because I have the privilege of witnessing, the privilege of experiencing. I'm not talking as a privilege of opinion. Mr. Chairman, ranking members, distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for inviting me back to testify on the escalating crisis of Christian persecution and genocide in Nigeria. 6 months ago, precisely on 13th March 2025, when I last appeared before this committee, I warned that the situation was there and demanded urgent attention. Tragically, the past half year has proven those warnings understated the continued attack on vulnerable Christian villages by the Fulani ethnic militia and their counterparts, both in the Middle Belt of Nigeria and elsewhere in the country. Since my testimony in March 2025, credible reports from organizations monitoring religious freedom, including Open Doors and our own Justice, Development and Peace Commission in Makurdi Diocese, have documented continuing attacks on Christian villages, especially in the Middle Belt states of Benue and Plateau, perpetrated by the Fulani militia. Thousands more have been. My own village of Aondana in Gwe West local government was attacked and several of my relatives killed on May 22nd, 2025. An entire convent of Reverend Sisters of the Clarisha Missionary was displaced, along with the local Catholic parish. Within the days following that attack, nearby villages like Naka also witnessed attacks. In fact, on the 24th May 2025, one of my priests, Father Solomon Atongu, was shot and left to die in the pool of his blood, while those traveling with him were abducted. Though he survived the attack, he is unable to walk freely because he has a broken bone. A few weeks before, on Palm Sunday, April 13, 2025, with the attack occurring late that night or into the early hours of April 14th, Fulani militants launched a coordinated assault on Christian communities in Plateau State, Nigeria, primarily targeting the village of Zike in the Basa local government area near Jos. This incident was part of a broader wave of violence in the region during Holy Week, targeting Christians as they prepare to celebrate one of the most holy, important feasts in our church. In my own diocese of Makurdi, you are all familiar with the massacres of Saturday, 13th June in Yellowater, where 278 persons, men, women, and children were killed in a manner too gory to describe here by people shouting Allah Akbar, while slaughtering their victims. It took the prayers of the Holy Father Pope Leo XIV on Sunday, June 14th, for the government in Nigeria to even acknowledge this evil. Even so, the federal government still seeks to downplay the numbers and has yet to properly care for the survivors, even as I speak. Adoptions of clergy and laity remain rampant. Priests and pastors are prime targets for elimination. On 17th November 2025, another priest from Kaduna Archdiocese was kidnapped while his brother was shot dead and others taken into captivity. On the same day, a school was kidnapped, attacked in Kebbi State with many kidnapped, and the vice principal of the school was killed. Reports are also rife of the capture of a brigadier general of the Nigerian army with some army officers and soldiers by the Islamists. This is the daily experience of many Christians in Nigeria. Violence is spreading southward, displacing millions and destroying farmland, creating a humanitarian crisis compounded by food insecurity. Attacks by Fulani militants, Boko Haram, Islamic State of West African province, ISWAP, have intensified not only in the Middle Belt and northern states, but spreading southward and targeting Christian communities with impunity. We hoped the CPC designation by President Trump at the end of October might stabilize the situation, but instead it is deteriorating into one of the most later periods of for Nigerian Christians in recent memory. Like it is now commonly acknowledged, Nigeria remains the deadliest place on earth to be a Christian. More believers are killed there annually than in the rest of the world combined. Yet, perpetrators face little accountability, and the Nigerian government's response since the CPC designation is to unleash vain-glory speakers and willing tools to spin the narrative and make false equivalencies about Muslim deaths. But I would like to ask the question here, who is killing the Muslims up north? Is there any Christian militia displacing millions and occupying lands in Nigeria? The government of Nigeria's silence and refusal to engage in the face of continued killings and displacements has deepened feelings of abandonment among the people. The national leadership appears disengaged, treating the Christian genocide report as a non-issue instead of considering it a national emergency. This lack of political will undermines trust in government institutions and fuels perceptions of complicity or indifference. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, allow me to briefly mention another point so close to my heart, the humanitarian and social impact of this genocide. In the Middle Belt alone, millions of internally displaced persons remain in camps, unable to return to their ancestral lands. This threatens cultural continuity, religious and economic survival. The psychological trauma of survivors of these attacks is immense, with little access to counseling or rehabilitation. Widows, orphans, and survivors face ongoing threats. Girls and women endure sexual violence as a weapon. So many others resort to unsafe coping mechanisms for daily sustenance, destroying families, guarantees that no more Christian will be born from so many traumatized women. This is one of the elements of genocide, securing the disappearance of a group by longer-term measures other than murder. Without quick intervention, Christianity risks elimination in parts of northern and middle belt Nigeria within a very short time. Let me put it on record here that on behalf of millions of Christians in Nigeria and in the diaspora, we want to thank President Donald J. Trump for his bold leadership in designating Nigeria as a CPC. I commend you, Mr. Chris Smith, and this subcommittee's ongoing leadership and the recent U.S. designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern. It is a vital step but must be backed by serious action. 1. Using the Magnitsky Act for targeted sanctions on Nigerian government officials and others tolerating or condoning Islamic violence in the country. Tie security and other development or humanitarian aid to measurable protection improvements. Expand humanitarian support for IDPs. The IDPs must return to their ancestral homes and lands with security guarantees by the Nigerian government. They must also be supported to rebuild their economic livelihoods and enjoy basic services such as education and sanitation. Support bills like the Nigerian Religious Freedom Accountability Act to hold perpetrators accountable. This point cannot be overemphasized because it is impunity that fuels the violence we suffer. Irrespective of who are being killed, the prime question is, are there killings in Nigeria? And the government should stop it. International advocacy, work with allies to press Nigeria at the UN and ensure discriminatory laws and blasphemy laws are eradicated or expunged from the Constitution. Closing call to action. The CPC designation has brought immense joy, hope, and spiritual resilience to communities under siege in Nigeria. The Christian faith-based organizations remain among the few sources of relief and encouragement, filling the vacuum left by government inaction. However, the church alone cannot stop the killings. It requires coordinated political, military, and humanitarian intervention. Mr. Chairman and members, the blood of Nigerian Christians cries out to you people. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Renew hearings, pass binding legislations, and use every tool of U.S. influence to demand change. America remains the only country in the world with an International Religious Freedom Act. America has a unique role in defending religious freedom globally. Please enact concrete actions according to the CPC designation. We all know that inaction emboldens the extremists even more. Thank you for listening. I welcome you for this. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Bishop Anabe, thank you so very, very much for your testimony, for your leadership at great risk to yourself and so many of your priests and diocesan folks. I do thank you, and I wish you well on your trip, and I hope you make your plane. Thank you so very much. It falls to me as a great honor to introduce our two witnesses from the administration, and they're on their way in right now. Okay. While we're waiting for them to be seated, I would ask. No, I got it. They come? Good. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being here. And let me introduce Ambassador Jonathan Pratt, who is the Senior Bureau Official for the Bureau of African Affairs. From January 2023 to 2025, he served as the Bureau's Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary. Prior to that, he was U.S. Ambassador to Djibouti from 2021 to 2023. He is a recipient of the Presidential Rank Award, a Distinguished Honor Award, the Director General's Award for Reporting, and the James Clement Dunn Award for Excellence, and he has spent a lifetime working very effectively on African issues. Thank you, Ambassador Pratt, for being here and testifying. Then we'll hear from Jake McGee, who joined the Department of State in April of 2025 as Deputy Assistant Secretary in the Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor. Prior to joining the department, Mr. McGee was an attorney at the global law firm in Washington, D.C., and spent several years in the Middle East as an executive recruiter and taught English in a refugee camp in northern Jordan. Without objection, your full bios will be made a part of the record. Ambassador Pratt, the floor is yours.
Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Jacobs, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the administration's redesignation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern under the International Religious Freedom Act. In June of this year in Benue State, Nigeria, Fulani militants armed with guns and machetes set homes and food stores ablaze and locked families inside burning buildings, killing over 200 Christians. Witnesses reported assailants shouting Allahu Akbar as they assaulted St. Joseph's Church. The Fulani militants targeted Christian farmers, many of them internally displaced persons, already seeking refuge from previous violence. Benue State Governor Hyacinth Ali recently warned that his state is, quote, under siege and being attacked by terrorists and bandits, highlighting the Nigerian government's failure to intervene. The scale and brutality of violence facing Christian communities is tragic and unacceptable. It represents a serious failing on the part of the authorities. Similarly, on December 23, 2023, a series of coordinated attacks began and continued into Christmas morning in Plateau State. The attacks resulted in hundreds of victims. Many were women, children, and elderly unable to flee. At least 8 churches were destroyed. Plateau State communities are still reeling today from the overt religious-based violence of those attacks and their unanswered calls for help. The Nigerian government must do more to protect its Christian citizens who are being targeted and killed. Terrorists, separatists, bandits, and criminal militias in Nigeria wreak havoc throughout the country, with ongoing attacks often deliberately targeting Christian communities. In addition to the violent Islamic extremism and banditry experienced in Nigeria's Middle Belt, there has been a surge in violent attacks across northern Nigeria by violent extremist organizations like ISIS West Africa, ISIS Sahel, Boko Haram, Jainim, and Al-Qaeda affiliate Ansaru, and Lakurawa. The ongoing violence is a problem of prioritization for the government of Nigeria. Although its military and police are engaged and taking significant losses in their counterterrorism efforts in the Northeast, the Nigerian government has not done enough to effectively combat violence in the Middle Belt, protect Christian communities, or hold perpetrators accountable. The intent of the administration's approach is to raise the protection of Christians to the top of the government of Nigeria's priorities, especially in the Middle Belt. Nigeria is a key regional partner, Africa's largest democracy and most populous nation, with whom we share economic and security interests. It is in the United States' interest to work with the Nigerian government on a plan of action to strengthen security for at-risk Christian communities and Nigerians of all faiths whose ability to practice their faith is put in jeopardy by endemic violence and terrorism. We welcome Nigeria's willingness to cooperate following the CPC designation. We look forward to seeing these commitments put into action. The Trump administration is developing a plan to incentivize and compel the Nigerian government to better protect Christian communities and improve religious freedom. This plan will consider U.S. state and Treasury engagement on sanctions, as well as possible Department of War engagement on counterterrorism and other efforts to protect religious communities. Secretary Rubio and Deputy Secretary Landau have engaged already with members of the Nigerian government on the importance of addressing the violence facing Christians in the Middle Belt. Ultimately, the President's decision underscores the administration's commitment to promoting religious freedom as a universal right and a fundamental freedom. The levels of violence and atrocities committed against Christians and communities of all faiths in Nigeria are appalling and threaten this universal right. We remain open to working together with the Nigerians, but we also expect the Nigerian government to deliver results on the ground as proof of their commitment to this universal right. Thank you for your attention, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Mr. McGee.
Chairman Smith, ranking membership. I'll start over. Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Jacobs, distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to join my colleague, Senior Bureau Official Pratt, to discuss the Trump administration's decision to redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern in accordance with the International Religious Freedom Act of 1998. President Trump's decisive action to designate Nigeria as a CPC made clear that the United States stands ready to champion the rights of Christians and protect them from religious persecution. The religious freedom situation in Nigeria is well documented in the annual IRF reports. The IRF Act, designed by Congress nearly 3 decades ago, establishes religious freedom as a U.S. foreign policy priority and mandates that the president call out religious freedom violators as a reflection of the importance our nation places on America's first freedom. As my colleague stated, the levels of violence and atrocities committed against Christians in Nigeria are appalling. Particularly in the Middle Belt, these attacks directly target Christian populations. Ample witness testimonies have confirmed attackers used religious language during their attacks and specifically targeted Christians for killing, abduction, and rape. It is clear Nigerians are being attacked and killed because of their faith, and the Nigerian government must uphold its duty to protect them. The United States stands with civil society and religious actors brave enough to speak about the tragic violence and discrimination they face in Nigeria. When Bishop Wilfred Anagbe and Father Remigius Eyula testified before Chairman Smith's hearing last March about religious freedom, these two courageous religious leaders reported they received threats rather than protection from the Nigerian government. But the United States listened, and we will continue to listen and act until the Nigerian government protects religious freedom, strengthens its protections for vulnerable Christians, and holds perpetrators accountable. In addition to these failures, Nigerian officials also continue to prosecute individuals for alleged blasphemy, which stands in clear violation of Nigeria's obligation to safeguard free speech. Under the Sharia penal codes enforced in 12 of its states, Nigeria is one of only 8 countries in the world that allows for penalties up to execution for blasphemy, along with Iran and Pakistan, which have long been designated CPCs. When authorities detain individuals accused of blasphemy, the judicial process often takes years while they remain in prison, sometimes on death row. Mobs often take the law into their own hands with impunity. For example, in 2022, a mob killed Deborah Samuel Yakubu, a student of Shehu Shagari College of Education, Sokoto, in a heinous attack after she was accused of blasphemy. This young Christian woman's life was taken too soon, yet her murderers remain free. With horrifying reports of discrimination, abuse, torture, disappearance, and even the murder of individuals simply trying to practice their faith freely and safely, religious freedom is not an abstraction, but an obligation Nigeria must uphold. This administration has heard the steady, clarion call from civil society and religious actors about the pernicious impact of the violence on religious communities. The Nigerian government must protect religious freedom, strengthen protections of vulnerable Christians, hold perpetrators accountable, and make measurable progress toward ending this violence against Christians as well as any Nigerians persecuted for their faith. We greatly appreciate the committee's dedication to shedding light on the situation in Nigeria and support in advancing freedom, religious freedom, not just in Nigeria, but around the world. And I want to personally thank you, Chairman Smith, for your tireless efforts over the decades about religious freedom and, of course, other human rights abuses, including combating human trafficking. So thank you, Chairman Smith. I welcome your questions.
Thank you so very much for your testimonies. The phrase incentivize and compel, which you used, Ambassador Pratt, I think is an excellent one. Last night, and I know others met with the delegation that traveled here, and I know they're meeting with you and other at state. The head of National Security Advisor, Rabuda, and his delegation, including the Attorney General, I raised the very significant issue of CPC is not forever. You can get off of it, and everybody who gets put on CPC, or especially including on the trafficking laws, and I wrote them, Trafficking Victims Protection Act, I wrote that in the year 2000. And I have met with more delegations who always say, not us,
Well, blessed. I don't know. You didn't. Depends. I think you must have watched and listened to this congregational hearing of the genocide yesterday. So I just literally I don't know the time you left anyway. So, but I've been playing this for about I've been playing this for about 40 minutes already, if I'm not mistaken. I actually stopped Pierce. I got bored with Pierce too. I didn't play. I don't think I played Pierce more than maybe 5 to 10 minutes. Then I played. Okay. I think I started playing this. No, I played a bit of documentary of and 10 years anniversary of Being Back Our Girls. Whoever that called you should be warned. I'm waiting for Mandani and Trump. Trump will be meeting Mandani in a minute. As soon as that one starts, I will switch to it. Because
That's, somebody else is doing the trafficking. It's not us. There's always this culture of denial. And that goes for states that are allies who get put on that list, and that includes CPC, and as well as countries that are not necessarily our allies, like China, which is both a tier 3 country for trafficking and a CPC country, and has been from the very beginning of implementation of Frank Wolf's famous law, the International Religious Freedom Act of 1998. So it's such a familiar refrain. And it flies in the face of evidence, and evidence is what it's all about. The prosecutorial discretion that is not shown in Nigeria to go after and to deploy detectives and protection capabilities from the police, it's just not there. We hear it so frequently, and if it is there, show us. They always say, well, they're bandits, they're this, they're that. But what's the motivation behind Boko Haram? And I went to my opening statement, or would remind you, I kept asking the administration then, why do you keep dismissing that this isn't a radical Islamist organization called Boko Haram? Yeah, they hate moderate Muslims too. I've heard that, like I said, from many imams myself, and they certainly hate Christians and will kill them to procure their ends. So I just, we need to have that in all human rights. I found that be the case. The author of 2 laws on religious freedom. I did the Frank Wolf bill in 2016, which put entities of particular concern, a lot of other things into the law, working with Frank, who is in retirement. Wolf, that champion for religious freedom. And I got to tell you, every time I talk to a delegation, every single time, they deny it. Every time. And after a while, it's like, what's your denial going to be? So last night when I was talking to this high-level delegation, I know some of my colleagues met with them as well, I said, we're just looking for progress. We're standing with your oppressed people. These Nigerians are not Americans. We do have a very large diaspora. They're wonderful, many in New Jersey, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about in the country, and we stand in solidarity with the oppressed and not the oppressor. And we wrote in the original Religious Freedom Act, and this is very important because they say, well, we're not killing people, we're not doing, well, engaged in or tolerated. When you don't prosecute, when you don't protect, that's toleration, and that's written right into the law as a criteria for designation of CPC. So I know that's what you've done, and I thank you for your due diligence on this. And there are a lot of other groups, left and right, and Amnesty International keeps saying, and I've raised this with the ICC. I've had ICC prosecutors testify at my hearings, particularly on Nagorno-Karabakh, when they were using food as a weapon. We're not signatories to it, but it's out there. Well, Nigeria is. And Amnesty, again, last year, they keep asking, where's the prosecutions for this? Nigeria, Amnesty International petitions the ICC judges to end prosecutors' delaying of justice for atrocity crimes. So are they wrong too? And I do hope that, and without objection, I would ask that article be made a part of the record about Amnesty. So it's very, very concerning, and I do hope that you will know that this is just par for the course. It's just not us, and it gets very, very tiresome. Show us that it's not you. Open it all up. How many of you, where are the prosecutions? We hear from so many Christians that they dial into the police and nobody shows up. And then there's no investigation. One of my sons is a detective. You've got to do detective work. Find out who it is and put them into jail if they're guilty. And that's not happening. They give some numbers. I remember with Nicholas Ceausescu, when I fought against the Securitate, we used to have people coming around this place saying, oh, he has church, he has no religious freedom issues. He allows churches. He was crushing the Jewish as well as the Christian communities through his Securitate, the secret police of Romania. So it's like we just see seeing this reframe over and over again. So if you might want to comment on that, because again, my argument last night to that high-level delegation, we want you to succeed. We absolutely want you to rid yourself of this cancer that hates moderate Muslims and absolutely hates and kills as well Christians.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, as you and I discussed yesterday, the designation, we hope, will sharpen minds and sharpen attention to the issue. As you mentioned, there is a delegation already here now in Washington this week, a very senior delegation. They'll be meeting with the Deputy Secretary of State. They're meeting with Department of War officials as well. And the Secretary of State has directed us at the State Department to work with the Nigerian government on an action plan and to set up a task force to address this issue and use all of the tools that are at our disposal to focus minds and focus attention on this issue. Thank you.
As you mentioned, Chairman, this is not a new issue. This has been going on in Nigeria for several years. President Trump designated Nigeria in 2020, and the previous administration removed Nigeria as a CPC in 2021 and 2022 and 2023. And so a CPC designation, as my colleague just mentioned, focuses the minds of people in Nigeria. It puts the onus on the government of Nigeria to take action to protect its own citizens, including people of all faiths, not just Christians. Muslim communities are affected as well, other communities. And so the CPC designation is a step that starts a conversation that leads to greater engagement with the Nigerian government, because ultimately this is their responsibility.
Let me just, there is talk, while CPC is not a designation of genocide, there is a very cogent argument to be made that this is a genocide. And I remind people that, again, there's all this denial. I had 3 hearings on the Armenian genocide, and I had, sitting right where you're sitting, Mr. McGee, an ambassador from Turkey, who said, if you recognize, and we had a good bipartisan effort going on this, if you recognize the so-called Armenian genocide, we'll throw you out of your base in Incirlik. And I said, what a great NATO partner you are. It was just amazing. We've seen it over and over again. When I went to Darfur and met with Bashir, we then went to the UN, Human Rights Commission, as it was called then, not the Council. We were flabbergasted that they wouldn't call what was happening in Darfur a genocide. And again, I remind everybody, Article 2 says in genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such, in whole or in part. It's very clear. Now, we're not talking in CPC about genocide, but when we fought against ISIS, and Jeff Fortenberry did a very serious bill because the administration then would not recognize what ISIS was doing to the Chaldeans, and I went and visited with them in that part of the world. I was shocked that they wouldn't do it. We got a bipartisan piece of legislation passed that did recognize the genocide, and then finally John Kerry said, "Okay, we'll call it what it is." So, whole or in part. And that's what's happening here, at least in part. And the president did say he's worried about the extermination if it's allowed to continue onward. So I would like to ask, just for the record, the department has 7 positions vacant in our embassy in Nigeria, including the individual rights, religious freedom reports, and the like. I just encourage you to fill those as quickly as possible. I think that would be very helpful if you could. And I yield to Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I noted in my opening remarks, a recent DevEx article described a former program from Search for Common Ground that Secretary Rubio terminated earlier this year. This program set up critical early warning systems in communities in Yelwada, a predominantly Christian region in Nigeria's Middle Belt, that actually worked in decreasing instances of violence and deaths. In June, this same community experienced an attack, but without that early warning system. Nearly 200 people died and 4,000 people fled their homes. Security forces arrived long after the attackers left. And had this program still been in place, it could have prevented some of these deaths by sending early warning signs ahead of the attack and taking actions to prevent or respond to it. Mr. McGee, this program was funded by your bureau, the Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor Bureau. Can you explain to the committee why the department canceled this program?
Thank you for your question, Ranking Member Jacobs. As Secretary Rubio has said time and again, America is the most generous country in the world, and we will continue to be the most generous country in the world. We are looking at every option to stop this atrocious violence, but ultimately the violence must be stopped by the Nigerian government.
Okay,
in terms of programming,
will you recommend restarting this program to the Secretary?
So to your question, Ranking Member Jacobs, we do have ongoing program, including early warning and early response systems that are effective across the Middle Belt, and they have saved lives. And so we have a lot of tools at our disposal in DRL and across the State Department that is not just assistance, but is security, that is economic engagement. Across the State Department, we're reviewing every single tool that we have to make sure that this violence stops. But ultimately, America can partner with the Nigerian government, but the Nigerian government must take responsibility and protect religious freedom for all communities, especially Christians right now who are suffering disproportionately.
So my understanding is that most of those programs have been canceled, but I look forward to hearing from you which of those programs have continued to be funded and which you intend to restart. Earlier this month, President Trump posted on Truth Social threatening to cut off all aid to Nigeria and go into the country, quote, guns a-blazing, to, quote, completely wipe out terrorists. He ordered Secretary Hegseth to prepare for possible actions.
To your question, Ranking Member Jacobs, we do have ongoing program, including early warning and early response systems that are effective across the Middle Belt, and they have saved lives. And so we have a lot of tools at our disposal in DRL and across the State Department that is not just assistance, but is security, that is economic engagement. Across the State Department, we're reviewing every single tool that we have to make sure that this violence stops. But ultimately, America can partner with the Nigerian government, but the Nigerian government must take responsibility and protect religious freedom for all communities, especially Christians right now who are suffering disproportionately.
So my understanding is that most of those programs have been canceled, but I look forward to hearing from you which of those programs have continued to be funded and which you intend to restart. Earlier this month, President Trump posted on Truth Social threatening to cut off all aid to Nigeria and go into the country, quote, guns a-blazing, to, quote, completely wipe out terrorists. He ordered Secretary Hegseth to prepare for possible actions. This reckless threat provoked calls within the Nigerian government and public to respect Nigeria's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Ambassador Pratt, what role has Secretary Rubio been given to respond to this challenge using diplomatic and development tools?
Thank you for the question. The Secretary of State, as I mentioned, has directed us to come up with a comprehensive plan using all of the tools that are at our disposal, primarily diplomatic, but also security, also assistance, cooperation programs. This would span from security to policing to economic. We want to look at all of these tools and have a comprehensive strategy to get the best result possible.
Great. We will look forward to seeing that strategy. There were public reports that AFRICOM has laid out 3 potential military options. What is the status of this decision at an interagency level?
We have had interagency discussions about all of the tools that are at our disposal, including on the security side of the equation, and we have a live discussion with the Nigerian government about how we can assist them in responding to security threats in the country, including this one.
Have there been any NSC meetings on this issue?
There have.
Okay. And I want to turn to another program that I raised during my remarks, the Community Initiatives to Promote Peace. Again, this one incredibly successful, saw positive results showing that only 10% of people who received this training experienced violence in their communities compared to 41% of people who didn't. This is an extremely low-cost, effective intervention, and yet again, this program was eliminated. Mr. McGee, can you help the committee understand why this program wasn't deemed worthwhile to continue?
So again, the programming that I mentioned that we still have continuing in the Middle Belt, early warning, early response, also includes dialogue amongst religious communities. And we have seen effective dialogue between those communities that do promote religious tolerance, addressing some of the root causes that you mentioned earlier. And so we're committed to continue to provide support to the Nigerian government. That obviously programming doesn't go to the Nigerian government. It goes to locally owned and locally managed programming opportunities. And so we're still doing that programming, and we're committed to use every tool at our disposal to help the Nigerian government take care of this issue.
Thank you. The State Department still has not submitted the annual International Religious Freedom Report that is statutorily required by May of this year. It's November. This committee has not seen this administration's analysis, therefore, of the situation in Nigeria or actions taken in support of religious freedom. Mr. McGee, when will we see this report? When will the State Department submit it?
So as you mentioned, Ranking Member Jacobs, the IRF reports are a valuable tool to give an overview of religious freedom in every country around the world and to tell the Nigerian government steps they can take and the situation on the ground. So we're working on those and will be released soon. There's also, of course, the human rights reports that have been released that are a snapshot or an overview of the human rights condition in every country around the world, 198 countries and territories. And so we're committed to releasing the IRF reports as soon as they're ready.
Okay, great. In mid-October, Senior Advisor Boulos stated that Boko Haram and ISIS are killing more Muslims than Christians. What is the State Department's assessment? Have these groups killed more Muslims or Christians? And what evidence is the State Department citing that Christians in Nigeria are at specific grave risk of atrocities?
So President Trump has made clear that we are to respect and promote religious freedom for all communities. In Nigeria, there is a particular problem of targeting of Christians, and they have suffered a disproportionate number of killings compared to their population, especially in the Middle Belt. And when we see attackers chanting religious slogans, churches being destroyed to the tune of thousands over the last several years, thousands of Christians being killed, and particular targeting on Christian holidays like Christmas and Easter and other holidays. This shows there's a religious component targeted towards Christians in particular. That being said, we stand with all communities around the world who are suffering religious persecution because of their faith. We value religious freedom as a per se good, and we're committed to protect religious communities no matter where they are. As I think Chairman Smith mentioned in his remarks, of the thousands of Christians who have been killed this year around the world, the vast majority have been killed in Nigeria, which is a problem the government of Nigeria must take seriously.
Okay. I disagree with your assessment, but I look forward to seeing the report that has it all laid out. Last question, Ambassador Pratt. Yesterday, President Trump announced this administration would start focusing on trying to end the war in Sudan. This is a welcome development, and I hope you all are successful. I am, however, concerned that the sporadic high-level attention without the appropriate staff at the working level will not be enough to bring a sustained end to the war or transition to a real peace process that includes Sudanese civilians. Could you share more about the State Department's strategy to bring the war in Sudan to an end? How many people on your team are dedicated to this portfolio? Has there been an NSC meeting about this recently? Will there be shortly? How can we be sure that this will be a sustained approach?
Thank you very much, Ranking Member Jacobs. I'm very proud to have fought very hard to retain all of the staff in the Africa Bureau during the recent reorganization that the State Department undertook. We were able to present very convincing data about the understaffing historically in the Bureau. And so not only did we retain staff, we also gained additional staff to help on the assistance side. On Sudan, we retain a very large office by State Department standards focused on Sudan, and we are very lucky to have Senior Advisor Boulos, who has brought high-level White House attention to two key issues for us, which is Eastern DRC, as you know, and Sudan. Senior Advisor Boulos has also worked on other issues to bring profile and attention to them. And so we welcome the President's comments and profile in his meetings with the Saudi leader yesterday to draw attention and resources to this issue.
Okay. Listen, I know you all are doing what you can. AF is mostly intact. Staff bandwidth is still limited by USAID cuts at embassy and the cut to the Bureau of Conflict and Stabilization Operations that I know was working hard on this issue. And the administration has yet to name a special envoy for Sudan. So I look forward to continuing this conversation to make sure that you all have what you need to be successful in this endeavor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Baird.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank our witnesses for being here. My question deals with the responsibility, and we've heard a lot about that already, of the Nigerian government for putting an end to this prosecution or persecution. So has the United States really been able to see any progress in terms of the Nigerian government recognizing a duty on its part to reduce this persecution and targeted violence? And to what extent, if any, has the government's accountability made any improvement in reducing these persecutions?
So as I mentioned in my opening statement, thank you for your question, Representative Baird. The Nigerian government has to do more. There have been attacks where 0 perpetrators have been held to account and 0 prosecutions. Heinous attacks that cost lives, that drive people out of their homes. There are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of internally displaced peoples, and those individuals who caused that displacement have not been held to account. So as SBO Pratt mentioned, we're having high-level engagement with the Nigerian government. We have a great partnership on a lot of issues like security, trade, other things, but we're encouraging them to actually take ownership of this responsibility and prosecute the criminals and terrorists who have perpetrated this persecution.
And so do you feel like there's any movement on the part of the government, Nigerian government, to do that, to move to protect their people? I mean, I just wanted a hint of whether they're moving that direction or not.
So I think President Trump took bold action in redesignating Nigeria as a CPC, and that, I believe, has gotten the attention of the Nigerian government. We're engaged in high-level dialogues with them, including this week at the very highest levels. We're planning engagement on the ground, both through our embassy there and other trips, to make sure that Nigerians hear our very important message that they have to do better. So I think we're making progress in the right direction. President Trump's bold action on the CPC designation was an important step. It's gotten their attention in the Nigerian government, but we need to do a lot more.
So, Mr. Pratt, I want to delve a little deeper into that CPC designation that he just mentioned. And you know, the Trump's administration was designated Nigeria as a CPC. So do you anticipate the administration will be less likely to issue a waiver in the current administration as opposed to President Trump's first term? And if the president does not issue a waiver this time, do you think that the lack of a waiver now will apply to the necessary pressure to the government to reduce these persecutions?
Thank you very much. We are putting together, as I mentioned, a comprehensive plan to use all the tools available. And so I expect, as we're cooperating with the government of Nigeria on what those tools will be, if there is specific U.S. government programs or assistance that will require a waiver, and through agreement in our cooperative relationship with the government of Nigeria on what will be effective and successful, that we may need to seek waivers for some programs. There may be other programs that we will not seek waivers for.
Thank you. Mr. McGee, do you have any comments in that regard?
I would just echo what SBO Pratt has said, that we're engaged in high levels, and if waivers are needed for certain programs, we're willing to do that. But the important thing is to get the Nigerian government's attention, including about the Sharia law that still exists in the 12 northern states, up to and including the death penalty as a device of punishment. And so we're having frank conversations with Nigerians at all levels of government and are committed to do whatever it takes to continue to encourage them to take actual action and not just talk.
So I thank both of you for being here, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank you very much. Ms. Jaipal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our witnesses for being here this morning. And before we turn to Nigeria, since this is the first time we have you in front of us, in front of the committee, I just want to quickly talk about Sudan, because I do think this is so critical. And the humanitarian situation there, the incredible numbers. I mean, 400,000 killed, over 11 million displaced, 30 million in need of humanitarian aid. This is just a stunning crisis, and I did want to appreciate the administration's recent comments on this, particularly Secretary Rubio, when he called for action to cut off the supply of weapons to the Rapid Support Forces. And as the Secretary had previously acknowledged, it has been widely documented that the UAE has been one of the primary drivers in fueling those weapons to the RSF. So I hope that I want to urge the administration to use every piece of leverage that we have to halt that support. And I hope, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your leadership and for the ranking member's leadership on this issue. I hope that we can take up the bill from Representative Meeks and Representative Jacobs. I know it was on our agenda, but I think it's important for us to take up that bill at the earliest opportunity, because this is a moment for us, I think, to all focus on the horrific crisis there. So just want to urge you to do everything you can, and we are spending a lot of time on this issue. I have a lot of constituents who are directly impacted by this in the Sudanese diaspora. So thank you for that. The devastating levels of violence in Nigeria are clear, but I appreciate that people have also recognized it isn't just the persecution of Christians. This is persecution of multiple groups, and I think we have to be careful not to portray it just as persecution of Christians. That feels to me simplistic, and it doesn't account for the intersectional diversity of Nigeria. Certainly religion is a contributing factor to the violence, but a review by the Search for Common Ground found that in Nigeria's Middle Belt region, religion was not a primary driver of conflict. Instead, violence has been directed against both Christians and Muslims, regardless of religion, at the hands of armed terror groups like Boko Haram and ISIS West Africa, or fueled by differences in lifestyle between farmer and herder groups, compounded by climate change and governance issues. And so I want to start by saying I'm very concerned that a day after President Trump saw a clip on Fox News about the persecution of Christians in Nigeria, he threatened to go, quote, guns a-blazing in Nigeria and revoke all assistance. That would include all global health funding, despite Nigeria accounting for over a quarter of annual malaria deaths a year. And being home to the world's third largest population living with HIV. These are all issues I worked on in Africa long before coming to Congress. In response, the Nigerian government criticized any action that would violate Nigeria's sovereignty and territorial integrity. I know, Ambassador Pratt, that you've spoken about some agreements, some conversations in a task force with the Nigerian government, but can you tell me under what authority would the U.S. military strike inside of Nigeria?
Well, the Secretary of State, and thank you for the question, Congresswoman. The Secretary of State has directed us to put together a comprehensive plan that uses all tools at our disposal, including security and Department of War. And this would be primarily focused on the security that we are providing to the government of Nigeria and how they are deploying their assets. We can also share information and intelligence. We can talk about counterterrorism. And so those are the tools that we are primarily looking at in our strategy.
Don't you think it would have been appropriate to have the task force discussion and the alternatives presented prior to the president going on Truth Social and saying we're going to go guns a-blazing into Nigeria?
We've been working on these problem sets in Nigeria for a long time. We have a lot of programs of assistance in the country. They did undergo a foreign assistance review, but many of them continue, and we want to make sure that we're using them strategically to get the best outcomes.
Very diplomatically said, Ambassador. I just wish we would actually stick to that playbook rather than a bully and threaten of a country that is extremely important to us and to the region. I don't think that's the right way to go, to just go on Truth Social and threaten guns a-blazing. I think what you've described is much more appropriate, and I look forward to seeing what comes out of that. You know, we had Ambassador Kelly Curry here before a different subcommittee of this committee, former Trump appointee, and she said in front of the committee in a hearing yesterday, I think it's a very relevant quote, "You cannot solve problems created by men with guns by turning to men with guns for this solution." And I just would urge us to think about that. This is coming from a former Trump appointee. I think if we were to do this, it would just serve to further radicalize communities and risk turning the aggression of actors like Boko Haram and ISIS West Africa directly to the United States. I just have 50.
Gentlelady, it's expired.
Oh, it's expired. I'm so sorry. I thought I had 50 seconds left. Thank you for your indulgence. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Huizenga.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. And I'm going to deviate a little bit from my written remarks, much to the chagrin of my staff, but I feel it needs to be addressed right from the very beginning. The simple fact is radicalized Islamists are running amok in Nigeria. They're terrorizing moderate Muslims. They're terrorizing Christians. And they are targeting Christians. That cannot be disputed. And while we see many people trying to emphasize the outside issues, lifestyle, who owns land, who is the herder, et cetera, they want to emphasize that those are the key drivers and that they're the key drivers of everything but religion. And I and many others, and I'm not just talking about those of us on this committee or Americans, I'm talking about religious leaders in Nigeria, believe religion is one of, if not the main driver of targeted violence right now. We just heard from Bishop Anagbe. A week and a half ago, I talked to President Magaji. President Magaji is the president of my own, he's the Nigerian president of my own faith sect, the Christian Reformed Church. We have 400,000, mostly from a Dutch background, 400,000 participants and members here in North America between the United States and Canada. We have 500,000 in Nigeria. We are essentially an African church that happens to be headquartered in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And I want to ask this question, because this seems to be sort of part of the central argument. While this isn't necessary, while certainly the Trump administration believed it was necessary the first go around, and I want to ask this question. Did things improve when the Biden administration removed the CPC?
Thank you for your question, Representative Huizenga.
And just for the record, I'm seeing a number of heads shaking no in the right behind you. And these are people that may have a little better information than what the American media is, and they're all nodding their head right now. So go ahead.
Thank you for your question, Representative Huizenga. As you mentioned, violence has increased over the last several years. It was unfortunate that the Biden administration chose to remove Nigeria as a CPC in 2021 and 2022 and 2023. And President Trump's bold action to redesignate them is a wake-up call to the Nigerian government. And as you mentioned, extremist religious ideology is, of course, a primary motivator of these attacks. The attackers themselves use religious language. They target churches. They target Christians on holidays.
And absolutely. It was Christmas Eve of 2023 exactly. When 200 people were killed in a church. Now, I want to ask this. So one question was, did things improve? I think the answer is no on that. here's the question. Proportionally, do we see Christians killing Muslims in Christian areas of Nigeria the way that we are seeing radicalized Islamists killing Christians in Muslim areas of Nigeria?
What I can tell you, Representative Huizenga, is that Christians are disproportionately targeted based on their population.
Exactly. And by the way, for those that you can't pick up with the microphones, there's audible yeses behind you. Again, the people that are watching who are nodding their heads. Why? Because they have lived this. Their families have lived this. I went to school with kids from Nigeria. I've got neighbors who've been missionaries there, who have family there, who have friends there, who know this is going on. Yet we've got not just the mass media, we got people within Congress denying that this is happening, or certainly de-emphasizing it. It ought to be outrageous that it is Christians, moderate Muslims, anyone being terrorized by these radicalized Islamists in Nigeria, and we've got the Tinubu government sitting back and not doing enough. And I recently just was interviewed by Nigerian television, Arise TV, and that was really their question. Is the Tinubu government doing enough? And I had to answer, no, they are not. And I do not understand how a delegation can come here to the United States and downplay and come up with all of these other excuses as to why this is allowed to happen. It should be rejected and should be called out for what it is. And I've got a couple of other questions that my time has expired that I'm going to have to go and ask for them in written responses. But one of them I need to highlight is in Benue State, there's 1.4 million people who are considered internally displaced. Understanding that the administration has supported refugee assistance in dozens of other countries since taking office, what humanitarian assistance support are you providing or plan to provide to the IDPs in Benue and Taraba states, where many of those Christian communities reside? And I'll have to take the answer in writing. And Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, just to show the breadth of this, I want to submit for the record remarks from the chairman of the Financial Services Committee, French Hill from Arkansas, who also serves on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, the Intel Committee. And I serve as vice chair of the Committee of Financial Services. This is where many of those sanctions originate and the enforcement. And I will say this, sanctions are only as good as your willingness to enforce them. And as the chairman has pointed out, there are ways to get out of those sanctions. And that's through correct your behavior. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit the letter. Thank you. And with that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Thank you, Ranking Member Jacobs, and the distinguished members of the subcommittee. Thank you for convening this critical hearing. The crisis in Nigeria demands our clear-eyed attention, not political exploitation. I'd like to thank our esteemed panelists that have taken the time to come before us today. Thank you for your work on Africa on the ground, and at least one of you brings that experience. However, I must express my shock and, if you will, a bit of outrage that we are not putting into these top positions people who are directly from and represent the culture and the lived experiences of the African people. Currently, we still have unfulfilled positions that are very important, which demonstrates this administration's lack of sincerity towards moving us towards more dialogue as opposed to destruction. The Assistant Secretary for African Affairs has not been appointed or even nominated. The Senior Director for Africa at the NSC has not been appointed or directed for Middle East and African Affairs. I've had the honor of traveling to Nigeria now for 4 decades and meeting with Nigerians in the diaspora for decades as well. They are unequivocally some of the most tolerant, productive, and loving people that you will ever meet. We are speaking today about a nation of extraordinary promise and complexity, a country of nearly 240 million people, home to 250 ethnic groups and two major religions, Christianity and Islam, that have coexisted and built a society together for generations. The idea that this nation is simply engaged in a one-sided religious war, I believe, is a dangerous fiction. The current government, led by President Tinubu, a Muslim married to an ordained Christian minister, reflects this complexity. Out of the 9 top security chiefs, 5 are Christians, including the chief of defense staff and the head of the Air Force. Nigeria is a diverse, complex democracy, and we must treat it as such. The suffering in Nigeria is immense. The insecurity is a major issue for all Nigerians. We must stand firmly with every victim and survivor. Violence against any person of faith is unacceptable. With approximately 8,000 civilians of all faiths killed so far this year, the pain felt by Christians and Muslim communities alike deserve our compassion and, again, not our exploitation. The truth is that Nigeria's wave of violence stems from a complex mix of ethnic, economic, external, and religious tensions. Boko Haram and other extremist groups have killed both Christians and Muslims indiscriminately. Communities across Nigeria, from farmers in Plateau State to herders in the north, have suffered unspeakable, staggering losses. To simplify this tragedy by calling it solely a Christian genocide, I believe ignores the full, difficult truth and the suffering of all Nigerians. Therefore, the answer, I believe, is not and will never be American bombs or boots on the ground. We have not given diplomacy an exhaustive chance. I have previously denounced the threat to deploy U.S. troops to Nigeria, calling it a dangerous overreach that risks reigniting colonial-era patterns of intervention on the African continent. We cannot allow the sudden interest in Nigeria's internal conflict to be a pretext for military action, when this same impulse was absent in the Sudan, in the DRC, or the Central African Republic. Furthermore, we must address the sheer hypocrisy of a military-first approach when non-military support has been repeatedly undermined. As the New York Times' Nicholas Kristof has rightly stated, Trump aid cuts kill more Christians than jihadists. Deep cuts to the USAID program and global food and health programs have severely limited America's ability to provide the kind of non-military support that was estimated to be saving the lives of more than 250,000 Nigerians each year. When you defund USAID and shut down peace-building initiatives, you leave communities vulnerable. You don't stabilize Africa with missiles. You stabilize it with schools, with clean water, with economic opportunity, and with true partnership. The path to peace in Nigeria must come through dialogue, development, and dignity, not denomination. America should be a partner in healing, not a hammer looking for a nail. I urge this subcommittee to prioritize a diplomacy-first approach, fully fund our humanitarian aid and peace-building initiatives, and work with the Nigerian government to eliminate terrorist, criminal groups, securing a safer and more stable future for all Nigerians. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to the testimony. I yield back.
Thank you very much.
Who's next?
Fine. Oh, Mr. Fine. The chair recognizes Mr. Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for allowing me to participate today. You know, as I thought about what I would talk about today, I thought of a flag that I saw flown on October 7th, 2023. It said, "First we come for the Saturday people, tomorrow we come for the Sunday people." And as we have this hearing today, I ask myself, how many countries are we going to allow this to happen in until we take it seriously? On October 7th, 2023, people yelling Allahu Akbar attempted to genocide the Jews. A few months ago, people yelling Allahu Akbar attempted to genocide the Druze in Syria. And here we are talking today about another group of people yelling Allahu Akbar trying to genocide Christians. How many countries are we going to have this happen to? How often are we going to allow this to be whitewashed and both siderists until we acknowledge that we have a serious problem that we have out there? You know, I want to thank President Trump for doing this. Joe Biden never should have done it. And my question when I get to it will be, why do you think he did? Why do you think he took them off the list? But I want to thank President Trump for taking a leadership role, because we must stomp out this evil wherever it presents itself. I want to thank the chairman for choosing to have a hearing on this. And I want to thank my colleague, my fellow freshman, Representative Moore, for also raising the profile of this issue around the world. It is easy for me to criticize this when it happens in Israel and when it happens with the Jews, given who I am. But it is important that we call out evil wherever it is. And I am sick and tired of the fetishism and the whitewashing of the problem. This is a real problem that we have to acknowledge in a country where you can get the death penalty for criticizing a religion. And we'll talk about that if I have time to get to questions. That is not okay. That is not acceptable. That is not a value that America should ever stand by and allow. We are allowed to have whatever opinions we want in this country, no matter how reprehensible they may be. We should demand that from others if they wish for our aid and assistance. But what I'm most tired of is the delusional belief that if we all just sit down around some sort of hypothetical drum circle, as I heard earlier, that we can resolve our differences. People are being killed, and it requires people to stand up and use force to keep them and to make them safe. I'd like to ask the ambassador, since 2009, it's believed 19,000 Christian churches have been destroyed. My question to you is, was that a coincidence? Were they just like randomly targeting buildings, and these 19,000 buildings happened to be churches, or were they targeted because they were churches?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. As my colleague has said, and the Trump administration strongly believes that there has been a disproportionate number of attacks on Christian communities, which is the reason for the designation.
Okay, and so let me follow up with this. Why do you think Joe Biden decided, given this was going on, we're all good, we're taking this away, everything's going to be fine now? What led to this delusional strategy that led to the deaths of Christian people?
I can't speak to that decision.
What do you think?
I would say that there was probably a discussion around strategic interests, but the performance did not achieve the result intended, which is why this administration has made a decision that we need to see more performance in this area in terms of security for all Nigerians, but especially to tackle this particular problem.
Okay. I'd like to ask Mr. McGee a question. What is the administration's position, and how strongly have you encouraged the Nigerian government as it relates to blasphemy laws? You know, this idea, you talked about problems that people are having there. They go to jail for years because of their words, because of their criticism. Not saying I agree with their criticism all the time, but all they're doing is they're not threatening anyone, they're not killing anyone, but somehow they go to jail for blasphemy, something unfortunately many people moving to this country want to impose on us here. What has the administration done to say to that, that's not okay, we're not going to abide by that?
So it is unacceptable in a free and democratic society to have blasphemy laws, period. They are not only imposing on somebody's free speech, but they're also imposing on their right to practice their own religion freely. And when blasphemy laws are used as a tool by the mob, or bandits, whatever you want to call them, to attack Christians, it shows that blasphemy laws are a problem per se. It's one of the reasons, one of the many reasons why the Trump administration opposes these laws, and it's one of the reasons why Nigeria is on the CPC list, because these Sharia laws are being used as a bludgeon against Christians oftentimes.
Well, I want to thank you both for being here, and I will close by thanking President Trump for being willing to go after Muslim terror wherever it rears its ugly head around the world. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Fine. Dr. McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for having this hearing. Africa is an area of particular concern to myself, a person who's been deployed there a couple times on Marine Expeditionary Units, seen some horrible things. It was interesting to me when one of the caucuses here in this august House claimed that President Bush waited too long to go into a certain country to secure the capital of Liberia after a presidential exile because he didn't give a damn about Africans. Meanwhile, we stood by during the Clinton administration in '94 when I was in Entebbe, Uganda, waiting to go into Rwanda, while about 1 million people were killed in very similar fashion to what's happening right now. People are being hacked to death with machetes. I've seen some very graphic things of what's going on right now. People literally being dismembered by machetes. People digging their own graves and literally being just summarily executed. And yet the right thing to do is to continue with the diplomacy that's resulted in this all along to take them off the CPC. And this idea that this ever went away is ridiculous. We're right now considering selling arms to them, one of the most advanced attack helicopters, the AH-1 Whiskey, the Viper, or actually it's a Zulu. I'm very concerned with how that's going to be deployed and against whom. We've seen the integration of very, very radical people inside of the government agencies themselves. And we've seen this in Afghanistan. When I was in Afghanistan, we saw the same thing, where the bad actors actually get inside of the government agencies and turn upon their own people. Very concerning. We saw Tigran Gambarian, one of my constituents, taken hostage by the Nigerian government and held hostage for several months because of some business dispute they had with somebody in America. Bad acting on the Nigerian government's behalf. Now, you talked about, I'm going to quote you on high-level things, Mr. McGee, high-level meetings, what the next step would be, a lot more. But I'm asking for specifics at this point because I've never seen generalities ever result in anything that's been of consequence. What can we do on the by an international community, whether it be from the transnation in Africa or through the international community, through the UN, which I've seen be highly ineffective in the past, but what can we do of quantity and quality that's actually going to make a difference in Africa because we haven't been doing it? What specifically, not generalities? Can you give me those answers between the two of you?
Sir, just a clarification, please. Across all of Africa or specifically in Nigeria?
Specifically in Nigeria, but all of Africa can actually contribute to solving this problem. We can use several countries to help us out with this. We don't have to be the only force to be.
Development and commercial investment in the continent can yield the best dividends, which is one of the reasons why this administration has focused so heavily on our commercial strategy in Africa. We rewrote the strategy and we've focused very heavily on delivering U.S. companies to the continent because we believe that they offer the best in terms of quality and can bring the most development. And it also delivers for the United States. We've focused very heavily on security, and AFRICOM has engaged heavily across the continent, so security is very important. Law enforcement is a very important piece of that as well. And so I'd say, as you look across the continent, the number one priority that I would place, because it lifts all boats, is the economic piece, and I'd focus on commercial.
So the AFRICOM commander is a Marine, four-star, good friend of mine, and I understand what his limitations have been. You know, obviously, we don't want to be, if you're not invited into a country, it makes it much more difficult. I've seen the leverage we have economically, but I'm worried also about pushing them into Chinese arms, which they're ready and waiting to pilfer that country and its resources. What about how we deal with the international community coming in there and stabilizing it in a military fashion so that we can actually stop the violence? Because it doesn't seem like the government's being effective in that at all.
The new AFRICOM commander, General Anderson, it's good to hear that is a colleague of yours, is highly capable, as you know, Special Forces. He's brought a lot of focus to the continent and how he would like to work with African governments, including Nigeria, on sharing information and on achieving better outcomes on the security side of the equation. And so he's been very, very engaged and I believe will achieve results in terms of security on the continent.
Okay, I'm just going to once again get back to the senator point that wasn't really addressed, but I hope is addressed. Yes, we need that financial leverage on them, and I think they will pay attention to that. We have their attention, but it's not finishing the race. We need to bring the international community on board to solve this in very tangible assets because the violence is real, it's not stopping, and Nigeria does not seem to be taking this seriously. Thank you. With that, I yield.
Thank you very much, Dr. McCormick. Mr. Oshatsky.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and to our ranking member Jacobs, to all our witnesses. Ambassador Pratt, thank you for your many years of service to our country. I'll just open by saying I am a man of deep faith. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. I have no problem sharing that. I am also troubled by the state of religious freedom in Nigeria and around the world. So I want to be clear up front, violence against Christians in Nigeria is a serious issue. Christians are being massacred and communities are living in constant fear. But this suffering is not just confined to one religious group. Masad Boulos, President Trump's own senior advisor for Africa, recently said, quote, "People are suffering from all sorts of backgrounds. This is not specifically targeted at one group or other. Terrorism has no color and no religion and no tribe." President Trump's own senior advisor. Muslims and Christians alike have lived under the constant threat of extremist groups like Boko Haram and ISIS West Africa for far too long. And so the real story here for me is not about Nigeria's intent at the institutional level to persecute people based on faith. Instead, it's really an issue of capacity. The Nigerian government lacks the means to protect communities against groups that kill indiscriminately. To be clear, this does not abdicate the Nigerian government from responsibility. A government's duty is to protect its people. And when there's a failure to do so, whether that's neglect or corruption or governance, leaders must be held accountable. But capacity within Nigerian institutions maintain peace is a real question. And we should be asking what the U.S. is doing to help Nigeria build that capacity. Are we offering real partnerships or just threatening airstrikes and sanctions? Or instead, are we thinking about technical support, training, and investment in the institutions that prevent violence in the first place? So let's work together to fix what is broken. And I appreciate the ranking member for opening up this hearing with additional support options. And I want to thank, again, the chairman for convening this. On the issue of capacity, Ambassador Pratt, you've said that Nigeria needs to do more. If they don't have the capacity to do more, we should help with that. And so I want to know, I guess my question there is, does the State Department assess that the Nigerian government has the capacity to protect Christians and other religious groups from extremist violence?
Nigeria is a very wealthy country, very populous country. We believe that this is a question of focus. There is a security problem in Nigeria, a very serious one, that we are trying to help the country address. And we have brought tools to the table in terms of U.S. programs and assistance. In particular, on the issue we're discussing today, we would like to see more focus on that particular issue, in addition to addressing the larger security question that you referred to.
Okay, I look forward to working with you on that. One other issue that's important to me is youth and youth development. The U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom's 2025 annual report recommended broad support for Nigerian civil society organizations. The U.S. has historically done that. A State Department-funded program in northeast Nigeria called Nigerian Youth Care brought together Christian and Muslim youth leaders to promote dialogue between those two communities.